Chapter 27-23, 6 Interspatial Rings. What a big ancient castle! Jian Wushuang was so enthralled by the giant castle floating in front of him. Is it big? You should check out the inside. It's even bigger, Devilish Wind King said with a smile. Let's go in, Saber Master suggested, and the 6 figures headed toward the ancient castle. After passing through the ancient castle's gate and a corridor, Jian Wushuang and those 5 other men arrived in a dim palace. We're here again. Devilish Wind King and Ishan were excited. Look over there. Ishan pointed in one direction. Jian Wushuang followed the direction and his pupils shrunk. At the end of that direction, there were 6 balls of light suspended in tranquility, with each ball of the light containing an interspatial ring within. There were 6 balls of light and 6 interspatial rings. The Devilish Wind King looked extremely excited and he said, It's the same as the one we met last time. Alliance Master Suhan, this is your first time here in this secret realm, so you might not know this. 50 years ago, we wandered in this secret realm and ended up here. There were also 6 interspatial rings in this palace, with each of the 6 containing some treasures. Each of us obtained one of the rings last time, including FOE, so I don't know what was in his ring. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up in excitement. FOE must have gotten the second Fengtian scroll from this secret realm. The second Fengtian scroll was from this palace here. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's gaze moved and he was puzzled. Wait! You took the 6 interspatial rings the last time you came from this palace, then it should be empty now. How come the same 6 interspatial rings have reappeared? We're perplexed as well. The Devilish Wind King shook his head. The way I see it, these 6 interspatial rings could have been deliberately placed here by someone who likely is this secret realm's owner. Jian Wushuang was slightly startled, but he nodded secretly. It was probably like the Crimson Stone Saint, who was an ordinary undying saint expert but able to leave behind his consciousness in his tomb for a long time to choose his personal disciple. As for the owner of that secret realm, he must be adept if he was able to establish such a large secret realm. His abilities were likely to be far beyond the reach of Crimson Stone Saint. Therefore, it was normal for the secret realm master to leave his consciousness or some special methods behind in his secret realm. The chances were they probably had not discovered it yet. 6 interspatial rings, and each of them contains treasures, but no one knows what is inside. We shall go by the rules set the last time. Each of us will get one of these 6 interspatial rings. It'll depend on our luck to discover what's inside the rings, said the Saber Master after glancing around at the 5 people. All right. Sounds good. Jian Wushuang and the several people nodded in agreement. No one knew what treasures were kept in those interspatial rings, so each of them would grab one of them. In the end, how valuable the treasures they got were solely dependent on their luck. Let's do it, Saber Master said, and was the first one to move forward. He held one of the balls of light and took away the interspatial ring in it with a swing of his hand. Jian Wushuang, Hongchen, Long Xianzi, and the rest made their moves at the same time. Each of them took one of the interspatial rings, which they had no idea what could be contained within. It was fair and square, as there was no need to fight over the interspatial rings. After that, they began to check the treasures contained in their interspatial rings. Jian Wushuang was doing the same. He quivered at the sight of the contents in his interspatial ring, and was surprised to find a pill. The pill was the size of a baby's thumb. It had a deep color, and it exuded a unique breath of aura. It was a majestic breath of aura. Coincidentally, Jian Wushuang knew the pill and even saw it before. Huangji Golden Pill! This is the Huangji Golden Pill! Jian Wushuang was elated. The Huangji Golden Pill was the final treasure to be auctioned at the Star Picking Pavilion auction event held in the Narcissus territory, and the grand finale. It was the treasure that got Nanhua Palace's young palace master, Divine Demon Sect, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang clan vying fiercely for it. The pill was extremely helpful to ultimate gods. A primary-level Grand Ultimate God who took a Huangji Golden Pill had more than a 30% chance to make a breakthrough to the high-level Grand Ultimate God realm. Even high-level Grand Ultimate Gods who took one Huangji Golden Pill had a chance to make a breakthrough to the peak Grand Ultimate God. It was no doubt that many Grand Ultimate God experts would be vying for the pill. Back then at the Narcissus territory, the Huangji Golden Pill fell in the hands of the Nanhua Palace's young palace master, which a large number of experts went forward to fight for it afterward. Even the other three top powerful forces had sent their Grand Ultimate God expert to fight for it, only showed the importance of the Huangji Golden Pill. Although Jian Wushuang only had one type of treasure in his interspatial ring, there were a total of 5 Huangji Golden Pills. 5 Huangji Golden Pills! My goodness! Jian Wushuang exclaimed. He knew that he was lucky. A large number of experts would have marked him had the news spread that he possessed 5 Huangji Golden Pills. The top forces would go all out to hunt him down and behead him for those 5 Huangji Golden Pill. After all, it would help those top forces bring up 5 Grand Ultimate God experts if those 5 Huangji Golden Pill were fully utilized. There might be a possibility to have 1 or 2 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods or even peak Grand Ultimate Gods. It was a sweet and attractive deal for those top forces. As for Jian Wushuang, the Huangji Golden Pill had little effect on him. He required too much divine power to make a breakthrough in his cultivation realm. The effect on him after having 1 Huangji Golden Pill was minuscule and almost impossible for him to make a breakthrough in his cultivation realm using the Huangji Golden Pill. Although he did not need it himself, he could give it to someone else or use it to win the hearts of some experts. He believed that many Grand Ultimate Gods would willingly be under his leadership for the sake of Huangji Golden Pills. It's indeed true that there are unlimited opportunities in this secret realm. FOE came and he got a Fengtian scroll while my current time here had allowed me to obtain 5 Huangji Golden Pills. I wonder what treasures the others have in their interspatial ring? Jian Wushuang glanced around curiously. Chapter 27-24 Cemetery. Besides Jian Wushuang, the other 5 also had one of those 6 interspatial rings. Jian Wushuang had no idea what treasures those 5 people had, but judging from their noticeable electrified expressions, they must have got some extremely precious treasures as well. The 6 of them gradually calmed down after the big surprise. Although the treasures we got from this palace are extraordinary, the real great opportunity of this secret realm is in its deepest part. What we have now is just some entree, said Sabermaster. Jian Wushuang and the others nodded. They had indeed just entered the ancient castle and had merely gotten a door gift prepared for them by the secret realm's owner. Those treasures were nothing compared to the real opportunity within the secret realm. We'd better be well prepared, especially for those who need to restore their divine power and heal their wounds. Let's be in our top form, as the journey we are facing next is not as easy as before, warned the Saber Master. Devilish Wind King and others looked solemn. They knew the oncoming events, so they felt a fair bit of pressure on their shoulders. The 6 people soon began to recuperate and recover their lost divine power in the dim palace. They were recovering from the trials they went through at the place of crisis second stage, where they dueled against the spirits of principles and lost a great deal of divine power. Jian Wushuang sat down and swallowed a few pills, pretending to be recovering from his injuries. 10 days passed by very quickly. After 10 days, they had restored most of their divine power. Alliance Master Su Han, how are your injuries? Have you recovered from it? Devilish Wind King looked at Jian Wushuang. Fortunately, I've recovered 70% of my strength after swallowing some pills, but it'll probably take several months for me to fully recover, replied Jian Wushuang. Oh, do you want us to spend a month waiting for you here? Someone spoke coldly. It was none other than Grand Ultimate God Hongqin. Grand Ultimate God Hongqin, we're not in a rush, are we? We should be able to spend another month or so here, said Devilish Wind King. What do you mean? Grand Ultimate God Hongqin shot a sharp glare at Devilish Wind King and seemed unhappy with his response. It's all right. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and smiled. Although my strength has not been fully restored, there shouldn't be a problem for me to get into some action. Let's start. Alliance Master Su Han, are you sure? Devilish Wind King frowned. Yes, I'm sure. Jian Wushuang smiled. Devilish Wind King did not say much after that. Let's move on quickly, suggested Saber Master. The other Grand Ultimate God exchanged looks. They were well prepared, so none of them had any disagreement. Jian Wushwang also nodded. The group of 6 soon set off again. They moved along the dim palace and continued to the depths of the ancient castle. After crossing a corridor, a huge cemetery appeared before Jian Wushwang. This is... Jian Wushwang was surprised to see the scene before him. What greeted his eyes was a huge piece of boundless dark gray land. On the ground were many small greenstone coffins about 2 yards lengthwise, which was the normal size for a human's usage. There were too many of those stone coffins. The stone coffins were densely packed with very little space between each of them, and no end to it. Jian Wushwang conservatively estimated that there were at least a few thousand of those stone coffins just from seeing with his naked eyes. However, he probably only saw a small part of the entire cemetery. Alliance Master Suhan, have you noticed a black mist in this cemetery? Devilish Wind King beside Jian Wushwang glanced over his shoulder. Yes, the pungent black mist is coming from the corpses, said Jian Wushwang. Devilish Wind King agreed. Yes, it's the smell of the corpses. Precisely, I think it's poison released from the corpses, and it's very strong. You can take 2 steps forward and have a look at it. Jian Wushwang took 2 steps forward as suggested by Devilish Wind King and immediately sensed the black mist sweeping toward him. A thick corpse scent filled his surroundings as the corrosive black mist came directly at him and attacked his divine body. It's very poisonous indeed. Jian Wushwang squinted his eyes slightly. He could feel the poison released from the corpses in the black mist was potent and sufficient to corrode a cultivator's divine body. It could probably destroy the divine body of an ordinary heaven ultimate god within seconds. As for the grand ultimate gods, they felt slightly better as they had the tyrannical divine power to resist the poison. However, a greater amount of divine power would be consumed the longer they stayed in the cemetery. These are some corpse poison pills. I've specially hired someone to refine these years. Although these are not high-level pills, it helps to resist the poison nonetheless. Alliance Master Suhan, I'll give you one of these. Devilish Wind King took out a reddish-black pill and handed it to Jian Wushwang. Thank you very much. Jian Wushwang thanked him as he accepted the corpse poison pill and immediately swallowed it. It did not make a difference to him whether he took the corpse poison pill or not. Jian Wushwang was a perfect chaotic creature. His divine body was impermeable by many types of poisons. Not to mention the poison from those corpses, he was immune to many other poisons that were 100 times more powerful. However, he pretended that he needed the corpse poison pill and consumed it. Devilish Wind King was not the only one, as Saber Master, Hongchen, Long Xianzi, and Ishan also came prepared with their corpse poison pills and swallowed it. Then, let's go, said Saber Master before the group of 6 immediately skimmed forward. Devilish Wind King was telling Jian Wushwang about the cemetery along the way. Alliance Master Suhan, this cemetery we are in now should be the 3rd stage place of crisis, and it's more dangerous than the previous 2 places, said Devilish Wind King seriously. This cemetery is huge and extensive. I don't know for sure how big it is and how long it'll take to walk through this cemetery, because we stopped here at this cemetery the last time we came to this secret realm. We were unable to go past this cemetery. Jian Wushwang showed quite a solemn expression upon hearing it. He knew Devilish Wind King and the others came with the same lineup of 6 grand ultimate gods the last time they were at the secret realm, but had stopped at the cemetery. The cemetery was very dangerous. This cemetery is mysterious and extremely dangerous. First and foremost is the corpse poison that is all over the cemetery. We did not prepare any corpse poison pill the last time we were here and had to rely on a lot of our divine power to resist the poison's corrosive effects. Therefore, our divine power had been insufficient for us to carry on. We came prepared this time, so it's much better. However, this poison isn't the most dangerous thing in this cemetery. Instead, the stone coffins around us are the most dangerous. Chapter 27-25, Corpse Puppet. There are innumerable stone coffins in this cemetery, and we don't exactly know what's inside. We tried to open these stone coffins when we first came but failed, so we can't seem to find out what it is as well. All we did was walk blindly toward the deeper parts of this cemetery, that is the depths of this ancient castle. However, we came across a corpse puppet coming out of one of these stone coffins on our way. Devilish Windkind said. Corpse puppet? What's that? Jian Wuxuang frowned. The puppet is formed using a special method whereby the corpse of a cultivator is transformed into a puppet with part of the cultivator's soul also integrated into the puppet. That is what we call a corpse puppet. These corpse puppets are much more terrifying as compared to ordinary war puppets because they carry part of the deceased cultivator's soul power. Therefore, these puppets could perform many methods or techniques that the cultivator had used during his lifetime. Corpse puppets are well known in the ancient god domain as they can also hunt cultivators and devour a cultivator's soul power to improve their own strength, explained Devilish Wind King. Jian Wuxuang's pupils shrunk. He heard of refining cultivators into puppets, but it was his first time hearing about integrating the cultivator's soul into the puppet. What sounded even horrific was the fact that a corpse puppet could continuously improve itself by hunting cultivators and devouring their soul power. Are these corpse puppets powerful? How many are there in this cemetery? Jian Wuxuang asked. Well, you'll find out soon when we see them. Devilish Wind King smiled. Jian Wuxuang nodded slightly. The group of 6 kept going but dared not go too fast. They had been going for about less than a quarter of an hour when they passed on top of a stone coffin. Bang! A stone coffin abruptly lifted. The small hill-sized lifted coffin slammed itself at Long Xianzi, who happened to be the closest to it amongst those 6 people. Long Xianzi did not fluster as he pointed at the coffin from a distance before it immediately exploded. The 6 of them stopped and turned their eyes toward the stone coffin and noticed there was a figure lying within it. They saw a skinny old man with gray hair that looked very much like a skeleton. The old man's skin color was a faint silver, while both his cheeks were sunken in. He was lying in the coffin, but his eyes were opened. The pair of chilly eyeballs in his eye sockets widened while an unknown ghost fire filled the depths of his pupils. In the next moment, whoosh! The gray-haired old man suddenly stood up as a stream of silver lights lit up. It's a silver-armored corpse puppet. It's just a silver-armored corpse puppet. It's not difficult to deal with. Saber Master glared coldly at the gray-haired old man. Look at his hand! Long Xianzi suddenly exclaimed. Everyone focused immediately, and saw a dark ring on the gray-haired old man's finger. It was an interspatial ring. Haha, it seems like it's our lucky day. The first corpse puppet we came across in this cemetery is wearing an interspatial ring. Saber Master grinned. The ring must have belonged to his old man when he was alive and not a ring left by the Secret Realm's master. He must be a powerful high-level Grand Ultimate God before his death, since this is a silver-armored corpse puppet. The treasures in his interspatial ring should be extraordinary, said Grand Ultimate God Hongqin. Let's talk no more. The 6 of us will destroy it together, suggested Long Xianzi. The 6 of them instantly agreed to it, and immediately fired shots. Boom! Saber Master was the first to take action and displayed his strength that was several times stronger than an ordinary high-level Grand Ultimate God. He was the first to rush forward and fight the silver-armored corpse puppet. The silver-armored corpse puppet was equally powerful. It did not have the capability to evaluate its opponent's strength, so it went all out. The Saber Master very soon seized the fight advantage against the silver-armored corpse puppet. Jian Wuxuang, Hongqin, Long Xianzi, Devilish Wind King, and Yixin were also firing shots from the surrounding area. The silver-armored corpse puppet could not stand against the attack for long. It was soon defeated by the team of 6 with its head cut off after a brief moment. The group of 6 then collected its interspatial ring. Saber Master laid the interspatial ring on his palm as the 6 of them scanned through it with their consciousness to check the treasures within. There were a lot of great valued treasures in the interspatial ring. The silver-armored corpse puppet was obviously much richer than an ordinary high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. There were nearly 3,000 divine elixir pill in the interspatial ring. The amount was less than what primary level Grand Ultimate God FOE had. However, it was what any ordinary high-level Grand Ultimate God should possess. Even though FOE was only a primary level Grand Ultimate God, he was the leader of a second-rated force. He used to manage all the treasures and resources belonging to Starfort, so it was normal for him to be wealthier than most ordinary Grand Ultimate Gods. Ordinary primary level Grand Ultimate Gods and even high-level Grand Ultimate Gods usually did not have many divine elixir pills. Divine elixir pill was hard to get after all. In addition to the divine elixir pills and a large number of resources, there were also many treasures in the interspatial ring. However, none of them were particularly valuable. Nothing was sufficiently attractive to trigger a Grand Ultimate God's greed or cause them to be vying for it. They'll take 30% of the treasures in this interspatial ring while Hongchen and Long Xianzi get 20% each. As for the three of you, Devilish Wind King, Yishin, and Su Han, each will take 10%. Do you agree? Saber Master looked over his shoulder. Jian Wushuang and the others exchanged looks and immediately nodded. They were seemingly satisfied with the treasure distribution. Saber Master had distributed the treasures based on their strength. He was the most powerful among them, so he took 30%, whilst the two high-level Grand Ultimate Gods each took 20%. The remaining was shared between the three primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods, with each taking 10%. It was a fair arrangement. In fact, Jian Wushuang and the three primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods had gotten more than they deserved. The treasures and resources were soon allocated according to their respective proportions. After that, "Let's move along," said Saber Master. The 6 people carried on with their journey to venture deeper into the ancient castle. On the way, Devilish Wind King looked at Jian Wushuang. "Alliance Master Su Han, how do you feel after seeing the silver-armored corpse puppet just now? He was very powerful. I guess he must ranked quite high among high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. I guess only Saber Master among the 6 of us could dominate him in a 1-to-1 battle. I'm afraid the few of us will have to retreat if we come across a silver-armored corpse puppet alone," said Jian Wushuang. Chapter 27-26. One more. The silver-armored corpse puppet was killed quite easily. It was because they were a group of 6 Grand Ultimate Gods with the powerful Saber Master at the forefront to suppress the corpse puppet. It was likely that even Hongchen and Long Xianzi would be defeated in a 1-on-1 battle without Saber Master and them joining forces. The silver-armored corpse puppet was terrifying. "Devilish Wind King, I guess the silver-armored corpse puppet is not the only danger in this cemetery, right?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Of course there's more." Devilish Wind King looked solemn. "The scariest thing in this cemetery is the corpse puppet, but the silver-armored corpse puppet you saw was just one of them, and it was attacking us alone. There are 3 types of corpse puppets in this cemetery. They are bronze-armored corpse puppets, silver-armored corpse puppets, and gold-armored corpse puppets. Bronze-armored corpse puppets are the weakest, but their combat power is comparable to an ordinary high-level Grand Ultimate God. The one you saw was a silver-armored corpse puppet, and those are comparable to the more powerful ones amongst high-level Grand Ultimate Gods, and could easily crush an ordinary high-level Grand Ultimate God. As for the final gold-armored corpse puppets, they are the scariest. The gold-armored corpse puppet has the combat power of a peak Grand Ultimate God." "Did you say a peak Grand Ultimate God?" Jian Wushuang was surprised. The gap between each Grand Ultimate God's level was huge. Saber Master was the top amongst high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. However, a peak high-level Grand Ultimate God should be able to easily suppress and even kill the Saber Master. On the other hand, a peak Grand Ultimate God should be able to defeat all 6 of them. "Alliance Master Su Han, you probably don't know why the 6 of us stopped in this cemetery the last time we came. We encountered a gold-armored corpse puppet who was wearing an interspatial ring. We don't know the exact combat power of the gold-armored corpse puppet. We wanted to kill it and take its interspatial ring away instead of running for our lives. As a result, Devilish Wind King's face sank slightly when he narrated the story. Jian Wushwang chuckled as he could guess what happened after that. The gold-armored corpse puppet possessed the combat power of a peak grand ultimate god, yet the 6 of them did not flee. They even tried to kill it and take away its interspatial ring. They must have a death wish. In that battle, the 6 of us were completely crushed such that even Saber Master was badly injured in just a jiffy. We got scared and immediately fled. Fortunately, our life-saving methods were not too bad and Saber Master was holding it back to buy us time. We were lucky enough to escape, but most of us had been seriously injured, especially Saber Master. Besides that, we did not prepare any corpse poison pill at the time and had to consume a lot of our divine power to resist the corpse poison's erosion. We had no way to advance, hence choose to temporarily leave," said the Devilish Wind King. "Of course, the last time we weren't prepared at all and we didn't know the combat power of the gold-armored corpse puppet. However, we are all fully prepared this time. Even if we encounter the gold-armored corpse puppet again, we know that we can flee if we can't fight it and stand a greater chance of escaping." Jian Wushwang heard it and nodded. "One more thing, the corpse puppets in this cemetery aren't alone at the time, as sometimes there are 2 or 3 together while other times more. There could be 5 to 6 silver-armored corpse puppets, or more than a dozen bronze-armored corpse puppets grouped. In such cases, we can only run for our lives," added the Devilish Wind King. Jian Wushwang had a general understanding of the cemetery at that moment. The group of 6 continued their journey and approached the cemetery's end, which was the deepest part of the ancient castle. They knew the cemetery was not the location of the true opportunities in the secret realm, but rather a place they had to pass through to get to the true opportunities, just like the previous 2 places of crisis. 3 hours passed in a blink of an eye. During the 3 hours, the 6 of them encountered 2 other corpse puppets along their way. The first encounter was 4 corpse puppets at one go, but those 4 corpse puppets were just bronze-armored corpse puppets. They were just as powerful as high-level grand ultimate gods which Hong Chen and Long Xianzi could fight against in one-on-one. It was relatively easy for them to handle the 4 corpse puppets with the 6 of them. After Saber Master beheaded the first bronze-armored corpse puppet, the remaining 3 corpse puppets that joined the battle were easily resolved. The second wave of corpse puppets they encountered was a little harder, as there were 2 silver-armored corpse puppets and 1 bronze-armored corpse puppet. However, those 3 corpse puppets merely gave them a little trouble and were handled in the end. The downside was only 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets from 2 waves of corpse puppets had interspatial rings on their hands, so the 6 of them had little treasures to share. The group of 6 did not slow down their pace. They were vigilantly observing their surroundings while skimming forward. Although they had sufficient understanding of the cemetery's dangers, they dared not lower their guards due to the possibilities of unknown dangers popping up. Suddenly, bang! A stone coffin near them was abruptly lifted. Again? The 6 of them stopped and immediately set their eyes on the stone coffin. After the first stone coffin was lifted, bang! 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 3 more sounds came within their earshots, indicating 3 more stone coffins were opened at the same time. For corpse puppets? Their expressions became a little solemn. 4 corpse puppets slowly stood up from those 4 open stone coffins. Among the 4 corpse puppets, 2 were filled with silver light and the other 2 were filled with bronze light. "We have 2 silver-armored corpse puppets and 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets. This is a bit worse than what we previously experienced. The 6 of us can certainly handle them," said Devilish Wind King confidently. The other grand ultimate gods, including Jian Wushwang, nodded. They previously encountered 2 silver-armored corpse puppets and a bronze-armored corpse puppet at the same time and resolved it easily. It was certainly within their capabilities to cope with an extra bronze-armored corpse puppet. "Look, 2 of the 4 corpse puppets have interspatial rings on their hands," Ishan exclaimed. Jian Wushwang and the others also noticed that. A silver-armored corpse puppet and bronze-armored corpse puppet each were wearing an interspatial ring on their hands. Their eyes instantly lit up. However, just when the 6 of them were ready to eliminate the 4 corpse puppets in front of them, bang! Another stone coffin opened. Another one? The group of 6 was taken aback as their gazes moved toward the stone coffin. Chapter 27. Run! The 6 of them had their eyes fixed on the stone coffins as the figure of a short-haired woman slowly rose from the stone coffin under their scrutiny. The short-haired woman had dull and lifeless eyes. It was obviously a corpse puppet. However, the short-haired woman's body was filled with a faint golden light, unlike the other corpse puppets Jian Wuxuang and the others had seen before. Did you see the golden light? Devilish Wind King's eyes widened. Gold-armored! It's a gold-armored corpse puppet! A gold-armored corpse puppet with 2 silver-armored corpse puppets and 2 bronze-armored corpses next to it. Hong Chen, Long Xianzi, and Yishan were frightened. Run! Saber Master did not hesitate as he gave a command and moved at top speeds toward the opposite direction. Run, run! Hong Chen, Long Xianzi, Yishan, Devilish Wind King, and Jian Wuxuang did not hesitate either. The short-haired woman had dismissed their intention to fight. Although the short-haired woman also wore an interspatial ring on her hand, they did not have the slightest intention to covet it. It was no joke as a gold-armored corpse puppet was comparable to a peak ultimate god. 50 years ago, apart from Jian Wuxuang, the 5 of them including FOE did not know the combat power of a gold-armored corpse puppet and naively went ahead with the battle. It was fortunate that none of them were sacrificed even though the Saber Master was severely injured. After the painful experience, they no longer had the courage to carry on after seeing a gold-armored corpse puppet. Whoosh! 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 The 6 of them frantically ran. The short-haired woman who walked out of the stone coffin was a gold-armored corpse puppet. She had hollow eyes while the corner of her mouth was slowly muttering a word, kill. Boom! The gold-armored corpse puppet, 2 silver-armored corpse puppets, and 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets started frantically chasing after the 6 of them while moving at very fast speeds. The gold-armored corpse puppet had an exceptionally incredible speed. Saber Master shouted on top of his lungs. Spread out and run! Spread out and run! The 6 of them immediately spread in different directions. While they were scattered all over the place, the 5 corpse puppets also went in separate directions. The 5 corpse puppets had their targets. A bronze-armored corpse puppet was chasing behind Jian Wuxuang. It's okay. It's just a bronze-armored corpse puppet. Jian Wuxuang narrowed his eyes and at the same time glanced around to check the others out. He was shocked to find out something. The Devilish Wind King sure is unlucky. The rest also gave the Devilish Wind King pitiful looks. The most terrifying gold-armored corpse puppet that even Saber Master could not compete with. That short-haired woman was aiming at the Devilish Wind King. Shit! Shit! There are so many of us. Why me? Devilish Wind King was cursing under his breath with a gloomy expression. There were only 5 corpse puppets while there were 6 of them fleeing for their lives. Grand Ultimate God Hongchen was the only one without a corpse puppet staring down or chasing him and seemed very relaxed. The one chased after Saber Master was only a bronze-armored corpse puppet which he could easily handle with his strength. Who would have thought the most terrifying gold-armored corpse puppet would not go for Saber Master or the 2 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods, Hongchen and the Long Xianzi? It went for the Devilish Wind King instead. It was not the Devilish Wind King's lucky day. Apart from the unlucky Devilish Wind King, Yishan isn't looking too good either, mumbled Jian Wuxuang. He looked in the direction of Yishan, who was also trying his best to flee while the one chasing after him was a silver-armored corpse puppet. Although not comparable to the gold-armored corpse puppet, the silver-armored corpse puppet had the combat prowess of a peak high-level Grand Ultimate God and Yishan might not be able to handle it in a one-on-one battle. In other words, Jian Wuxuang had the better luck among those 3 primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods whereby he was only spotted by a bronze-armored corpse puppet. This cemetery is extremely dangerous and the gold-armored corpse puppet is even more terrifying. We'll be targeted if we aren't careful. Now that the 6 of us are scattered all over the place. Only Grand Ultimate God Hongqin has the capacity to help Devilish Wind King and Ishin, while none of the others can offer help at the moment. However, I'm afraid that Grand Ultimate God Hongqian may not be willing to help at all, murmured Jian Wushuang softly and shook his head. Devilish Wind King and Ishin! Both of you take care. Jian Wushuang sighed and sped up. As Jian Wushuang expected, Grand Ultimate God Hongqin did not care about Devilish Wind King and Ishin, even though there was no corpse puppet chasing behind him, and continued to run following his path. The 6 of them were scattered in different directions while moving very fast, and would soon lose sight of each other. Jian Wushuang was skimming forward swiftly in the void above the cemetery. His specialization at space-time law allowed him to be good with speed, hence he was not even moving at his top speed, yet the corpse puppet behind him was already unable to get close. There are many corpse puppets in this cemetery, so I shouldn't walk around alone. Otherwise, I may arouse more corpse puppets. I'd better get rid of this bronze-armored corpse puppet as quickly as possible, or I can just kill it. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed the bronze-armored corpse puppet behind him happened to be the one wearing an interspatial ring. A bronze-armored corpse puppet. Jian Wushuang glanced around the void. Saber Master, Devilish Wind, and the others were very far away from him, and would not be able to see his show of power and method from afar. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang suddenly pulled to a stop in the void before turning around. The bronze-armored corpse puppet that was following him had no reasoning skill as it maintained its speed and attacked Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang gave a cold smile. Buzz! A gush of majestic golden divine power surged behind Jian Wushuang before a huge and boundless 10,000-foot-tall golden god shadow was formed out of thin air. Divine God of Punishment. The 10,000-foot-tall Divine God of Punishment was the 3rd level of Divine God of Punishment. It was very different compared with previous levels of Divine God of Punishment. Those previous ones were just a shadow, while the 10,000-foot-tall Golden God shadow had completely solidified with its surface covered in a layer of bright golden armor. The magnificent Golden God shadow was wearing golden armor and had transformed into a true Golden Emperor. The Golden Emperor stood behind Jian Wushuang with its sharp eyes bore into all things beneath it. Chapter 27-28 Easily killed. Jian Wushuang displayed the 7 stars secret technique within his body at the same time as the Golden Emperor rose to a height of 10,000 feet. His cultivation realm was elevated from high-level Heaven Ultimate God to peak Heaven Ultimate God as soon as that happened. His divine power breath being disguised by the black stone also made a breakthrough from primary level Grand Ultimate God to high-level Grand Ultimate God. My divine power is not inferior to any high-level Grand Ultimate God when both Divine God of Punishment and the 7 stars secret technique are performed concurrently. Next, let's look at my techniques. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and swayed while looking at the bronze-armored corpse puppet that was coming his way at an incredible speed. He appeared in front of the bronze-armored corpse puppet as though he had teleported. The bronze-armored corpse puppet possessed the combat prowess of a high-level Grand Ultimate God and immediately reacted to Jian Wushuang. His claw-like hands were positioned one in front of the other as it targeted Jian Wushuang's head. Jian Wushuang gently moved aside and perfectly dodged away from the 2 sharp claws. He soon thrust the Blood Mountain sword in his hand and seems to be wielding the sword at will. His sword movement seemed casual, but each sword movement was executed extremely well from tricky angles. The essence of his moves was his terrifying speed. The bronze-armored corpse puppet had some of the cultivator's soul power, and it could perform some techniques the cultivator used during his lifetime. The 2 claws resembled a beast's sharp claws charging rapidly and frantically at Jian Wushuang. It made loud metal clanking sounds when colliding with Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword. Jian Wushuang's ethereal figure was engaged in a fierce battle against the bronze-armored corpse puppet, but with a relaxed look. It's too slow, this bronze-armored corpse puppet is way too slow. Jian Wushuang fought fiercely but secretly shook his head disapprovingly. After fighting for some time, he found that the bronze-armored corpse puppet's power was not weaker than a high-level Grand Ultimate God with its offensive techniques were also extremely good. Technically, the bronze-armored corpse puppet was not slow as its two claws were moving rapidly. It was only considered too slow for Jian Wushuang, who was good at the space-time law and had reached a very high understanding level on the space-time law. The bronze-armored corpse puppet was tricked to move in circles even when Jian Wushuang merely attacked at will without putting much effort into his speed. It's too slow, so I don't need to display my full strength. It's boring. Jian Wushuang sighed and was no longer interested in carrying on the fight with the bronze-armored corpse puppet. His eyes flashed menacingly. Swish! He then made a strange forward thrust and swung the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. A sword light suddenly lit up. It was extremely beautiful and fascinating. It was amorphous yet so mesmerizing. Space-time sword technique, 7th form, enchanted. The sword movement was so enchanting that any ordinary cultivator would likely be fascinated by its poignant sword light. However, the unconscious corpse puppet was not affected in any way. The sword movement was too fast with speeds that were not something a corpse puppet could handle. The poignant sword light smashed on the bronze-armored corpse puppet's body without any resistance. The bronze-armored corpse puppet was refined using special methods, hence its divine body was extremely powerful, far more powerful than a high-level grand ultimate god's. An ordinary frontal attack would not cause much damage to the corpse puppet. However, Jian Wushuang's rapid sword attack contained more than just his extremely powerful divine power. It also contained a large number of space-time blades. The space-time blades were formed upon reaching the second stage of space-time law, space-time strangulation. The space-time blades were extremely sharp and powerful, and Jian Wushuang's sword attack contained a whopping 18 space-time blades. Buzz! The sword light bombarded the bronze-armored corpse puppet's divine body as a terrifying strangulation power was discharged. The bronze-armored corpse puppet had no room to struggle as it was strangled and shattered. Half of the bronze-armored corpse puppet was completely shattered following the sword light's trajectory. In the void above the cemetery, Jian Wushuang slowly retracted his long sword and glanced indifferently at the bronze-armored corpse puppet's remains that had fallen to the ground below. I've meticulously studied for 30 years under the assistance of 2 Fengtian scrolls. I've improved a lot in both sword principles and understanding of laws in these 30 years and made great progress, especially in space-time law. My divine power breath is equivalent to this bronze-armored corpse puppet when I executed both the divine god of punishment and 7 stars secret technique. In addition, I have a better understanding of space-time law and sword principles than him, murmured Jian Wushuang. The bronze-armored corpse puppet was just an ordinary high-level grand ultimate god during his lifetime, so his understanding of laws and sword principles was still rather undeveloped. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang had only improved one level of cultivation realm in the past 30 years, but his understanding of laws and the sword principle had improved tremendously. As an example, he could only barely condense 2 space-time blades from the space-time law 30 years ago, but he was able to condense 18 space-time blades in one go 30 years later. If he had done his best, condensing 20 space-time blades was not a problem. His achievements were definitely one of the strongest amongst high-level grand ultimate gods. Due to that, Jian Wushuang could easily kill the bronze-armored corpse puppet under the premise of equivalent divine power. The interspatial ring naturally fell into Jian Wushuang's hands after beheading the bronze-armored corpse puppet. Jian Wushuang carefully scanned it, and was satisfied with the resources contained within. It was the entire net worth of a high-level grand ultimate god after all. Jian Wushuang killed the bronze-armored corpse puppet by himself, so he did not need to share the resources and treasures in the interspatial ring with the rest. It was considered a big win. I wonder how the rest are doing now? Jian Wushuang wondered. The cemetery was too dangerous with corpse puppets everywhere. He was not bothered by bronze-armored corpse puppets, but would rather stay away from silver-armored corpse puppets or bronze-armored corpse puppets that could pose a great deal of risk and trouble for him. Therefore, he dared not move around, as the best option was to wait for the others to solve their trouble before regrouping together for the next course of action. Jian Wushuang stood there and waited quietly before Saber Master sent a message after a while. Saber Master was the strongest amongst the six, with his combat prowess very close to a peak Grand Ultimate God. He was chased by a bronze-armored corpse puppet, which was easily solved. He then summoned the other five after he was done. Chapter 27-29, The First to Fall. Alright, so we gather there. Jian Wushuang got the location shared by Saber Master and departed. Although the six of them had scattered and fled in different directions, they were not too far from each other. The other five also knew the location shared by Saber Master, and it was not difficult for them to head over there. Jian Wushuang did not go immediately, as he waited momentarily before setting off. He finally arrived at the void after Saber Master, God Hongqian, and Long Xianzi. Among the three high-level Grand Ultimate Gods, Saber Master and Hongqian both looked extremely relaxed, while Long Xianzi was extremely pale, with the corners of his clothes having traces of blood, while his breath of aura was quite weak. Long Xianzi, you? Jian Wushuang looked at Long Xianzi in surprise. 5 of them were targeted by a corpse puppet before everyone scattered and fled except for Grand Ultimate God Hongqian. The one who went after Long Xianzi was a silver-armored corpse puppet. Although the silver-armored corpse puppet was powerful, whereby Long Xianzi might not be able to resist its attack, Long Xianzi's methods and life-saving abilities could have helped her. The silver-armored corpse puppet should be unable to catch up with her had she not delayed and immediately run for her life, hence she should not be so miserable. However, I was unlucky. I ran into 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets while running away from the silver-armored corpse puppet. The 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets blocked my path and besieged me together with the silver-armored corpse puppet. I almost died but managed to escape with my life-saving technique, said Long Xianzi, who was grateful for the narrow escape. Jian Wushuang realized what had happened. There were many corpse puppets around in the cemetery, making it possible for Long Xianzi to encounter other corpse puppets while fleeing. Long Xianzi was a little unlucky. The 4 of us are waiting for the Devilish Wind King and Ishan. I don't know if they both managed to get rid of their corpse puppets, said Long Xianzi. Jian Wushuang sighed. It was true that Long Xianzi was unlucky, but she was not the one with the worst luck. Devilish Wind King and Ishan had it worse. The 2 only primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods were each targeted by a silver-armored corpse puppet and the scariest gold-armored corpse puppet. The silver-armored corpse puppet might be easier to handle, but the gold-armored corpse puppet, even Saber Master would want to run away from it. It all depends on their fate. Let's hope they come back safely, said Jian Wushuang. The 4 of them stood waiting quietly. A figure slowly drifted over in the void after nearly half an hour. Oh, the Devilish Wind King? Jian Wushuang and the others were surprised to see who had arrived. I finally see the 4 of you again. Devilish Wind King was equally miserable, as though he had just gone through a disaster. His divine-powered breath was extremely weak, and he struggled to squeeze a smile when he saw his 4 teammates. Devilish Wind King, you managed to escape from the gold-armored corpse puppet? Grand Ultimate God Hongqian glanced at Devilish Wind King in surprise. Only after I used my ultimate life-saving method. The Devilish Wind King smiled bitterly. Grand Ultimate God Hongqian nodded. The Devilish Wind King was very famous in the Danyang continent for being extremely difficult to subdue. It was due to his powerful life-saving abilities to a large extent, hence it would take an arduous effort to kill the Devilish Wind King. Where is Ishan? Jian Wushuang asked. Saber Master replied. I've already sent him a message, but he hasn't responded. We probably don't have to wait anymore, as he could have died, said Devilish Wind King. Died? Jian Wushuang's pupils shrunk. I received a message from Ishan telling me that he was on his way to escape but ended up encountering another silver-armored corpse puppet blocking his path. He was then besieged by 2 silver-armored corpse puppets at the same time with no chance of escaping, said Devilish Wind King. Jian Wushuang and the others fell silent after hearing the bad news. Although Ishan was rather powerful, he was only a primary-level Grand Ultimate God. It was extremely challenging to be confronted by a silver-armored corpse puppet, but to face 2 silver-armored corpse puppets at the same time only meant he had no chance of escaping. In addition, There was no information on Ishin's whereabouts, which only meant he had failed to survive. Ishin was the first to die among the 6 experts who entered the secret realm. However, Jian Wushuang was rather perplexed after learning the news of Ishin's death. Ishin could not survive because he was targeted by a silver-armored corpse puppet. However, the devilish Wind King, who's slightly weaker than Ishin, had survived the attack from a gold-armored corpse puppet? Jian Wushuang murmured. He knew the devilish Wind King had powerful life-saving abilities, hence the devilish Wind King might seem to be much stronger than Ishin in that aspect. However, Jian Wushuang was still curious but would try to find out the answer later. Long Xianzi and devilish Wind King, you both are seriously injured. This cemetery is way too dangerous with corpse poisons lurking all over the place, and it's getting more and more powerful. There isn't a place for you both to recover from your injuries at the moment, so shall we carry on with the journey? Saber Master looked at them. We should be alright if we don't bump into another gold-armored corpse puppet, replied Long Xianzi. The devilish Wind King agreed. Let's go. The 5 people immediately carried on with their journey after reaching a consensus. The cemetery was huge. They had traveled for several hours but still had not passed through the cemetery. One of them had died while the other 2 were severely injured, but they were only halfway through the cemetery. They were being extra cautious. However, they were quite lucky after that, as they indeed encountered 3 other corpse puppets, but none could threaten them. They had not bumped into another gold-armored corpse puppet, nor did they encounter any difficult hindrances along the way. The 5 finally passed the cemetery 2 hours later. Phew, it's over! Finally! We passed the cemetery. After reaching the end of the cemetery, they noticed the corpse poison around them had slowly dissipated with no more densely packed stone coffins in front of them. The 5 of them then rejoiced. We should be safe out here away from the cemetery. Let's stay here for a while to recover our divine power. Long Xianzi and devilish Wind King, both of you are seriously injured, so hurry up and recuperate, suggested Saber Master. All right. Long Xianzi immediately sat down with the devilish Wind King and started recovering from their injuries. Jian Wushuang, Saber Master, and Hong Chen also began to restore their divine power. Their divine body was constantly enduring the corpse poison's erosion, and a great deal of their divine power was consumed for that purpose. Jian Wushuang was the exception, of course, but he still pretended to recover his divine power nonetheless. Chapter 2730. The Power of Consciousness. Half a month passed in a flash. Long Xianzi and devilish Wind King had recovered from their injuries within that half a month. Let's go, said Saber Master as the group of 5 carried on their journey. They went through a day without extraordinary incidences. Finally, the 5 of them arrived at the center of the ancient castle, the castle's core. They faced yet another cemetery. The difference being the cemetery was much smaller than the one they previously had been, as there were not as many stone coffins in the cemetery. However, the edifice transparent stone coffins suspended in that cemetery stood tall, with each being more than 10 feet long. Jian Wushuang and the others could see through the stone coffins and observe the figures lying within from the cemetery's edge. All of them had their eyes on one particular stone coffin before them. A woman lying peacefully in the stone coffin. The more than 2 yards tall woman looked tall and slender in her white robe. Although she was laid to rest with her eyes closed, her ethereal appearance gave away a somewhat holy feeling. She looked like a saint. This woman, Jian Wushuang and the others were awestruck from looking at the white-robed woman. She had obviously passed on for many years, but her corpse still could gain the respect from those few grand ultimate gods. She must at least be an undying saint, and I'm guessing she must be some extremely powerful undying saint, commented devilish Wind King. Will she be awakened from her stone coffin just like those corpse puppets we saw earlier? Long Xianzi asked nervously. Jian Wushuang and the rest felt their hearts skipped a beat. In the previous cemetery, the stone coffins had corpse puppets that were extremely difficult to deal with, especially gold-armored corpse puppets. The group of 5 could do nothing but flee frantically when those terrifying corpse puppets appeared. The woman before had crossed the boundaries of an ultimate god. None of the 5 would survive if she was also reanimated as a corpse puppet and stepped out of her stone coffin. I don't think she's a corpse puppet, as there isn't any corpse poison in this cemetery. In addition, she doesn't look like a corpse puppet, said Sabermaster. The rest nodded and expressed their agreement. All 5 of them then unleashed their soul power while trying to find out more about the stone coffins, if there were opportunities or treasures left behind. However, just when their soul power was about to touch the first stone coffin, "Get out of here!" they suddenly heard someone bellowing. The voice rang in their ears along with an oppressive force none of them could resist. Jian Wushuang, Hong Chen, Long Xianzi, Devilish Wind King, and the most powerful of them all, Saber Master, instantly turned pale. They shuddered. This is... Devilish Wind King widened his eyes. It's the power of consciousness. Oh gosh, she had passed on for so many years, yet her power of consciousness remains terrifyingly strong? Jian Wushuang and the others were taken aback. The power of consciousness. Any powerful cultivators would possess their very own power of consciousness. Likewise, ultimate gods such as Jian Wushuang and the others. The power of consciousness grew in correlation with one's cultivation realm and strength. It represented a person's will. However, even if an actual living undying saint stood before them and displayed his power of consciousness, all 5 of them would still not be so fearful. Therefore, they were utterly surprised the woman who had been dead for so long could exhibit such a tyrannical power of consciousness. Her strength was simply unfathomable. Let's try some other stone coffins, suggested Sabermaster. The 5 of them began looking for their next target. Although the cemetery was not as huge as the one before, there were dozens of stone coffins with figures lying in them. The group of 5 tried sending their soul power to the other stone coffins, and the same thing happened. Every expert in those stone coffins had been dead for many years, but each of them maintained a very strong power of consciousness. Not a single one of them was weaker than the holy woman they first saw. The group of 5 was astounded by every power of consciousness they came in contact with. Every stone coffin contains such terrifying power of consciousness. We won't be able to get them even if there are treasures and opportunities left behind by these experts, because we can't even get close. Grand Ultimate God Hongchen complained. Jian Wushuang and the rest were awestruck. They were aiming for those various treasures and opportunities when they decided to visit the secret realm. They went through various obstacles to arrive at the cemetery and saw the corpses in the stone coffins with their collected treasures during the deceased cultivator's lifetime. It was definitely a great opportunity for the 5 of them to get their hands on those treasures, but they were disappointed in the end because of the power of consciousness. Grand Ultimate God Hongchen was right to say that they were not qualified to get near those stone coffins with the existence of such a strong power of consciousness. They might have to reach the undying saint realm to withstand the power of consciousness. We can only look at those great opportunities in front of us. Saber Master looked dejected. Jian Wushuang, Hong Chen, Devilish Wind King, and Long Xianzi felt the same. Suddenly, buzz! A strange light condensed in front of them. The grayish ray of light gradually took the form of a human figure. The gray-robed old man looked extremely simple and amiable. His hair was quite messy and with no breath of aura present. He might have been unnoticeable had the group of 5 closed their eyes. The gray-robed old man appeared before the 5 of them. Jian Wushuang, Saber Master, Hong Chen, Devilish Wind King, and Long Xianzi were looking at the gray-robed old man. The 5 of them had a solemn look. Chapter 2731. The Secret Realm's Spirit. The gray-robed old man stood in front of Jian Wushuang and the others, but they felt that the old man was intangible, as though he had blended into the void around him like he was one with the secret realm. The old man indifferently swept his gaze across at the group of 5, stopping at each of them to take a good look. He slowly said after a long time, "Kids, welcome to my master's secret realm. I'm the steward. You can call me Old Goo or Master Goo. Did you say that this is your master's secret realm? Are you the secret realm's spirit?" Saber Master narrowed his eyes and stared at the gray-robed old man called Old Goo. "Yes. Old Gu nodded and admitted. Jian Wushuang and the others gave their countenance. It must have cost a lot to set up the secret realm. The person who set up the secret realm was unmistakably a pinnacle expert in ancient god domain. The secret realm's spirit was most probably bestowed by the expert, and probably had its consciousness which allowed the spirit to control the secret realm. The old man was the secret realm's spirit. My master has created this secret realm for a long time with none who has been able to reach here until now. You have good luck as grand ultimate gods. Old Gu smiled faintly. Come with me. Old Gu turned around and headed toward the end of the cemetery. Jian Wushuang and the others looked at each other before immediately going after the old man. Old Gu, these experts in the coffins must have been extraordinary during their lifetime? Jian Wushuang curiously asked. These experts? Old Gu smiled. Yes, they were very good, with all of them being rather extraordinary, which was the reason their bodies can stay here. Old Gu began explaining about the secret realm. My master is someone extraordinary. As for his name and cultivation realm, all of you don't have the right to know. My master is fond of collecting experts' corpses during his lifetime, especially those experts whom he killed. This cemetery you're in now has dozens of experts' corpses who were my master's prized possessions, with all of them killed by my master. They must possess remarkable strength during their lifetime to be killed and kept in this cemetery by my master, hence they were at least an undying saint and exceptionally outstanding among their peers. Jian Wushuang and the others in the group were impressed. Only the best among the best undying saint or above corpses could stay in the cemetery. Just like this woman. Old Gu pointed to the saint-like woman next to him. It was the woman Jian Wushuang and the others first saw. She is called White Lotus Saint, an undying saint who was invincible even amongst experts in third heaven, with her strength at the peak. Undying saint. She was once besieged by 10 remarkable undying saints who tried to kill her but were single-handedly killed by her instead. Her strength had reached the very pinnacle of what an undying saint could achieve. She was indeed powerful, but unfortunately too proud and complacent. My master met her and intended to take her as a concubine, but she did not cherish her great opportunity and blatantly rejected my master. My master was furious and killed her on the spot with a single finger movement, said Old Gu. He sounded so casual, as though it was the most natural matter. However, his words sounded completely different in Jian Wushuang and his group's ears. An invincible undying saint capable of defeating 10 powerful undying saints single-handedly was killed just because she refused to be the concubine of Old Gus Master? Old Gus Master was rather overbearing, was he not? In addition to being overbearing, his action reflected his brute strength and capabilities. How powerful was the master, capable of killing an undying saint with a finger? This person here is Lord Gold's now. He was stronger and more famous than White Lotus Saint. Old Gu pointed to a middle-aged man in snow-white armor laying in a stone coffin next to him. Lord Gold now was one of the most phenomenal undying saints who came from a remarkable background. He was from the 8 heavenly sect whose master was indomitable in the ancient god domain. Unfortunately, he was too ostentatious and arrogant. He disdained my master and thought my master wouldn't dare to kill him. As a result, my master killed him right in front of his master. His master was furious and wanted to avenge him, but my master's excellent life-saving methods allowed him to easily escape. Lord Goldsnow's master and the entire 8 heavenly sect could do nothing to my master. Old Gu looked proud as he narrated the event. Saber Master, Hongqin, Long Xianzi, and Devilish Wind King might not know much about the 8 heavenly sect which Old Gu mentioned, but Jian Wushuang knew a great deal about the sect. The 7 Stars Black sect was the paramount sect in ancient god domain. However, the 7 Stars Black sect had been destroyed, with the next in line being 3 great sacred realms, 4 god tribe, and 8 heavenly sect. Those were the recognized top forces in ancient god domain. Those forces were overlords who held great prestige in the ancient god domain's core and were incomparable to those sects and forces in Danyang Holy Domain, or the 9 realms of Golden Crow. One could simply imagine the strength of the 8 heavenly sect for being able to be one of the ancient god domain's great overlords. The 8 heavenly sect could not avenge Lord Gold's now despite being so. It just shed light on how powerful old Gus Master was. This person, Old Gu, was introducing other experts in the remaining stone coffins to Jian Wuxuang and his group along the way. There was no doubt those experts were remarkable figures in ancient god domain, with any one of them enough to frighten the group of 5. Unfortunately, they became corpses laid in the cold stone coffins. My master had killed countless experts, but those qualified to be remembered and placed in this secret cemetery are these. Although there are only a few dozen of them here, they were truly powerful and not someone an ordinary undying saint can compete with. The most famous undying saint my master encountered was Sword Lord Tong Xian when my master first arrived at this territory. He was a rather powerful undying saint, but unfortunately didn't qualify to be kept here. Chapter 2732. One more opportunity. Old Gu was chattering away casually while Jian Wuxuang and the other 4 were stunned to hear his stories. Old Gu was telling the group how powerful those experts around them were, but they were unable to fathom that knowledge since they could not imagine those experts' strength level. The group finally grasped the idea of how powerful those deceased experts were when Sword Lord Tong Xian was mentioned. Everyone in the group of 5 had heard of Sword Lord Tong Xian. He was an unrivaled undying saint. Especially Jian Wuxuang. He knew a little more about Sword Lord Tong Xian compared to the others, since Jian Wuxuang owned the first 4 stages of the transmigration sword formation. It was not an exaggeration to claim that Sword Lord Tong Xian was the most powerful undying saint born in the territories of 9 realms of Golden Crow in millions of years. However, such an existence was looked down upon by Old Gu. Sword Lord Tong Xian did not even have the qualifications to be placed in the cemetery. In other words, any of those dozens of experts in the cemetery were much stronger than Sword Lord Tong Xian. However, they were killed easily by Old Gus Master. Old Gus Master must surpass the undying saint realm, muttered Jian Wuxuang. The group of people soon reached the front of the cemetery and saw 2 stone coffins that were obviously taller and more unique than the rest. Those 2 stone coffins were more than 30 feet long. Not only were they larger in size, but also came with a lot of restrictions around them. There were also 2 cold corpses laid to rest in the 2 stone coffins, but they were unable to see the corpses' appearance because of the restrictions in place. Old Gu, did your master kill these 2 experts as well? Jian Wuxuang asked. Yes, both of them were killed by my master. They were much stronger than the ones you just saw, as they are both Law Lords. Old Gu smiled. Law Lords? Jian Wuxuang was surprised to hear that. Saber Master was also shocked. They might not have heard of Law Lords, but they figured that Law Lords must have been above undying saints. They had no idea how powerful a Law Lord was, but they figured that Law Lord must be much more powerful than an undying saint. Old Gus Master not only had killed those invincible undying saints but also killed 2 Law Lords. The Master's cultivation realm was obviously at the Law Lord realm at least, and possibly a top-rated Law Lord. Old Gu leaped forward and a towering throne soon appeared out of thin air. He sat on the throne while looking down at Jian Wuxuang and the others with interest. Now the 5 of you must come to this secret realm for the many opportunities and treasures left by my master, right? Old Gu smiled. Yes. The group of 5 did not deny the fact. Haha, my master did leave behind many opportunities when my master created this secret realm, such that even his greatest inheritance is here. However, my master's realm is too high, and you are merely at the grand ultimate god realm. Let's not talk about my master's inheritance. You're not even qualified to go through the tests left behind by my master. It's out of pure luck that you can get up till here, said Old Gu. Jian Wuxuang and the rest turned slightly pale. Don't be upset. What my master left behind isn't something minor grand ultimate gods like you can handle, those trials included. You must at least be an undying saint to undergo the trials, and even then only extremely powerful undying saints that meet my master's requirement can go through a level or 2. However, none of you are qualified to do so. If I wasn't bored and deliberately made it easy for all of you, you won't even be able to get through those several places of crisis set up along the way. You won't even be able to make it up to here, added old Gu. Jian Wushuang was startled. He finally understood all the dangers they encountered along the way were controlled by old Gu. Every type of danger they encountered was in old Gu's palm. In the first cemetery, old Gu was the one who decides whether they would encounter any corpse puppets, including the type of corpse puppets. As for the 2 interspatial rings they got at the beginning, old Gu must have deliberately placed them there. Old Gu continued after a short pause. In fact, there are many opportunities my master left behind in this secret realm. For example, this cemetery you're in now has dozens of experts in the coffins. Apart from the experts that my master particularly valued, the treasures that used to belong to these experts are kept in place. You can get them if you're capable, but unfortunately, none of you are powerful enough to get close to the coffins. Jian Wushuang and the others exchanged embarrassed looks with each other, as they agreed with old Gu. They had indeed failed to reach out for the great opportunities laid before them. Don't be disheartened. Each of you has previously gotten an opportunity. As for now, I'll give you one more opportunity because of the difficulties you went through to get here, said old Gu casually. Jian Wushuang and the rest had their eyes lit up all of a sudden. Old Gu smiled and flipped his hand as an interspatial ring appeared in his hand. Old Gu asked, "Can you see this? The items in this interspatial ring will be the last you can get from this secret realm. They were nothing to my master, but are definitely considered great treasures to grand ultimate gods such as you and even ordinary undying saints. Now," old Gu cracked a strange smile before he slid one hand across the air and a spatial passage appeared out of thin air before old Gu threw the interspatial ring into it. "I've thrown the interspatial ring into the other end of the spatial passage somewhere in a vast dark void. The 5 of you can enter this spatial passage and start searching in the dark void. I'll give you 3 hours. Whoever finds the interspatial ring and brings it out within 3 hours shall be the new owner of the interspatial ring. However, don't blame me if you fail to locate the interspatial ring within 3 hours." Old Gu smiled indifferently as the spatial passage grew bigger under his control. Now go on. Chapter 2733 The Search. The 5 exchanged looks at the enlarging spatial passage before skimming into the spatial passage. The corner of old Gus's mouth curled up, revealing a playful smile after the 5 entered the spatial passage. "It's been a long time since I saw a cultivator and finally you came. I hope you'll let me have some fun." The other end of the spatial passage was indeed a vast expanse of darkness. Jian Wushuang and the rest emerged one after another from the spatial passage that remained in place. "I guess this void must be huge. Otherwise, Master Gu won't have given us 3 hours, said Sabermaster. Master Gu is the spirit of this secret realm and has full control over it. He seems to have casually thrown the interspatial ring, but the ring was thrown quite far away. It could be somewhere deep in the darkness and emptiness, either in the center or the end of this dark void, said Grand Ultimate God Hongqin. We only have 3 hours, so we can't delay too much. All 5 of us better spread out and look for it. Whoever is lucky will get it, said Devilish Wind King. Yes, agreed Long Xianzi. I agree too. Jian Wushuang also nodded. We'd better get going if that's the case, Saber Master suggested, and the 5 of them immediately went off in different directions and began their search alone in the dark void. The 5 of them firmly believed the interspatial ring was in the dark void, as not only did they see old Gu throw the interspatial ring into the dark void with their own eyes, but also felt that old Gu would not deceive them. Even if old Gu wanted to fool or make fun of them, he had to throw some bait. The interspatial ring was the bait, and the treasures within must be something highly sought after. Jian Wushuang was extremely fast in the boundless dark void while his soul power was at work sweeping and scanning his surroundings. Fortunately, this dark void has no restrictions on soul power, and I can still use it to investigate my surroundings, mumbled Jian Wushuang. As a perfect chaotic creature, he had the most perfect soul power despite being only a high-level heaven ultimate god. His soul power was extremely powerful and had a wide coverage area. It was even considered stronger when compared to those other grand ultimate gods who went along with him into the dark void. With his powerful and wide-sensing ability on top of his astonishing speed, it seemed very advantageous for him to locate the interspatial ring. He kept walking toward the depths of the dark void but was disappointed to have no sight of the interspatial ring after searching for more than an hour and scanning almost the entire dark void. He had no choice but to return to the starting point and pick another route. Jian Wushuang met Devilish Wind King along the way. Alliance Master Su Han. Devilish Wind King came right next to Jian Wushuang. Have you found it? No. Jian Wushuang shook his head. I've gotten right to the end of this void yet still haven't found it. I guess it's normal as this dark void is huge after all. Have you found it? Of course not. Devilish Wind King shrugged. Neither you nor I found it. I wonder if the other three luck out, said Jian Wushuang. Humph, I'm afraid they'll pretend not to have found it even if they did. I guess no one will be willing to split the treasures in the interspatial ring with the rest. Devilish Wind King coldly snorted. Jian Wushuang understood. People were selfish in such circumstances, and he was no exception. He would also deny that he found it if he happened to chance across the interspatial ring when the five of them gathered. Alliance Master Su Han, why do you think old Gu chucked the interspatial ring in here and told the five of us to look for it? Devilish Wind King squinted his eyes skeptically. Jian Wushuang shook his head. I don't know, but it's not that simple. Of course it's not simple. He could have just given it to us directly if he wanted to give us an opportunity instead of having us searching for it based on our luck. I think he wants us to fight against each other to test our abilities, said Devilish Wind King. That could be the case. Jian Wushuang did not deny it. Alliance Master Su Han, you and I are the only two primary level Grand Ultimate Gods after Ishin's death in the first cemetery. Both of us are at an absolute disadvantage, so we should really gang up if anything happens. Saber Master, Hong Chen, or Long Xianzi, either one of them could easily crush us, said Devilish Wind King solemnly. I know, don't worry. The two of us will be on the same side if something happens, said Jian Wushuang reassuringly. Devilish Wind King smiled. That will do. Okay, there's still some time, so let's go and find it, said Devilish Wind King before he left. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed as he watched Devilish Wind King leave. From the very beginning, Devilish Wind King has been really good to me and told me many things in this secret realm. He had also given me a corpse poison pill that he prepared and also repeatedly told me that we should join forces. But I've always felt something is wrong with him, murmured Jian Wushuang. He could not pinpoint the fault in Devilish Wind King at that moment. Jian Wushuang had instinctively thought that Devilish Wind King was behaving strangely. The primary level Grand Ultimate God Devilish Wind King was the weakest among the 6 adventurers. However, he had miraculously survived being chased by a gold-armored corpse puppet. Jian Wushuang thought it was weird. All these people who came to the secret realm seem cooperative, but all of them have their agendas. Each of them wants to get the most out of this trip, so I can't be foolish and believe any of them, especially Devilish Wind King. Jian Wushuang smiled before continuing his search in the dark void. Jian Wushuang did not find the interspatial ring even after searching around for a long time, so he had no choice but to return to the spatial passage's location. 3 hours were almost up and the other 4 had also returned to the starting point one after another. Devilish Wind King was the last to return. Devilish Wind King, have you found the interspatial ring? Saber Master looked over his shoulder. Devilish Wind King asked. No, how about you all? Saber Master, Hong Chen, Long Xianzi, and Jian Wushuang shook their heads. None of them admitted to finding the interspatial ring. Chapter 2734, In Saber Master's Hand. No one found it? Grand Ultimate God Hong Chen looked dejected. This dark void is really huge on top of the time given to us being too short. Although the 5 of us scattered around in search for the interspatial ring, we've probably only searched half of this area after 3 hours with the other half remaining unchecked. It's normal if we don't find it, but it's a pity. Saber Master looked a little disappointed. Unfortunately, old Gu has given us a chance, But we didn't get anything. Long Xianzi also shook her head. Time's up. Let's go out, said Sabermaster. He immediately skimmed toward the spatial passage that stayed open nearby. Hong Chen and Long Xianzi looked at each other as both of them were ready to go after Sabermaster. However, Jian Wushuang and the Devilish Wind King did not move. Alliance Master Su Han and Devilish Wind King, both of you aren't going? Sabermaster looked puzzled. Jian Wushuang did not answer but only stared at Sabermaster with a strange luster in his eyes. Devilish Wind King squinted his eyes slightly and commented in a low voice. Sabermaster, old Gus interspatial ring should be in your hands, am I right? What? Sabermaster was surprised as he stopped dead in his tracks. Hong Chen and Long Xianzi also stopped and looked over their shoulders in surprise. Devilish Wind King, what do you mean that I have the interspatial ring? Sabermaster's gaze was a little cold. It's very simple, I'm just speculating. Devilish Wind King smiled indifferently. Although we aren't close before and I don't know much about you, but I know one matter for sure, you're extremely powerful and ambitious. Otherwise, you wouldn't have become one of the faction's leaders in Crimson Stone Fort. It's possible that none of us found the interspatial ring today. However, it's also likely that one of us found it but refused to admit it. I won't be so easygoing if I were you in such circumstances. I would have questioned everyone here one by one and possibly even killed the other 4 people. Kill the 4 of us and then check whether we have the interspatial ring so you will be certain if we have old Gus' interspatial ring. It's the safest way. Even if you are worried about failing to kill the 4 of us, you'd also think of other ways such as stirring up suspicion against each other so that we start fighting internally. But now, you trust us too much as though you believed we didn't get the interspatial ring. You didn't have any doubts and neither did you try to find out more from us as you just wanted to leave here as quickly as possible. It's entirely normal if this happens to the 4 of us because we aren't as powerful as you with nothing much we can do even if we have our doubts. But this doesn't seem right for someone of your stature. At the very least, I won't have let the rest leave here so easily if I were you. Hong Chen and Long Xianzi's expression changed after hearing Devilish Wind King's lengthy explanation. Previously it had not crossed their mind but they agreed with Devilish Wind King's words. Sabermaster was behaving oddly. It might not be true when the 5 of them claimed to have not located the interspatial ring. What if one of them was lying? Not only did Sabermaster not doubt anyone, but also wanted them to leave quickly. Something smells fishy. In conclusion, there's only one possibility, which is you must have found old Gus' interspatial ring and kept it. That's why you didn't care about the 4 of us and didn't even think about forcing us to tell the truth as it was unnecessary, was it not? Sabermaster, I wonder if my deduction is correct? Devilish Wind King looked at Sabermaster with a sly smile. Jian Wushuang's expression was also very strange. He did not leave immediately because he saw right through Sabermaster as well. He and Devilish Wind King shared the same doubts. Hong Chen and Long Xianzi both gave a side glance to Sabermaster as soon as Devilish Wind King finished talking. Sabermaster, is it true? Hong Chen was staring at Sabermaster. Sabermaster denied. Nonsense! I didn't persecute or attack any of you because we have gone through thick and thin in this secret realm together. Why are all of you suspecting me now? Haha, Sabermaster, is that really the truth? Although we came to this secret realm together, we're here only for our interests. Everyone knows quite well the length our friendship extends to, or rather the lack of it. Even if we do, no one will be able to withstand the temptations, right? Devilish Wind King sneered. Hong Chen, Long Xianzi, and Jian Wushuang had cold expressions on their faces. Sabermaster, is old Gus' interspatial ring really in your hands? Long Xianzi was staring at Sabermaster. No, said Sabermaster coldly. No one will believe that. Let's do it this way. You should take out your interspatial ring and let all of us skim through it. We'll apologize to you if old Gus' ring is truly not there. How about that? Grand Ultimate God Hong Chen suggested. Sabermaster smirked. What a joke. I said I didn't have it and that's it. Who do you think you are to make me put my interspatial ring up for investigation? Are all of you undying saints? Even if you're undying saints, there's no way I'll obediently hand over my interspatial ring for an inspection. 1. Don't blame the four of us if this is the case. Grand Ultimate God Hongchen sounded gloomy before he immediately looked at the three people beside him. Long Xianzi, Su Han, and Devilish Wind King, what do the three of you think? We can only try some harsher methods since Saber Master chose not to cooperate, said Long Xianzi with her green spear already out. Jian Wushuang and Devilish Wind King were staring down at Saber Master. The four people did not communicate too much, but had nonetheless reached a consensus. They were almost certain that old Gus' interspatial ring was with Saber Master, and extremely eager for the opportunities contained therein. Therefore, the other four members had decided to gang up and force Saber Master into handing the interspatial ring over. Chapter 2735, Oppression. The four of you want to fight me? Saber Master's cold gaze swept across Jian Wushuang and the other three Grand Ultimate Gods as a terrifying breath of aura started brewing in his body. It felt like he was far more powerful than the average high-level Grand Ultimate God, such that both Hongchen and Long Xianzi felt inferior. Jian Wushuang and the other three were in a standoff against Saber Master. Even though it was 4 against 1, the four of them were aware of Saber Master's much stronger strength when compared to the average high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. In that case, the four of them might have a slim chance of winning against Saber Master by teaming up. Be careful and don't be careless, Grand Ultimate God Hongchen reminded the other three. Of course, look what I've received. Long Xianzi's eyes narrowed before flipped her hand to reveal a bronze mirror. The bronze mirror started to be filled with a faint golden mist in which Long Xianzi then pointed her finger. Buzz! The bronze mirror was emitting fulgurant golden lights. Each stream of the golden lights was extremely dazzling and bright. The countless light streams then started to come together densely at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, those golden light rays filled the surrounding void and superimposed each other to instantly form a golden light domain. Domain oppression! Long Xianzi announced in a thunderous voice as the golden light domain unleashed a powerful force against Saber Master. Saber Master quivered slightly with a strange luster flashed in his eyes. A domain treasure? Judging from its power, this must be a pinnacle heavenly treasure. Long Xianzi, you've got a great gift from this secret realm. Long Xianzi merely smiled faintly. Ordinary heavenly treasures serve no purpose to Heaven Ultimate God or Grand Ultimate God cultivators. Even a high-level heavenly treasure was nothing in the eyes of Grand Ultimate Gods. On the other hand, pinnacle heavenly treasures were rather precious. An offensive divine weapon pinnacle heavenly treasure would attract the attention of ordinary Grand Ultimate Gods, whereas a defensive armor pinnacle heavenly treasure was coveted by many Grand Ultimate Gods. Long Xianzi had taken out a very special domain treasure pinnacle heavenly treasure. A domain treasure was much more precious than a defensive armor. Long Xianzi's bronze mirror's value was extraordinary. It was impossible for a high-level Grand Ultimate God such as herself to possess such a valuable treasure under normal circumstances. She was likely to have gotten that treasure from the secret realm. Each of them received an interspatial ring when they first arrived at the ancient castle in which it came with previous treasures. For instance, Jian Wushuang had gotten 5 Huangji golden pill. The four of them except Jian Wushuang were at the secret realm 50 years ago, and had also received an interspatial ring each. In other words, Long Xianzi had at least 2 treasures, with the bronze mirror being one of them. The treasure is good, but your divine power is mediocre. The domain oppression won't have much effect on me. Saber Master's voice was cold. His breath of aura had weakened, but not by a lot despite under the golden light domain's oppression. His breath of aura was still rather strong nonetheless. Jian Wushuang took a step forward. Long Xianzi, let me help you. A majestic golden divine power surged behind Jian Wushuang while Jian Wushuang spoke. In the blink of an eye, a 10,000-foot tall golden emperor was formed behind him. The golden emperor wore golden armor that looked intimidating, as though it ruled over everything beneath him. Jian Wushuang then pointed his finger. Whoosh! The golden divine power sea hit with strong propelling force. Although the golden divine power sea came like a tidal wave, it did not hit the golden light domain but instead overlapped with the golden light domain under Jian Wushuang's careful control and instantly conjured a huge golden prison within heaven and earth with the golden lights enshrouded the golden prison. Golden light domain and prison of punishment, the double domain oppression had superimposed. Jian Wushuang's divine god of punishment had reached a height of 10,000 feet. It was the technique's third level. The prison of punishment was being displayed once again with its power being much stronger than before as it came with even more impressive domain oppression. Saber Master's face sank under the pressure of the double domain oppression that was building up over his body that in turn increased the oppression acting on him. A domain secret technique? Haha, not bad. Is there any more? Saber Master jeered. There is, of course. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently before his sword intent rose to the heavens as he displayed his 100,000-mile sword world. Principal world? Saber Master smiled contemptuously as he too discharged saber intent and formed a terrifying principal world. The two principal worlds collided. It was only a matter of seconds when... swoosh! The principal world conjured by Saber Master was completely crushed, shrunk, and eventually collapsed. Saber Master was horrified. What? Both of us performed a complete principal world. In addition, I achieved my complete principal world much earlier than him, so my principal world should be more stable. Why did it crash when mine collided with his? How incredible is his principal world? Saber Master had no idea that Jian Wushuang's principal world was at 100,000 miles. Jian Wushuang was the only person who could perform that level of strength. The horrifying principal world could suppress much higher-leveled opponents. For example, Jian Wushuang's principal world could already suppress profound sword worlds while still at the merit level. Jian Wushuang and Saber Master both had complete principal world and stood at similar levels. However, he could easily defeat Saber Master's principal world when Jian Wushuang displayed a small portion of his power. After Saber Master's principal world had collapsed, Jian Wushuang's sword world started oppressing Saber Master. It was equivalent to Saber Master being triple oppressed at the moment. The triple oppression power was extremely powerful, such that Saber Master showed a twisted expression as he struggled to ward off the oppression. Saber Master was powerful indeed. However, his strength was weakened to a very low level under the triple oppression. Of course, Jian Wushuang had conserved his power as he was capable of performing a fourth suppression, which was the extremely powerful star armor domain of the 9 Sparkle Star Armor, but he did nothing as such. Hong Chun and Devilish Wind King, who were in the void, had noticed the tremendous oppression Saber Master had been subjected to and were overjoyed. Alliance Master Su Han, good work. Long Xianzi glanced at Jian Wushuang. It's great. Grand Ultimate God Hongchen added. Saber Master can only probably exert less than 70% of his usual powers. You guys can go ahead. Jian Wushuang smiled. Chapter 2736. A Fierce Battle Boom. Boom! Hongchen and Long Xianzi directly took action. The Grand Ultimate God Hongchen had an extremely wild aura, and the moment his aura came storming outward, his figure also grew 3 meters tall. He became extremely strong and burly like a small mountain, and even had on completely black armor that looked like beast scales. The armor looked extremely cold as it covered his entire body, while his burly body came hitting Saber Master ferociously. An illusory shadow of an extremely huge beast that looked imposing and ferocious also appeared behind him. Long Xianzi controlled the golden light domain and also came attacking speedily. She appeared beside Saber Master like a ghost as a wave of terrifying aura coagulated on the green spear in her hands as though it was prepared to carry out a fatal attack. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang and Devilish Wind King were only primary level Grand Ultimate Gods on the surface, so they could not rush forward and fight face to face with Saber Master, hence they searched for an opportunity from the side. For example, Jian Wushuang had 9 of his infernal crimson divine swords floating there, with all of them combined to form a huge black divine sword. Attack! Grand Ultimate God Hong Chen's ruthlessness exploded and was the first to appear beside Saber Master, as his mountain-like figure went knocking into the ladder. Humph! The Saber Master humphed coldly as his combat power was still extremely strong even though he was being suppressed by 3 parties with his output only at less than 70%. He could be seen suddenly striding forward as he waved the purple battle saber in his hands outward. An overpowering saber light went sweeping forward with burning purple flames and looked like it intended to burn the entire void down. Boom! The humongous purple fire sea slightly shook after Grand Ultimate God Hong Chen knocked into it. However, the burning temperature in the sea of fire also caused Grand Ultimate God Hong Chen's facial expression to slightly change as his body came to a direct pause. Whoosh! A rotating spear shadow with incomparable strength and power came stabbing towards Saber Master's head like a dragon coming forth from its lair. The Saber Master was aware earlier of what was going on. His body slightly trembled before unleashing an attack with his saber which directly sent the spear's shadow flying outward and Long Xianzi stumbling backward. What a strong wave of power! He still has such an overpowering force even though he's being suppressed by 3 forces? Long Xianzi was completely stunned. However, a black divine sword came rushing towards him like a mountain drilled the moment Saber Master fought off Long Xianzi. The black divine sword not only carried the power of transmigration law but also emitted a strong aura of destruction. The first sword formation of the transmigration sword formation, Heaven's Edge. How dare a firefly to contend with the sun or moon's brightness? The Saber Master smiled in disdain as he did not even pull his saber when facing the sword formation. He only slightly moved his body before a huge wave of divine power coagulated into a huge fiery beast in the void ahead of him. The fiery beast managed to send the black divine sword flying with only a forward pounce. Great! Jian Wushuang spoke with uncontrollable admiration, but a smile soon appeared at the corners of his mouth. Let's try this then. Jian Wushuang's divine power exploded as the power of transmigration law had also been unleashed. The black divine sword that was sent flying backwards suddenly dismantled into 9 infernal crimson divine swords amid the void before quickly combining again. However, the swords did not turn into the black divine sword but became a black blunt object that looked like a huge piece of black-colored wood. The huge black wood was still in the shape of a sword. Boom! The huge black would once again attack Saber Master under Jian Wushuang's control. The huge black wood was much slower compared to the black divine sword but had even more terrifying power concealed within it. The second sword formation of the transmigration sword formation, all sank. The Saber Master's eyes froze when facing the huge black wood and chose to swing his saber at that moment. Bang! Purple flames filled the entire space as the terrifying saber's shadow directly knocked into the huge black wood. A low collision sound could be heard as the huge black wood slightly trembled before it resumed its attacks. The Saber Master's facial expression darkened. It looks like I've underestimated you. You may have been lucky when you killed FOE as a peak heaven ultimate god, but you're really quite strong. At the very least, the power from this sword formation you're showing right now is already comparable to ordinary high-level grand ultimate gods. Unfortunately, all of you are still very far off if you want to get rid of me using such methods. The Saber Master's voice was so loud that the sky trembled. His body was soon covered in burning purple flames. At that moment, the dark void around them was completely engulfed in a sea of purple flames. The purple flames were pounding around madly, which caused a certain effect toward Jian Wushuang's prison of punishment and Long Xianzi's golden light domain. The Saber Master had also completely erupted. He swung the purple saber in his hands over and over again. Every wave was accompanied by raging fires and ferocious power. The power of his saber skill was still suffocatingly strong under the 3 parties' suppression. He had transformed into a king of flames and also a Saber Master. He and his saber alone could sweep and destroy everything in the heavens and earth. Jian Wushuang, Hong Chen, Long Xianzi, and Devilish Wind King, who had been looking for an opportunity to attack, did not have any advantage despite working together. On the contrary, they were being forced into a disadvantageous position. He's really powerful. He's truly one of the top 3 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods in the Danyang continent. His current show of power is after being suppressed by 3 parties. We won't be his opponent even if the 4 of us work together if his power completely erupted without any suppression," said Long Xianzi in a low voice. "Humph, so what if he's powerful? He has to die if he doesn't hand over the interspatial ring." Grand Ultimate God Hong Chen humphed coldly before moving his body and suddenly waved his hand the moment he collided with Saber Master. Whoosh! 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 4 cold figures suddenly appeared in the void beside them. Those 4 figures looked like humans but were cold and lifeless. Apart from that, they had a layer of bronze-colored light covering their body surface. "These are corpse puppets?" Jian Wushuang's facial expression changed. "For bronze-armored corpse puppets?" Long Xianzi and Devilish Wind King also looked at Grand Ultimate God Hongchen in surprise. "Grand Ultimate God Hongchen, how did you obtain bronze-armored corpse puppets? Could it be?" Long Xianzi's facial expression changed as she thought of a possibility. She obtained 2 interspatial rings from the secret realm respectively and got her hands on 2 special treasures. One of them was the bronze mirror that unleashed the golden light domain. Grand Ultimate God Hongchen had also obtained 2 interspatial rings. He might have obtained several bronze-armored corpse puppets from those rings. Attack! 4 bronze-armored corpse puppets appeared in the void as Grand Ultimate God Hongchen gave an order. In the blink of an eye, those 4 bronze-armored corpse puppets immediately attacked Saber Master. Chapter 2737 Holy Treasure Purple Bell Boom. Boom! 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 All 4 bronze-armored corpse puppets were extremely ferocious and completely obeyed Grand Ultimate God Hong Chen's order, as they directly turned into 4 lightning bolts before appearing in front of Saber Master. The Saber Master smiled in disdain when he saw that. "What can a mere 4 bronze-armored corpse puppets do to me?" The Saber Master was extremely vigorous as he moved forward before taking his battle saber out of its sheath, which by then a sea of purple flames had completely covered the 4 bronze-armored corpse puppets. All of them had previously come across bronze-armored corpse puppets that only had the combat prowess of ordinary high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. Therefore, the Saber Master did not pay much attention to them even if there were 4 bronze-armored corpse puppets. He waved the battle saber in his hands in a powerful manner the moment the sea of purple flames covered the bronze-armored corpse puppets. Whoosh! The horrendous saber light tore through heaven and earth as it came cutting down with its terrifying power. Even the purple flame sea was broken by the saber light. However, he discovered all 4 bronze-armored corpse puppets had merged into one before the saber light managed to reach the 4 bronze-armored corpse puppets. The combined puppet punched forward and directly broke the saber light into pieces. "What?" The Saber Master was puzzled. "Haha! Saber Master, do you really think I only got those 4 bronze-armored corpse puppets from this secret realm? In truth, not only did I obtain these 4 bronze-armored corpse puppets, but I've also got a simple corpse puppet formation. This formation allows for those 4 bronze-armored corpse puppets to combine and display combat prowess comparable or stronger than silver-armored corpse puppets." Grand Ultimate God Hongchen laughed out loud and said. The Saber Master's facial expression slightly darkened as he initially did not pay much attention to these 4 bronze-armored corpse puppets moments ago. However, the 4 bronze-armored corpse puppets combination had brought him some pressure. "Attack! Let's attack together and kill him!" Hong Chen, Long Xianzi, and Devilish Wind King were filled with the intent to kill. Naturally, Jian Wushuang also took action and manipulated his transmigration sword formation to carry out attacks. However, he held back some of his power in every attack and had been hiding his true strength the whole time even until that moment. The power he had shown was only of an ordinary high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. Not only the Saber Master, but Hong Chen and the others had also not suspected anything out of the ordinary when they witnessed that. The pressure placed on the Saber Master increased as the combination of those 4 bronze-armored corpse puppets through the use of a formation joined the battle. Hong Chen and Long Xianzi took the opportunity to take action, which caused a huge part of the Saber Master's strength to be suppressed. It was obvious the Saber Master could not endure their attacks under such circumstances, and seemed as though he was going to lose. Ha ha! He won't be able to continue for much longer. Fight with greater strength and kill him! Grand Ultimate God Hongchen looked extremely excited. Saber Master, we're willing to cease our attacks if you obediently hand over the interspatial ring. However, if you continue to act so stubbornly, you'll definitely die today! Long Xianzi also yelled out coldly. Humph, you must be joking. Although Saber Master was in a slightly embarrassed state, the look in his eyes was still extremely cold. Die! Long Xianzi no longer held back. Hum! The huge black wood formed from the 9 infernal crimson divine swords once again attacked Saber Master. Saber Master resisted with his full might but accidentally revealed a flaw that Long Xianzi happened to spot. Die! The green spear in Long Xianzi's hand directly pierced forward like a green rainbow with a strong whistling sound. The green spear pierced through the void and was about to hit Saber Master's head. At that moment, hum! The sound of an ancient clock could suddenly be heard, and the purple halo covering the outer skin layer of Saber Master's body suddenly rose upward. The purple halo was a huge purple clock that completely covered Saber Master. Long Xianzi's green spear had stabbed onto that purple clock, which caused the clock to tremble slightly while giving out a crisp sound. The clock's sound was extremely ghostly, such that even Long Xianzi's soul was slightly affected as the sound spread. How's this possible? Long Xianzi was surprised. She found a great opportunity to take action with such difficulties and originally thought that even if her attack could not kill Saber Master, she would be able to injure him badly. Unfortunately, the purple clock engulfing Saber Master's body had completely blocked the attack. The purple clock has such strong defensive power! Hong Chen and Jian Wushuang also looked seriously at the purple clock engulfing Saber Master's body. Humph! Do you think you're the only ones who have gotten precious items from the secret realm? Do you think I've received nothing? Saber Master had a cold smile even though he was being covered by the purple clock. I got this purple clock from the secret realm 50 years ago and was already extremely delighted because of it. However, the item I obtained from the secret realm this time is even stronger. Jian Wushuang, Hong Chen, Long Xianzi, and Devilish Wind King squinted. They were able to recognize the purple clock was extremely strong and should be a precious pinnacle heavenly treasure. Its value was definitely not lower than Long Xianzi's bronze mirror. However, the Saber Master mentioned the precious item he obtained from the secret realm at that time was even more precious than the purple clock. What precious item could that be? The Saber Master swept past the group of 4 with a cold look in his eyes. He then flipped his hand as the purple battle saber in his hands disappeared. A crimson-colored battle saber that was covered in burning red flames replaced it. The battle saber's color was entirely crimson, such that when Jian Wushuang and the rest took a look at it, they felt like they had seen a boundless sea of blood where everything was dyed in red. They could feel the mystical weapons in their hands tremble the moment the battle saber appeared in Saber Master's hand. This is... Hong Chen and Long Xianzi fixated their gaze on the crimson-colored battle saber. This battle saber is definitely not a heavenly treasure. An ordinary level heavenly treasure won't make us feel this way, not even one at the peak. Devilish Wind King even had a horrified look on his face. This isn't a heavenly treasure, it's so much stronger than one, such that even my Blood Mountain sword trembled slightly. The battle saber should be a holy treasure, Jian Wushuang coldly said. Holy treasure, those 2 simple words had caused Hong Chen, Long Xianzi, and Devilish Wind King's facial expression to darken. The holy treasures were precious items that even undying saints paid high importance toward. The cultivation of any holy treasure was extremely difficult. Its value and power were outrageously strong. It was not something comparable with heavenly treasures. Many undying saints with ordinary strength still did not have a suitable mystical weapon of the holy treasure level, with many still only using pinnacle heavenly treasures. The power displayed by an undying saint that owned a holy treasure and one that used heavenly treasures was vastly different under circumstances where both had similar personal strength. It was the reason a holy treasure would be so highly valued by others. However, The Saber Master actually owned a holy treasure that many powerful undying saint did not have at that moment. Chapter 2738 Swept Away Holy Treasure. A holy treasure in the hands of an undying saint was rumored to be capable of releasing earth-shattering power. Even though Saber Master was not an undying saint and unable to truly unleash the holy treasure's potential power, it would still be extremely terrifying for him to even unleash part of its power. I previously obtained Master Gus' interspatial ring and was quite satisfied with my gains of the purple clock and this battle saber, so I did not think about attacking you to snatch your precious items. Unfortunately, you came to me by yourself, hence you cannot blame me for what's about to happen next. Saber Master smiled coldly as he looked at them snarkily with his eyes. So it's true that he obtained Master Gus' interspatial ring? Devilish Wind King growled slowly. He has finally admitted to it? Hong Chen and Long Xianzi also had darkened expressions on their faces. Haha, so what if I've admitted to it? Do you guys plan to snatch the interspatial ring from me? The Saber Master scoffed. You guys should think about how to survive my attacks first. A murderous intent flashed through the Saber Master's eyes once he finished speaking. Boom! Saber Master moved with the purple clock still engulfing his body as he held the crimson battle saber in his hands while burning flames rose. The crimson battle saber attacked Grand Ultimate God Hongqin in an imposing and unstoppable manner like it was the king of sabers. Block him! Grand Ultimate God Hongqin realized it was not a good idea to trifle with the Saber Master at that moment, hence he did not proactively move forward to engage the Saber Master. He instead ordered the 4 bronze-armored corpse puppets to form the corpse puppet formation and face the attack. Shoo! The Saber Master shouted angrily, and waved his crimson battle saber. Hum! A wave of horrendous power suddenly arrived. Saber Master's strength did not experience any great elevation as he was still under the Golden Light Domain, Prison of Punishment, and Sword World's triple suppression. The saber skills he displayed were one he previously displayed, with the only difference being the changed mystical weapon in his hands. Previously, it was only an offensive divine weapon at the pinnacle heavenly treasure level, which was switched to a holy treasure level at that moment. There was a huge difference between both items. Bang! Heaven and earth trembled following a loud bang. The violent divine power formed a storm and unscrupulously swept towards its surrounding. Amid the divine power storm, the corpse puppet formation formed by the 4 bronze-armored corpse puppets instantly collapsed, with 2 of the 4 bronze-armored corpse puppets killed on the spot while the remaining 2 were sent flying away. What? Grand Ultimate God Hongqin's facial expression immediately changed when he saw that. The corpse puppet formation's combat power formed by the 4 bronze-armored corpse puppets was slightly stronger than a silver-armored corpse puppet, but they were instantly destroyed in the end by Saber Master in a single attack? Saber Master's strength had been elevated to such a level? Haha! Die! Saber Master laughed out loudly as he continued to attack Grand Ultimate God Hongqin after defeating those 4 bronze-armored corpse puppets. Shit! Grand Ultimate God Hongqin was shocked and tried to escape in a crazed manner. Long Xianzi and Jian Wuhuang, who were alongside him, also tried everything they could to stop Saber Master. However, Saber Master was extremely peremptory and completely unaffected. He already arrived behind Grand Ultimate God Hongqin with just a couple of strides. The crimson battle saber once again swung outward. A crimson saber light directly traveled forward brightly and dazzlingly. The saber light even carried burning flames around it. Grand Ultimate God Hongqin had a crazed look in his eyes when he saw the crimson saber light coming toward him. Waves of dull lights also suffused from the black-colored armor covering his body like beast scales as a wave of ancient aura was unleashed. Grand Ultimate God Hongqin had wanted to forcefully endure the saber attack by relying on his divine body and the defensive armor covering his body. However, the crimson saber light instantly cut the black armor, following with some clanking sound before numerous scales on the armor immediately split apart before Grand Ultimate God Hongqin's divine body was also directly cut open. Whoosh! The saber light flew through Grand Ultimate God Hongqin's body and reappeared from the other side. Saber Master also appeared behind Grand Ultimate God Hongchen with a cruel smirk at the edge of his mouth. How? How is this possible? Grand Ultimate God Hongchen's eyes glared openly with a disbelief expression. He indeed felt the whole situation was unbelievable. After all, the defensive armor he had on was a pinnacle heavenly treasure he obtained from the secret realm. The defensive armor was extremely precious with astounding physical protective capability. He was quite confident in the defensive armor, hence he chose to forcefully endure Saber Master's attack in his moment of helplessness. He felt he should be able to withstand the attack or at worst, badly wounded by it. He was even prepared to be badly injured. However, he did not expect his pinnacle heavenly treasure defensive armor would be immediately cut open by the battle saber. The pinnacle heavenly treasure defensive armor seems as though it was made out of paper before the holy treasure crimson battle saber. A holy treasure is truly a holy treasure. Grand Ultimate God Hongchen smiled bitterly at the bottom of his heart, but his chances of staying alive had been destroyed. Long Xianzi next to him was also horrified when she saw the situation. Saber Master took out the Holy Treasure Battle Saber and defeated all those 4 bronze-armored corpse puppets with one move before also killing Grand Ultimate God Hongchen with a single attack. It had to be known that Grand Ultimate God Hongchen was the strongest amongst them apart from Saber Master. In addition, Grand Ultimate God Hongchen had a pinnacle heavenly treasure defensive armor but was still killed with a single hit. At that moment, if Saber Master wanted to kill them, would it not be? Run! Long Xianzi did not hesitate as she was already frightened out of her mind and dared not continue fighting with Saber Master. Instead, she immediately turned around and wanted to escape. You want to escape? Saber Master still smiled coldly as he had been focusing on Long Xianzi since early on. Although the 4 of them joined forces during the battle alongside the 4 bronze-armored corpse puppets that besieged him, Hong Qin and Long Xianzi were the ones who had been confronting him head-on. Jian Wushuang and Devilish Wind King had been looking for opportunities to attack him, hence both of them were quite far away. He had killed Grand Ultimate God Hong Qin at that moment, hence his next target would naturally be Long Xianzi. Die! Saber Master was extremely hostile and moved speedily. Although he was suppressed by domains, he was still much faster than Long Xianzi, and had already caught up with Long Xianzi within moments. He did not give Long Xianzi any chances to escape once he caught up to her. Saber Master, I don't want Master Gus and Ter Spatial Ring anymore. Please spare me, cried Long Xianzi out in a shrill voice. Spare you? Haha. It's too late now. The Saber Master smiled coldly. He previously did not take action toward Long Xianzi and the rest as he had already gotten what he wanted. However, how could he stop at that moment since he had already taken action and killed Grand Ultimate God Hongchen? Chapter 2739, Deeply Hidden Boom. Saber Master's aura was extremely violent as he gradually got closer to Long Xianzi. Saber Master, don't you force me. You'll have a terrible time if you push me too hard. Long Xianzi suddenly yelled out loudly with a black bead in her hand. The black bead looked like a normal steel ball. However, Saber Master was not the only one who could feel the horrendous destructive power from this black bead once it appeared. Even Jian Wushuang and Devilish Wind King in the void further away felt so. What's that? The Saber Master was stunned. This is the second precious item I've obtained from this secret realm, a meteorite bead. The first item is the bronze mirror that can release the golden light domain, while the other one is this meteorite bead. The meteorite bead is a domineeringly powerful single-use precious item. Its power is comparable to a full-strength blow of a peak Grand Ultimate God. Saber Master, try it if you dare. The most terrible ending is a life and death struggle between the 2 of us. Long Xianzi acted as if she was crazy. Haha. A life and death struggle between us? You think too highly of yourself if you plan to scare me off by simply taking a bead out. What a joke! It's best if you just accept your death. Saber Master laughed loudly and did not slow down his speed. Finally, he arrived behind Long Xianzi and waved the crimson battle in his hands. Long Xianz's facial expression changed drastically as her beautiful eyes were filled with unprecedented madness and despair. Let's die together then! A wretched scream could be heard reverberating across the sky as Long Xianzi activated her divine power with the black bead in her hand that floated some distance forward. A wave of horrendous destructive power then immediately exploded from the black bead. The skies and land were ruined. The entire dark void was completely covered by the wave of destructive energy. The humongous golden prison Jian Wushuang created was instantly destroyed at that moment. The horrendous power was still crazily sweeping across such that it even affected Jian Wushuang and Devilish Wind King who were at the edge. Jian Wushuang and Devilish Wind King's expression drastically darkened as they had to immediately retreat in a risky way to avoid the power. The black void in front of them had been destroyed and was in complete silence. Such power! Jian Wushuang could not help but exclaim. Devilish Wind King exclaimed. Long Xianzi was right. Meteorite Bead's explosive power just now was comparable to a peak Grand Ultimate God's full-strength attack. It's really powerful. I only wonder if Saber Master had died under such dangerous circumstances. Both Jian Wushuang and Devilish Wind King focused on the void in front of them. The area's situation soon appeared in their line of sight. The dark void had regained its peace with Long Xianzi completely disappeared in the middle of the void. She had disappeared from being completely crushed by the horrendous power. However, Saber Master was still standing in the void. It could be seen that Saber Master was slightly pale with some blood trickling on the edge of his mouth. However, the aura on his body had not been weakened. The purple clock was still engulfing his entire body despite growing dull from withstanding the crazy attack just moments ago. It could be seen that Saber Master had managed to withstand the terrifying power just moments ago, and was not badly hurt. The bronze mirror and Long Xianz's interspatial ring fell into the Saber Master's hands with the wave of his hand. Saber Master's cold eyes then looked over to Jian Wushuang and Devilish Wind King with killing intent. Hong Qin and Long Xianzi are dead. Both of you will be next. Saber Master had a snicker on his face. Jian Wushuang and Devilish Wind King had darkened expressions on their faces. Alliance Master Su-Han, don't hide any means that you have and use them all. Both of us might then have a chance to survive if we fight together. Devilish Wind King yelled from the side. Fight together? Jian Wushuang smirked before his body trembled and completely unleashed his understanding of space-time law as he instantly retreated. Alliance Master Su-Han. Devilish Wind King was startled before mumbling to himself, what a scum! He originally thought Jian Wushuang would join him and try their best to fight Saber Master but did not expect Jian Wushuang would choose to immediately escape. Saber Master laughed heartily when he saw that. Haha. Su-Han is really smart. He's well versed in space-time law, so he's quite fast. Am not confident in killing him if he truly wants to escape in this dark void. However, Devilish Wind King, you don't plan to run even when Su-Han escapes? Saber Master looked at Devilish Wind King with great interest. Devilish Wind King initially looked grim but soon had some slight changes to his facial expressions. He seemed to be extremely frightened previously, as though he was intimidated by Saber Master's power. However, his expression had softened at the moment he was left alone to face Saber Master despite Hong Qin and Long Xianzi being killed while Jian Wushuang chose to escape from the fight. A soft smile even started to grow on his face. Devilish Wind King coldly said, Saber Master, you've thought too highly of yourself. How are you worthy of forcing me to escape? Saber Master narrowed his eyes. Oh, Devilish Wind King? Although you're only a primary level Grand Ultimate God, you're quite famous in the Danyang continent. However, you've always been extremely cunning, which seems to be the truth. You must have some last resort that you've never used despite encouraging others to take action. You've been observing from the side previously when Hong Qin, Long Xianzi, and Su-Han joined forces to kill me. You even wanted to make Su-Han fight me with his full strength after I've shown my true strength by killing Hong Qin and Long Xianzi. Haha. You keep making us fight each other while you gain profits without doing anything. What a great plan. I just wonder if your last resort is strong enough, and if you're planning to face me alone. Saber Master stared at Devilish Wind King but dared not underestimate him. He was able to see the Devilish Wind King had been scheming against them since the beginning. He had been encouraging them to fight but never showed any of his methods. Devilish Wind King planned to only show his means at the moment Hong Chen and Long Xianzi died while Jian Wuxuang escaped to the distant void. The Saber Master was certain the Devilish Wind King relied on something but he had no idea what it was. Saber Master, you aren't too stupid. Unfortunately, the others aren't as smart as you. Devilish Wind King smiled lightly and waved his hand. A figure appeared beside him out of nowhere. Saber Master's originally quite calm facial expression suddenly changed when he saw the person's sudden appearance. Devilish Wind King, you've hidden your intentions so deeply. Chapter 2740. Devilish Wind King's backing. Devilish Wind King, you've hidden so deeply. Saber Master tightened his fists as his eyes were filled with anger while he stared at Devilish Wind King and the figure that suddenly appeared beside him. However, Devilish Wind King only smiled coldly. On the other hand, the figure beside him was a bald man that was almost 2 meters tall. The bald man seemed lifeless without a hint of vitality, and was another corpse puppet. However, gentle golden lights were being released from his body. Gold-armored corpse puppet. The bald man was a gold-armored corpse puppet. Previously, they chose to run without any hesitation when they were in the cemetery as they did not dare to fight a gold-armored corpse puppet whenever they came across one. Every gold-armored corpse puppet had the combat power of a peak grand ultimate god. However, the Devilish Wind King had waved his hand and taken out a gold-armored corpse puppet at that moment. Saber Master, I have to admit that both items that you previously obtained during these 2 trips to the secret realm, the purple clock on your body and the holy treasure battle saber, are extremely rare. The precious items you obtained must be the best compared to the rest. Unfortunately, my luck is better than yours. Devilish Wind King smiled. The first item I obtained 50 years ago when I came to this secret realm with all of you is this gold-armored corpse puppet. The item I obtained this time is also a corpse puppet. Devilish Wind King once again waved his hand as he spoke before another figure appeared beside him. It was another corpse puppet, but with a gentle silver light being released from its body. It was a silver-armored corpse puppet. A gold-armored corpse puppet and a silver-armored corpse puppet stood next to the Devilish Wind King with one on the right while the other on the left. Devilish Wind King had a ghastly smile on his face. Saber Master's expression had grown extremely dark. He never imagined the 2 precious items Devilish Wind King obtained from the secret realm were 2 corpse puppets. The silver-armored corpse puppet was still fine, but he even obtained a gold-armored corpse puppet which had the combat power comparable to a peak grand ultimate god. No wonder you tried your best to get them to kill me. You wanted to get rid of the others with my power before dealing with me using your full strength, said Saber Master in a low voice. Devilish Wind King also directly admitted. Indeed, if I directly took action when Hong Chen and Long Xianzi were still here, I'll still be able to overpower all of you with the gold-armored corpse puppet. However, if you were able to keep the gold-armored corpse puppet occupied for a moment, Hong Chen and Long Xianzi would be able to take action and could have easily killed me as I'm quite weak. However, Hong Chen and Long Xianzi have died while Su Han escaped, leaving just the 2 of us. Apart from that, the power from Long Xianzi's meteorite bead just now had wounded you. Under such circumstances, the gold-armored corpse puppet from my 2 corpse puppets would be enough to kill you while the silver-armored corpse puppet will be guarding me, leaving you with no opportunities. You're sure to die. Kill! Devilish Wind King yelled coldly and ordered the gold-armored corpse puppet beside him. The 2 meters tall gold-armored corpse puppet's horrendous aura was immediately unleashed. Its humongous body transformed into a stream of golden light before directly attacking Saber Master. Saber Master's facial expression darkened as he immediately swung the battle saber in his hands. A glaring crimson saber light fiercely slashed outward. Saber Master had activated a huge portion of the Holy Treasure's power. However, the gold-armored corpse puppet did not retreat when seeing the crimson saber light. It also had a huge saber in his hands and straightforwardly slashed forward fiercely. Clank! The crimson saber light immediately dimmed down with a loud bang as Saber Master was sent flying backward. The power of a peak grand ultimate god! Saber Master's facial expression darkened. It was true that he was extremely strong and considered one of the top powerhouses among high-level grand ultimate gods. He was almost invincible among high-level grand ultimate gods when combined with his holy treasure. Ordinary high-level grand ultimate gods such as Hongchen and Long Xianzi were easily defeated by him even though they had used many means and precious items. However, he was unable to compete against a true peak grand ultimate god regardless of how powerful he was. The gold-armored corpse puppet indeed had the combat power of a peak grand ultimate god. Apart from that, the gold-armored corpse puppet was too peremptory. He was much more brutal compared to Saber Master, and was extremely fast as the gold-armored corpse puppet rushed towards Saber Master. The saber in his hands was extremely strong as he waved it crazily, purely suppressing Saber Master with his strength. The saber light was swift and carried thunderous power as it completely locked onto Saber Master. Saber Master could only helplessly withstand the attack with his saber. However, he was completely crushed by the gold-armored corpse puppet's terrifying power during every collision, with the residual power affecting the purple clock on the surface of his body. Every collision carried such results, and after dozens of times, the purple color of the purple clock on the surface of his body had become extremely dull, as though it was going to completely break. ***, I can't hold it anymore. Saber Master's complexion had turned slightly pale. Although the purple clock was a powerful defensive item, it was not completely invincible. The purple clock soon reached its endurance limit after repeatedly facing such strong impacts over and over again under such collision and overpowering strikes. Finally, the purple clock covering Saber Master's body directly broke with a loud bang. A strong collision directly impacted Saber Master's divine body and caused him to let out a muffled humph as blood immediately trickled from the corners of his mouth. Haha! He finally fails to withstand the attack. Gold-armored corpse puppet, kill him! Devilish Wing King had been observing from a void not far away and was delighted when he saw the purple clock on Saber Master's body surface had broken down. Saber Master naturally entailed strenuous effort to withstand the gold-armored corpse puppet without the purple clock's protection. His divine body had also failed to withstand the continuous collisions, hence his wounds worsened while his aura grew weaker. Saber Master had undoubtedly been forced to his very limits. He'll die if this continues. Saber Master looked at the dark voids around him with cold eyes. It was not that he did not want to escape, but he was different from Jian Wushuang. He was unfamiliar with space-time law and could not travel speedily. Apart from that, the gold-armored corpse puppet was much faster than him, and would not give him any chance to escape. He also thought about killing Devilish Wing King, but the gold-armored corpse puppet blocking him was giving huge pressures, disabling him to do anything else. The most important matter was Devilish Wind King still had a silver-armored corpse puppet by his side. Even if he was lucky enough to get rid of the gold-armored corpse puppet and arrived in front of Devilish Wing King, Devilish Wing King could still stop him by getting the silver-armored corpse puppet to take action. Just when Saber Master was forced into desperation and thinking hard to form countermeasures. Saber Master's expression suddenly wavered because he noticed a figure had arrived in the void not far behind Devilish Wind King. Chapter 2741. Finally made a move. Isn't this Su Han? Saber Master narrowed his eyes. He was not the only person who noticed Jian Wushuang who had appeared in the void behind him. Devilish Wind King noticed it as well. Alliance Master Su Han, you're so daring to return? Devilish Wind King turned around and glanced at Jian Wushuang with a cold look in his eyes. Jian Wushuang stood in the dark void and stared at Devilish Wind King with a smile at the corners of his mouth. Devilish Wind King, I've realized since earlier on that you were hiding your means all this while. I grew more alert toward you since you managed to escape from being chased by a gold-armored corpse puppet. It seems like my assumptions were correct. You own a gold-armored corpse puppet and a silver-armored corpse puppet. Ha ha! You're really quite strong, Devilish Wind King said with a snicker. So what if you realized? Hong Chen and Long Xianzi have died. What changes can you alone make? The person Devilish Wind King feared the most among the other 5 who entered the secret realm that time was Saber Master, with Hong Chen and Long Xianzi next in line. As for Jian Wushuang and Yi Xin, he did not pay much attention to them from the beginning. It was naturally the same at that moment, since he did not pay much attention to them previously. You have a really good plan. Unfortunately, you've calculated something incorrectly, said Jian Wushuang. What did I calculate incorrectly? Devilish Wind King asked. You've underestimated my true strength. Jian Wushuang smiled oddly and instantly moved. Whoosh! The space-time law was directly activated as Jian Wushuang's speed achieved its peak within moments. However, Devilish Wind King smiled in disdain as he pointed at Jian Wushuang. What a joke! Kill him! The silver-armored corpse puppet beside Devilish Wind King, who had not made any moves, immediately took action when he received Devilish Wind King's order. Although the silver-armored corpse puppet was not as terrifying as the gold-armored corpse puppet, its combat power was considered top-tier among high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. A silver-armored corpse puppet was capable of fighting head-on with Saber Master for some time, which self-explains his true strength. Devilish Wind King noticed Jian Wushuang might have hidden his true strength previously. However, he truly thought that a silver-armored corpse puppet was sufficient to kill Jian Wushuang with ease. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly when he saw the silver-armored corpse puppet coming toward him. A huge wave of golden divine power immediately coagulated behind him before the 10,000-foot-tall Golden Emperor once again appeared between heaven and earth. He also instantaneously activated the 7-star secret technique in his body, which directly raised his realm to another level. At the same time, a layer of dark gold-colored armor slowly appeared on the surface of his body. All 3 secret techniques, Divine God of Punishment, 7-star secret technique, and Precious Armor of the 9 Sparkle Star Armor, were activated at the same time. Jian Wushuang's strength had increased to its extreme level at that moment. Jian Wushuang then pointed with a single finger following his course of actions. Clatter, a wave of hazy dark golden light directly swept across all directions and completely covered the entire area within the blink of an eye. The surging golden divine power sea also came sweeping outward crazily as a huge prison was instantly formed. The 100,000 miles sword world was also directly unleashed without restraints. All 3 domains, Star Armor Domain, Prison of Punishment, and Sword World, had superimposed. Boom! The terrifying power immediately suppressed the silver-armored corpse puppet's body. Although the silver-armored corpse puppet was a corpse puppet without any consciousness, his body still suddenly paused under the suppression wave, with his skimming speed also immediately slowed down. Once all of that was executed, Jian Wushuang finally took action with his sword. It was the first time he took action after stepping foot in the secret realm and 30 years of training in retreat. No matter what previously happened in the secret realm, he only showed a small portion of his means and had never used the 7-star secret technique or 9 Sparkle Star Armor. He also did not unleash his divine power to its extremities. However, his divine power had reached its extreme level at that moment, with him activating all his secret techniques. Silver-armored corpse puppet, let's see if you can withstand this sword attack of mine! A fierce look burst outward from Jian Wushuang's face as he waved forward the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. It was a purely strong sword attack without any additional moves. However, the strength was enough to shake the heavens. The silver-armored corpse puppet suddenly raised his head under the crazy domain's suppression as he fiercely punched forward. The punch came like a huge mountain before both attacks collided with one another. Bang! A low banging sound could be heard. The silver-armored corpse puppet was created using special means and had an extremely strong divine body. However, the silver-armored corpse puppet's outer layer punching hand had directly broken under the collision, with his entire arm twisted. The Blood Mountain sword's domineering power had directly sent the silver-armored corpse puppet falling toward the void below. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang had recovered with a slight tremble of his body. It was completely crushed in terms of power. The silver-armored corpse puppet with the same combat power as a top-tier high-level Grand Ultimate God was completely crushed by Jian Wushuang during a collision of pure strength. How's this possible? Devilish Wind King turned pale with fright when he saw what transpired. He had no idea that Jian Wushuang had crushed a top-tier primary-level Grand Ultimate God called FOE 30 years ago with his full power even before he made a breakthrough. His power back then was already much stronger than FOE and very close to a high-level Grand Ultimate God's. At that moment, he had made a breakthrough in his realm and reached the high-level Heaven Ultimate God, which resulted in a great increase of his divine power. As for his secret techniques, his divine God of punishment had achieved the 3rd level, and when coupled with the 10,000-foot-tall divine God of punishment, his strength at that moment was the highest among high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. He was no weaker when compared to Saber Master, and slightly stronger than the silver-armored corpse puppet. It had to be highlighted that the silver-armored corpse puppet could not even use 70% of its true strength under his triple domain suppression. The silver-armored corpse puppet could only be completely crushed by Jian Wushuang when fighting against him under such circumstances in a fight that relied on pure strength. In order not to attract the other's attention, I've greatly downplayed my divine power and secret techniques. It's really a nice feeling now that I can finally take action with my full power. Jian Wushuang smiled softly, but the look in his eyes felt as though it might burst forward like 2 lightning bolts, as he looked over to Devilish Wind King as a strong killing intent began to rise. *T. Devilish Wind King's expression darkened. He could see the strong killing intent in Jian Wushuang's eyes. He did not have any means to stop Jian Wushuang with the gold-armored corpse puppet fighting Saber Master, and the silver-armored corpse puppet crushed by Jian Wushuang. Run! Devilish Wind King immediately made his decision and wanted to escape with his strong self-protecting means. During his course of escape, he immediately ordered the gold-armored corpse puppet to stop pestering the Saber Master and protect him instead. The gold-armored corpse puppet also did as ordered and immediately gave up fighting Saber Master and skimmed toward Devilish Wind King. However, Jian Wushuang slowly pointed his finger at the Devilish Wind King from the void at that moment. Chapter 2742 The Most Well-Hidden Person. A finger-pointing heavenly technique. Jian Wushuang mumbled softly. The vast space-time law immediately started moving as he finished speaking. The Devilish Wind King originally had been escaping at a fast speed, but his surrounding space-time had completely stopped at that moment, unable to even put up a struggle. The Devilish Wind King held hints of horror in his eyes as his body had completely paused in the void, incapable of any movements. Even a high-level Grand Ultimate God would find it difficult to endure Jian Wushuang's finger-pointing heavenly technique with his current strength and understanding of space-time law. Although Devilish Wind King was extremely calculative, his true strength was only a primary-level Grand Ultimate God and unable to withstand the technique. Jian Wushuang had floated forward and crossed paths with the Devilish Wind King's figure within the blink of an eye the moment Devilish Wind King was in the course of entering a stagnant state. Jian Wushuang was holding the sword with one of his hands as blood started dripping from the Blood Mountain sword. The space-time Devilish Wind King located had recovered. However, his eyes were widened with horror and unwillingness as he stared at Jian Wushuang. He could not believe what had happened even till the moment he died. He had calculated everything, including letting Saber Master kill Hongchen and Long Xianzi before forcing Saber Master into desperation. He only needed to kill Saber Master to obtain all the precious items and opportunities before leaving the secret realm. However, he died in the hands of Su Han, a person he did not pay much attention to, in the end. He almost killed Saber Master but died in a mere primary-level Grand Ultimate God such as Su Han's hands. How could he accept such a fate? He was reluctant to accept it. However, his source of vitality had been cut off as it gradually dissipated until it completely disappeared. Devilish Wind King had died on the spot. Hum! Hum! Two figures suddenly paused in the dark void. Those two figures were naturally the gold-armored corpse puppet and silver-armored corpse puppet. Although those two corpse puppets were originally under Devilish Wind King's control and stopped moving the moment Devilish Wind King was dead, they were still bound to him even though Devilish Wind King was dead. Therefore, they did not directly attack Jian Wuxuang and Saber Master like what previously happened in the first cemetery. The entire dark void entered a short period of silence. Jian Wuxuang took Devilish Wind King's precious items and interspatial ring with a wave of his hand before slowly turning around and looking towards Saber Master. Saber Master was also staring at him at that moment. This time, 4 of the 6 grand ultimate gods that entered the secret realm had fallen, and only the 2 of them were still alive. Alliance Master Su-Han, great means! I originally thought Devilish Wind King had deeply hidden his strength. Who knew you were the one who had hidden his strength the most amongst all of them? Saber Master had a serious look on his face as he spoke with a heavy voice. Saber Master did not pay much attention to Jian Wuxuang previously, just like Devilish Wind King. In addition, he had previously fought Jian Wuxuang. Although the sword formation Jian Wuxuang used was quite strong and comparable to ordinary high-level Grand Ultimate God, it could not threaten him at all. Therefore, he did not suspect anything when Jian Wuxuang chose to avoid the battle and escape to the surrounding dark void. Who would have expected such a person to have hidden his strength so deeply? He also saw the means Jian Wuxuang used to kill Devilish Wind King just moments ago, especially the sword attack that crushed the silver-armored corpse puppet head-on such that even he dared not look down upon such strength. It was obvious Jian Wuxuang's true strength was so much stronger than he previously displayed. Apart from that, Saber Master also realized Jian Wuxuang had purposely chosen to avoid the battle and escape to the dark void surrounding them. Jian Wuxuang wanted Devilish Wind King to show his trump cards as he waited for the opportunity to reap the benefits without much effort. He grabbed the opportunity to directly kill Devilish Wind King the moment Devilish Wind King had revealed all his cards while the gold-armored corpse puppet had wounded Saber Master badly, forcing Saber Master to his limits. Nobody was controlling the gold-armored corpse puppet and silver-armored corpse puppet anymore with Devilish Wind King dead. Saber Master was also badly wounded, hence the current situation was obviously within Jian Wuxuang's range of control. Saber Master, you're the one with the best means as you continuously killed Hong Chen and Long Xianzi. You still managed to hold for so long after facing a gold-armored corpse puppet alone. I really admire your strength. I only wonder how much strength you still have at that moment? Jian Wuxuang smiled. Saber Master slightly narrowed his eyes. He was initially slightly wounded from the meteorite bead's impact, and being crushed by the gold-armored corpse puppet moments ago had worsened his injuries. He could not yield even 70% of his full strength at that moment. He did not forget that Jian Wuxuang had domain-related means which could also hugely suppress his strength. He was uncertain about his capabilities to fight Jian Wuxuang at that moment after considering everything. Saber Master said in a low voice, Alliance Master Su-Han, there's no need for us to have a life-or-death fight as we can discuss this in peace. Both of us had obtained a lot of benefits during this journey to the secret realm. I admit I've taken the interspatial ring Master Gu left behind, but am willing to take the interspatial ring out. We can equally divide the precious items inside, including those we obtained from killing Hong Chen, Long Xianzi, and Devilish Wind King. What do you think? Divide equally? Jian Wuxuang's facial expression wavered. He was able to see the huge concessions Saber Master had made. Saber Master would not be so generous under normal circumstances. However, it was obvious that he greatly feared Jian Wuxuang under such circumstances and had no other means apart from dividing the precious items equally with Jian Wuxuang. What an unfortunate situation! Jian Wuxuang sighed softly. What's so unfortunate? Saber Master looked at him. Saber Master, it's unfortunate because of the clan you belong to. You're from the Crimson Stone Fort, and the most crucial part is that you're one of the faction's leaders. In addition, you're badly wounded at this moment, so I can't think of an excuse not to kill you under these circumstances. Jian Wuxuang smiled softly. Saber Master narrowed his eyes when he heard that. Jian Wuxuang's killing intent had already risen from his body. He was telling the truth. He would not have such strong killing intent if Saber Master was not the leader of a huge faction belonging to the Crimson Stone Fort. It was unfortunate that Saber Master, a leader of those other factions in Crimson Stone Fort. He supported Yin Suer among Crimson Stone Fort's 7 factions. The greatest problem Yin Suer faced at that moment was the extremely intense internal battles in the Crimson Stone Fort. Yin Suer had been thinking about ways to make a breakthrough and get rid of the internal strifes in the Crimson Stone Fort. However, she never managed to find such an opportunity. One of the factions in the Crimson Stone Fort could be directly dismantled with Saber Master falling there, and it would stir up Crimson Stone Fort's internal affairs. It would then be an opportunity for Yin Suer. Chapter 2743 Jian Wuxuang vs. Saber Master. No matter if it was to get rid of a large faction in the Crimson Stone Fort to create an opportunity for Yin Suer or so he could gain the most benefits during that trip to the secret realm, Jian Wuxuang would not let go of that once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Saber Master, make your move! Jian Wuxuang smiled as his facial expression turned cold. Saber Master also had an extremely cold expression. His killing intent slightly rose in the eyes as he looked toward Jian Wuxuang. Boom! Overpowering divine aura surged as Saber Master attacked in a domineering way as the crimson battle saber in his hand unleashed its strong power. Jian Wuxuang smirked as he slowly stretched out his hand and pressed downward in Saber Master's direction. Domain suppression! Boom! A total of 3 huge domains was unleashed at the same time. The Star Armor Domain, Prison of Punishment, and Jian Wuxuang's Sword World brought humongous suppression to Saber Master. The assembly of all 3 domains caused Saber Master's facial expression to suddenly change. This suppression is too strong. It's even stronger compared to when he activated it with Long Xianz's Golden Light Domain. Saber Master was secretly horrified. He had no idea that Jian Wuxuang had not done his utmost when working together with Long Xianzi to display their suppressing domains. For example, he did not unleash his Sword World's complete power, and neither did he use his Star Armor Domain. Although domains could be superimposed, it was done by 2 different people who would still have some differences when working together. Therefore, it was truly impossible to perfectly superimpose the domains. However, he was executing the Star Armor Domain by himself at that moment, hence its power could be unleashed to the full potential when stacking up to perform 3-domain suppression. Therefore, the suppression he gave Saber Master was naturally stronger than before. Saber Master could barely execute 70% of his combat power, as he was badly wounded. At that moment, he was only left with 50% of his combat power when faced with triple domain suppression. Jian Wuxuang was naturally unafraid of Saber Master, who could only execute 50% of his combat power. Hum! 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 Jian Wuxuang channeled his mind as space-time blades appeared one by one out of nowhere in the void before him. Each of those 18 space-time blades contained strong killing power. Those 18 space-time blades directly attacked Saber Master under Jian Wuxuang's control. Saber Master's eyes turned cold as he slightly trembled before flames started pouring out and covered the heavens as he completely turned into a giant made out of flames. The flames covering the heavens started coming together to form several burning beasts that pounced toward the space-time blades as he made a simple step forward. As a result, those burning beasts were torn from their middle by the space-time blades before those blades continued to attack Saber Master. The suppression I'm facing is so strong that even the power of my law is largely affected when used. Saber Master's facial expression darkened as he once again sent 2 burning flames from his eyes. Those 2 flames formed 2 flaming battle saber and slashed forward fiercely before those space-time blades were destroyed. However, a strong wave of wind had already arrived as the space-time blades dispersed. Waves upon waves of sword shadows could be seen in the void ahead as they came towards Saber Master like a vast sea of swords. Saber Master could only immediately take action to withstand the attack as he completely unleashed the Holy Treasure Battle Saber's power in his hand, and crimson saber lights sparkled continuously. Clank! 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 The densely packed clashing sounds could be heard along with Saber Master's extremely darkened facial expression. This is bad. His sword technique is too domineeringly fast and strong. I can't endure it in my current situation. Saber Master could feel a great wave of pressure as he clashed against Jian Wuxuang's sword technique. The wave of pressure left him breathless. Whoosh! Saber Master made a move like the sea of flames directly invaded the space ahead before he retreated in a hurry. Whoosh! The heaven-covering sea of flames was directly cut open by another heaven-shattering sword attack. However, Jian Wuxuang did not walk through the sea of flames thereafter. Instead, a huge black wood that exuded boundless samsara strength attacked Saber Master in the form of a black light ray. The second sword formation of the Transmigration Sword Formation, all sank. Saber Master's facial expression changed when he saw that huge piece of black wood. That sword formation had previously left him with a deep impression when he fought against Jian Wuxuang. However, Jian Wuxuang had not taken it seriously back then and only showed a little bit of his strength. At that moment, he was going all out, which meant that the power of the huge black wood that was coming to attack him would be so much stronger compared to its previous state. Get lost! Saber Master gritted his teeth and released all of the Crimson Battle Saber's full power as the domineering sword attack directly landed. The saber light was quick as lightning and collided head-on with the huge black wood. However, the collision. Saber Master could feel his arms slightly numb following the bang as the battle saber almost flew out from his hand. On the other hand, Saber Master was sent flying outward like a cannon. The huge black wood only slightly trembled before continuing its path to attack Saber Master. It has such strong powers? Saber Master had a hint of horror in his eyes, but his rage was much more prominent. Shoal, do you think you can beat me if I'm at my peak state? Saber Master's yell filled the sky as his face turned red with a hint of craziness filling his eyes. Jian Wuxuang secretly smiled when he heard the Saber Master yell. He admitted he had been taking advantage at that time. Jian Wuxuang would not have many advantages in facing him head-on if Saber Master was in his peak when coupled with the Holy Treasure Battle Saber's support. However, the world was cruel and nothing was fair. If they were speaking about fairness, Jian Wuxuang was only a high-level heaven ultimate god. It was truly unfair for him to cross an entire realm to face a top-tier high-level grand ultimate god such as Saber Master in a fight. Saber Master, accept your death willingly! Jian Wuxuang had a cold voice as the huge black wood formed from the Transmigration Sword Formation attacked crazily. He also moved his body as he pointed his sword to form a huge sword web that surrounded and covered Saber Master. You aren't qualified to ask for my death! Saber Master was extremely angry and seemed completely crazy while looking on as the huge black wood attacked again. He knew he was unable to withstand it head-on, so he suddenly retreated backward. In the course of retreating, he flipped his hand and took out a red pill. The pill had a pungent fishy smell. Jian Wuxuang's eyes narrowed the moment Saber Master took the pill out. Is that? Jian Wuxuang was unable to recognize the pill the moment he saw it. However, he knew Saber Master had been forced to the edge by him, and that pill must be extraordinary for Saber Master to take it out. It was as indeed as he thought. Saber Master's originally extremely weak aura had a sudden burst and increase after swallowing the pill. Chapter 2744. One more trick up the sleeves. Hum. The sky-high flames once again came surging out with their flame waves red as blood while it crazily burnt everything around it. The star armor domain that filled the surrounding heaven and earth was affected by its bright red domain, with its suppression power also greatly weakened. Jian Wuxuang slightly narrowed his eyes as the expression on his face turned solemn. On the other hand, Saber Master's face was completely distorted. Su-Han, you should be proud of yourself for forcing me into such a state despite being a mere primary-level grand ultimate god. Saber Master's eyes were extremely red as though he had lost his wits. In addition, not only had he recovered his aura to its peak condition, he even seemed to be slightly stronger compared to his peak. It looks like the pill is something that can increase his strength within a short time with serious side effects. His strength has increased tremendously within a short period with this pill. This is really troublesome. Jian Wuxuang slightly frowned. He originally thought Devilish Wind King had already forced Saber Master into desperation when he previously controlled the gold-armored corpse puppet. He chose to take action and kill Devilish Wind King because he felt that Saber Master would have previously used any measures he had left. He never expected Saber Master to have one more trick hidden up his sleeves and only use it at that moment. Die! Boom! Saber Master took action. Heaven and earth were shaken by his move. The momentum was a whole level stronger compared to his peak state when he defeated Hong Chen and Long Xianzi. The endless bright red flames expanded crazily as a wave of overpowering aura directly suppressed Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang dared not act carelessly. The huge black wood formed by 9 infernal crimson divine swords slightly trembled and attacked Saber Master with a horrifying power. Move! Saber Master casually waved his saber, as the crimson battle saber holy treasure in his hands looked as though it was covered in a layer of blood. A bloody saber light was directly sent outward and landed on the huge black wood. Clank! A loud noise could be heard as the huge black wood was sent flying with the slash, and the entire sword formation started trembling crazily as though it was going to be dismembered. Such strength is comparable to even ordinary peak grand ultimate gods. Jian Wuxuang was horrified. Although he was horrified, Jian Wuxuang was not frightened at all. Jian Wuxuang could be seen quickly retreating and did not face Saber Master head-on before concurrently waving his hand, and a wave of flowing light was sent outward before immediately integrating with the surrounding black void during his retreat. Heaven and earth instantaneously changed. An extremely beautiful world from a scroll painting appeared out of nowhere in the surrounding dark void. The beautiful world in the scroll painting looked extremely real. In addition to the mountains and waters, there were also 9 great continents within it. This is? Saber Master frowned as he looked at his surroundings with a bad feeling arousing from the bottom of his heart. 1,000 treasures grand world, space-time world! Jian Wuxuang's cold voice had already sounded at that moment. Rumble changes had occurred to the surrounding heaven and earth. Jian Wuxuang's domains and Saber Master's sky-covering flames in the original vast dark void had changed into a space-time world within the blink of an eye. The space-time world had a huge number of space-time cracks and space-time storms. In addition, there was an uncountable number of space-time blades in the space-time world. Those space-time blades also had terrifying killing power. The entire world was filled with the endless power of space-time law. It was a space-time world filled with unlimited space-time energy, with Jian Wuxuang standing in the middle as though he was that world's ruler. Saber Master, welcome to my world! Jian Wuxuang smiled as his laughter reverberated in every corner of the world. 1,000 treasures grand world. It was the second time Jian Wuxuang had activated the stately painting's power after regaining it. Your world? Saber Master's facial expression changed drastically. Although he was unsure when the void change happened, the simple act of changing heaven and earth alone was enough to terrify him. Let's fight! Jian Wuxuang did not say anything more and once again moved his body. His speed had been further increased. The space-time world was filled with all sorts of space-time laws, and his originally amazing speed had been greatly improved at that moment. Whoosh! Jian Wuxuang had already appeared in front of Saber Master, as though he teleported. In addition, a cold sword light was already attacking Saber Master's throat like a lightning strike. So fast! Saber Master was shocked but immediately reacted with endless flames rising as it burned, and its high temperature almost turned Jian Wuxuang into ashes. Waves after waves of crimson saber lights attacked Jian Wuxuang from every direction. Jian Wuxuang once again disappeared before Saber Master with another move and appeared beside him. *MN, his speed has increased by so much? Saber Master's eyes turned blood red with a crazed look as he could sense that Jian Wuxuang's current speed was so much faster than previous. He would not have any methods left under such horrendous speed if Jian Wuxuang did not want to fight him head-on, and only pester him. ****, fight me face to face if you dare. Saber Master yelled out loudly, and repeatedly waved the battle saber fiercely while yearning to kill Jian Wushuang. However, Jian Wushuang's figure traveled in an extremely ghostly way and did not meet him head-on. Instead, he relied on his speed and attacked Saber Master at a weird angle from his sides. Although Saber Master was strong, he could only continuously think of ways to withstand Jian Wushuang's repeated attacks and seemed to be in an extremely embarrassing situation. Fight him face on? What a joke! Jian Wushuang scoffed inwardly. Saber Master's full strength had been increased due to the Scarlet Pill. His current combat power was almost comparable to a true peak Grand Ultimate God, yet he asked Jian Wushuang to fight him head-on under such circumstances? Jian Wushuang would be extremely dumb if he did. Although the pill greatly increases his power, the side effects must be great too. In addition, the pill will only take effect for a short time. I only need to rely on my absolute speed and pester him in this space-time world without allowing him the chance to escape. It'll be extremely easy if I want to kill him after his pill's effect wears off. Jian Wushuang's eyes as he already had an exact plan in his heart. Whoosh! 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 Under the support of the space-time world, his figure kept flashing and the speed he released at that moment was so much faster compared to previously. Saber Master could do nothing to him as he was unable to catch up to Jian Wushuang's speed. Although Saber Master kept roaring angrily during the process and tried to fight Jian Wushuang head-on, Jian Wushuang ignored him. A quarter of an hour had passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 2745. Finally killed. The effects of the pill had started to fade away half an hour later with the aura on Saber Master's body starting to weaken crazily. Su-Han! Su-Han! Saber Master stared at Jian Wushuang as his heart was filled with unprecedented unwillingness. He was unwilling to die in such a way but had indeed reached his limits. He wanted to escape into the surrounding dark void or out of the area but was not given the chance to do so. Jian Wushuang was so much faster than him and had easily stopped him. There was no way for him to escape as his strength started to crazily fade away. The pill's side effects had even started to show. Saber Master, didn't you ask me to fight you head-on just now? I will now fulfill your wishes. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. The 10,000-foot-tall Golden Emperor's shadow exploded in a brilliant golden light behind him. Jian Wushuang made the huge golden god shadow wave both its hands with his thoughts. Those two golden hands expanded at a shocking speed without limits until they covered the sky and the sun. One of the palms was enough to cover half the world while both palms were able to completely cover the surrounding void. Both palms slowly closed and toward the void Saber Master was located. Punishment! Divine destruction! Jian Wushuang also shouted out. The terrifying power came exploding from both palms of the Golden Emperor's shadow. At the moment the palms slowly closed up, the void Saber Master was located had been completely imprisoned. Although Saber Master had reached his limit, he had not given up as the purple clock once again appeared engulfing his Bodhi's outer layer. The purple clock was originally a strong defensive treasure, but needed a period of time to reconsolidate its energy when the protective barrier formed by the purple clock was previously defeated by the gold-armored corpse puppet. The protection barrier of the purple clock had recovered during the period Jian Wushuang and Saber Master was fighting furiously. However, the purple clock's appearance only enabled Saber Master to be alive for a short moment under the current circumstances. Whoosh! 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 The noise of divine power's crazy impact and extrusion could be heard throughout heaven and earth. The skill Divine Destruction was extremely powerful under Jian Wushuang's full force when he used it. The horrendous divine power suppression directly crushed the purple clock's barrier, but the golden divine power had also been completely used up. Jian Wushuang simply skimmed forward and arrived beside Saber Master with his Blood Mountain sword sliding past Saber Master's neck. Saber Master was unable to withstand the attack as his head was sent flying outward. Saber Master's mouth was still open even though his head had already been sent flying. Su-Han, who knew you'll be the one still smiling in the end? Saber Master was completely dead. In the dark void, the beautiful scroll painting world disappeared with a wave of Jian Wushuang's hand as a strand of flowing light returned to his body. Jian Wushuang then looked down at Saber Master's body with a cold expression on his face as a hint of shrewdness surged from his eyes. Saber Master was really strong and a top-tier existence among high-level grand ultimate gods. Apart from that, he had two precious items, the Holy Treasure and Purple Clock, a combination of offensive and defensive with him, and would have still been invincible had he not bumped into peak grand ultimate gods. Unfortunately, he's really unlucky. He was first plotted by Devilish Wind King before bumping into me after being badly wounded by Devilish Wind King's gold-armored corpse puppet. Jian Wushuang secretly sighed. Jian Wushuang's total strength had increased by leaps and folds after 30 years of concentrated training under the assistance of both Fontian scrolls. His realm had also been improved along with his soaring divine power. He was not any weaker compared to Saber Master at his peak when coupled together with all sorts of means he was capable of if he gave his all. However, he was also not that much stronger. Jian Wushuang might not be able to kill Saber Master were they to carry out a face-to-face fight. However, Saber Master was really unlucky as he was plotted by Devilish Wind King, allowing Jian Wushuang the opportunity to defeat him. Only Jian Wushuang was left alive among the 6 grand ultimate gods who came into this secret realm with Saber Master's death. Oh yes, the treasures once belonged to them. Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly lit up. The 6 of them, apart from Ishin who died in the cemetery and lost all his items, the precious treasures that belonged to the others were in that dark void. The death of Saber Master, Hongchen, Long Xianzi, and Devilish Wind King obviously meant that the precious treasures once belonging to the 4 of them naturally became his. For example, the Holy Treasure Battle Saber and Purple Clock that once belonged to Saber Master, the Bronze Mirror that once belonged to Long Xianzi, the Pinnacle Heavenly Treasure Defensive Armor Grand Ultimate God Hongchen wore, and his 2 remaining bronze armored corpse puppets, since 2 were destroyed. In addition, the gold-armored corpse puppet and silver-armored corpse puppet that Devilish Wind King previously controlled also stood intact in the void. The most important item was the interspatial ring, the last blessing Old Gu provided. It originally belonged to Saber Master, but all of those things belonged to him from that moment on. Whoosh! 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 Jian Wushuang was already standing in the void with 2 steps and kept the stagnant gold-armored corpse puppet, silver-armored corpse puppet, and 2 bronze-armored corpse puppet into his interspatial ring. Those corpse puppets were non-living items like war puppets and could be stored in the interspatial ring. Saber Master's interspatial ring and the precious items he was carrying were also taken by Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang felt extremely excited after finishing everything but did not have time to calculate his gains yet. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Jian Wushuang without any warnings. The person had on a gray robe and was the spirit of the secret realm, Old Gu. Young man, you have really good means. Old Gu had a devilish smile on his face as he looked at Jian Wushuang as though he could see through Jian Wushuang. Thank you for your praises, Old Gu. Jian Wushuang seemed extremely humble but was secretly alert. Jian Wushuang was extremely fearful toward Old Gu. His fear was not only because Old Gu was the secret realm's spirit of the secret realm who had absolute means and strength in the secret realm. The most important matter was Old Gu's weird behavior, which seemed like he wanted them to personally search for the interspatial ring when he took it out and threw it into the dark void. However, his true motive was to pit the 5 of them against each other to snatch the ring. In addition, Old Gu said he would only give them 3 hours, but he previously did not appear even though the 3 hours deadline had long passed. On the contrary, Old Gu only appeared after their fight for the ring had concluded with him being the only survivor. He was taking their fight purely as his entertainment. In addition, Jian Wushuang was worried because he used some means to kill Saber Master just moments ago, and had even used the stately painting. The stately painting was one of 7 Stars Black Sect's pinnacle premier treasure. Although ordinary experts could not recognize it, Old Gus Master was a strong law lord who might recognize the stately painting. Would Old Gu not take action against him if he recognized it? Chapter 2746. Leaving the secret realm. Old Gu was watching Jian Wuxuang strangely in the dark void. Little kid, your name is Su Han, right? Old Gu asked. Yes. Jian Wuxuang nodded. Your methods are quite powerful despite the fact you seem to only be a primary level grand ultimate god. I always feel that your divine power is a little weird for some reason, said Old Gu. Jian Wuxuang's pupils shrank slightly. He had in fact not reached the primary level grand ultimate god realm and was only a high level heaven ultimate god. The reason people would mistake him for being a primary level grand ultimate god was due to the black stone on his body that increased his divine power by 2 realms. The black stone that Taoist Xianxun personally refined. The black stone had disguised Jian Wuxuang's divine power. Although Old Gu could sense something weird, he failed to see what exactly was going on with Jian Wuxuang's divine power. Old Gu's eyes flickered with a strange luster. Not only is your divine power a little weird, but the several secret techniques you have performed in this dark void are amazing. Although I can't recognize some of them, I could feel that they are extremely extraordinary. In addition, the treasures you displayed. I can see you have many hidden secrets. Old Gu stared at Jian Wuxuang with great interest. Jian Wuxuang was silent and said nothing at all. Little kid, don't be nervous. Although I can see you have many hidden secrets, I won't do anything to you. Perhaps my master might be interested in you if he was alive. As for me, I'm just a spirit of this secret realm who has wisdom but not life. They are of no use to me no matter how many secrets you have. Old Gu smiled. Jian Wuxuang seemed a little more relaxed. It was indeed as Old Gu said, he was only the secret realm's spirit. Just like the divine weapons, they had wisdom but would not turn against Jian Wuxuang. In fact, you're powerful while your method and temperament are also perfect. It's a pity your current cultivation realm is still quite weak. If you have a chance to make a breakthrough and reach the Undying Saint realm in the future, you can come to this secret realm again, and there's a chance you may obtain the real opportunity left by my master. Old Gu smiled. His statement caught Jian Wuxuang's interest, and he nodded slightly. Well, even the last opportunity one gave out is with you now. You have received enough so you may leave now and come back again when you've made a breakthrough to the Undying Saint realm, said Old Gu, and he waved his hand. A spatial passage appeared in the void next to Jian Wuxuang. Senior, farewell. Jian Wuxuang did not linger around as he moved and stepped into the spatial passage before it disappeared. Old Gu stood alone in the dark void watching the place Jian Wuxuang disappeared with a strange smile on his face. Funny little kid, he has so many secrets. He has used several great secret techniques with each being extremely powerful. I'm afraid that even my master can't handle them. In addition, there's also that trick. Old Gu murmured with a rather strange expression. Jian Wuxuang had previously used several great secret techniques in the dark void whereby Old Gu could not recognize most of them, but he did know one particular technique. It was the finger-pointing heavenly technique. It was a divine technique from the space-time palace. Rumors mention that the technique was created by the palace master who was someone my master admired and worshipped. Old Gu was praising the technique in his heart. Jian Wuxuang left the secret realm after stepping through the spatial passage and arrived at the City of Bones. He was looking at the ancient dense forest that was filled with thick gray mist. Jian Wuxuang sighed at the gloomy and mysterious atmosphere. I was quite lucky. Although Old Gu knew I carried a lot of secrets, he didn't make things hard for me and even told me to make a breakthrough and reach the Undying Saint realm before returning to the secret realm again. Jian Wuxuang narrowed his eyes. Jian Wuxuang was indeed hoping to return to the secret realm again someday. The secret realm's master was a powerful law lord. He was someone formidable whose strength was beyond the Undying Saint realm. A super expert like him must have left great opportunities and treasures in the secret realm. Jian Wuxuang was unable to retrieve it because he was still weak. He would be qualified to take up the challenges in the secret realm again once he became an Undying Saint in the future. I don't know if he'll come again in the future, but I've gained a lot from this trip. Jian Wuxuang clasped his hands tight from elation. I have benefited a lot from this secret realm. I should look for a place to settle down first, and I'll sort this out. Jian Wushwang moved and headed toward the Ou Thankserts of the City of Bones. After leaving the City of Bones, Jian Wushwang immediately found a remote place and cracked open a cave before beginning to organize the treasures he collected in the cave. He had gained a handsome amount of treasures from the trip. The treasures Saber Master, God Hongchen, Long Xianzi, and Devilish Wind King obtained from the secret realm surprised Jian Wushwang as he took them out one by one and examined them. Bronze Mirror. He first took out Long Xianzi's Bronze Mirror. The Bronze Mirror could execute the very powerful Golden Light Domain. It turns out it's called Golden Feather Phantom Mirror. Jian Wushwang held the Bronze Mirror that had already begun to acknowledge Jian Wushwang as its master. The process was rather smooth and it only took a moment for the Golden Feather Phantom Mirror to merge into his body. Thereafter, it fused with Jian Wushwang's mind. Buzz! Mighty streams of golden light instantly diffused out. Those golden rays of light were so dazzling that they permeated the vast void around him, which thereafter a huge pressure domain came into effect. What a strong oppressive force! It's indeed worthy of being a pinnacle heavenly treasure, Jian Wushwang exclaimed. He felt the oppressive force from the golden light domain was much stronger than his own star armor domain and prison of punishment. He believed he would be able to suppress an ordinary high-level Grand Ultimate God or above in a duel using the Golden Light Domain. It would even work on someone like Saber Master. In addition, the Golden Light Domain was not the only domain oppression Jian Wushwang had. He had yet to display his other secret techniques like Star Armor Domain, Prison of Punishment, and Sword World. Golden Light Domain is a domain treasure. The Star Armor Domain and Prison of Punishment are both part of secret techniques. The Sword World is a principal oppressive force. Although I have 4 types of oppressive methods, they don't conflict with each other, and can even be superimposed on each other. Jian Wushwang excitedly held his hands together. Chapter 2747 Organizing Treasures. Jian Wushwang had previously displayed the triple oppression method that consisted of Star Armor Domain, Prison of Punishment, and Sword World superimposed on each other when he used it to suppress Saber Master, who ended in a miserable state of defeat. He had 4 methods of oppression at that moment with the additional Golden Feather Phantom Mirror, all of which were extremely powerful. It would cause a considerable amount of suppression on a high-level Grand Ultimate God or even a genuine peak Grand Ultimate God when those 4 oppression methods were unleashed and superimposed. It would be a great advantage for Jian Wushwang in a duel. After refining the Golden Feather Phantom Mirror, Jian Wushwang took out a pitch-black defensive armor that looked like the scales of a ferocious beast. Grand Ultimate God Hongchen used to wear that defensive armor. This is a pinnacle heavenly treasure defensive armor, and is the best defensive armor I've seen, but unfortunately it's been severely damaged. Jian Wushwang disappointingly shook his head. Grand Ultimate God Hongchen obtained the defensive armor that had the amazing physical protective ability from the secret realm. It was unfortunate that he went against Saber Master, who was using a holy treasure. No matter how strong the physical protective ability of the defensive armor, it could not gain an advantage in the face of a holy treasure. Saber Master killed Hongchen by making a slit through the defensive armor with a single saber move before finally beheading Hongchen. The defensive armor's value greatly depreciated after it was severely damaged. Jian Wushwang put the defensive armor aside before taking out the purple Imperial Bell and holy treasure Crimson Battle Saber belonging to Saber Master. Jian Wushwang was carefully examining them. The purple Imperial Bell isn't too bad. Jian Wushwang was grinning. The defensive armor he took out earlier was only good for defending one's divine body, while the purple Imperial Bell was a comprehensive physical protective treasure. It could directly withstand face-to-face physical as well as soul attacks. Therefore, it could also be regarded as a soul defensive treasure. In addition, the force bombarded on the purple Imperial Bell would produce a sonic boom counterattack upon resisting an attack. Jian Wushwang had seen the purple Imperial Bell's potential when it was still in Saber Master's hands. Its defensive ability was extremely powerful since it managed to even repel Long Xianz's meteor bead's terrifying power. The only flaw was its defensive barrier would weaken over time from repeated impacts struck by the opponent. Once the barrier was destroyed, it would take quite some time to recover before being put to use once again. Although its protective barrier could not be immediately restored, its value was still several times more expensive than the pinnacle Heavenly Treasure defensive armor. Jian Wuxuang smiled and immediately claimed ownership of the purple imperial bell, which was soon refined and fused into his divine body. My physical protective ability is extremely powerful on top of my perfect immortal body. It's almost impossible for the average expert to kill me. The purple imperial bell isn't very useful to me, but since I shouldn't expose my immortal body just yet, it's not a bad idea to use the purple imperial bell as a disguise. Jian Wuxuang smiled faintly. Next, he looked at the crimson battle saber. The crimson battle saber was truly a holy treasure. Even an undying saint would cherish a holy treasure. Jian Wuxuang was excited. The defensive armor and purple imperial bell are extremely precious, but the crimson battle saber's value is probably more than 10 times the purple imperial bell's. Jian Wuxuang was beaming. Holy treasure and heavenly treasure were very different. A pinnacle heavenly treasure was definitely far less valuable than an ordinary holy treasure, regardless it was an offensive type divine weapon. Unfortunately, the holy treasure was absolutely useless to Jian Wuxuang since it's a battle saber, so he could only sell it to exchange for the resources he needed. After sorting out those treasures, Jian Wuxuang waved his hand and took out an interspatial ring. Jian Wuxuang could not wait to explore the contents in the interspatial ring in front of him. It was the final interspatial ring old Gu offered and was also the one that made 5 grand ultimate gods compete for it frantically. No one else would know the interspatial ring's contents apart from Saber Master, who initially received it. However, they were still fighting frantically for it even when they knew nothing about its content. They knew very well its contents must be some important treasures. There was no doubt about it. Let me see what kind of treasure did the old man put in this interspatial ring. After taking a deep breath, Jian Wuxuang began to investigate the ring's content. Jian Wuxuang found there were only 3 treasures in the interspatial ring. Jian Wuxuang waved his hand and the 3 treasures appeared in the void before him. It was a silver battle armor, a baby-sized black beast statue, and a dark gray jade slip. Jian Wuxuang first looked at the silver battle armor. It looked ordinary at first glance with a relatively dull color, and not releasing much aura. Copious messages flooded in as soon as Jian Wuxuang sent out his soul power to examine the armor. More battle armor! A holy treasure! Jian Wuxuang's eyes went wide. Holy treasure! It's another holy treasure! In addition, a defensive armor type. Jian Wuxuang was dumbfounded. Saber Master's holy treasure battle saber was extremely valuable. It was a known fact that a holy treasure offensive divine weapon was far less valuable than a defensive armor of the same level. Among the few treasures that old Gu gave, there was a holy treasure defensive armor? How much was the defensive armor's value? If the battle saber was something ordinary undying saints would cherish, then this more armor is probably good enough to cause ordinary undying saints to fight for it, mumbled Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang knew that many weaker undying saints did not own a suitable holy treasure offensive divine weapon, with most still using pinnacle heavenly treasures. Therefore, a suitable holy treasure offensive divine weapon would trigger a fierce contest. Indeed, the defensive armor was good enough to make ordinary undying saints go crazy for it. He's very generous! Jian Wuxuang exclaimed. Although the more battle armor was good, it was also of little use to Jian Wuxuang. After all, he had his own life armor, the golden glass armor. Although the physical protective capability of the golden glass armor was far inferior to the more battle armor, it was connected with Jian Wuxuang's lifeblood. In addition, it could continuously improve its power as Jian Wuxuang's strength improves. In correlation to Jian Wuxuang's strength increase, the golden glass armor had also been upgraded from primary level to high-level heavenly treasure. It was in actuality at the peak of a high-level heavenly treasure, and only a thin line away from being a pinnacle heavenly treasure. The most important part of choosing a divine weapon or treasure was still compatibility toward its user after all. It was sufficient for Jian Wushuang to have the golden glass armor, hence we would not need the more battle armor. Chapter 2748. A windfall. Jian Wushuang calmed down and looked at the second treasure, the baby-sized black beast statue. This statue. Jian Wushuang looked at the statue, but could not understand it. He felt an extremely powerful destructive force from the statue. The destructive force was astounding. The baby-sized black beast statue seemed to come alive under Jian Wushuang's gaze as though it was sleeping quietly. This is such an unusual beast statue. Although I can't figure it out, it should be a destruction law-based premier treasure. It must be extraordinary for it to be placed in the same interspatial ring as a holy treasure defensive armor, said Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang moved on from the statue to the third treasure, the dark gray jade slip. Jian Wushuang instantly understood the function of the jade slip with the influx of his soul power. Teleportation! It's teleportation! Jian Wushuang was surprised. The jade slip was imbued with a technique, a teleportation technique. Teleportation, instantaneously moving from one spacetime to another. An expert could execute such means once their perception of space-time law had reached an extremely high level. Many Undying Saints who were good at space-time law, including those Undying Saint experts, were not qualified to utilize such methods. It was a highly sophisticated method with an extremely high requirement on space-time law understanding. In the ancient god domain, few Undying Saints could perform the method. They were the best of the best Undying Saints who were truly invincible. Whoever could perform a teleportation method was no doubt a peak expert. It was no doubt an excellent life-saving method. An Undying Saint who could perform a teleportation method could easily run away from a law lord not well versed in space-time law under normal circumstances, and the law lord would not be able to catch up. Even when used for normal transportation purposes, simply relying on one's feet to move around was completely different from using a teleportation method. It was why countless experts were envious of those who could perform teleportation methods. Unfortunately, it was a method mastered by exceptional experts who were good at space-time law. Jian Wushuang's understanding of space-time law was far from being able to perform a teleportation method. However, the jade slip in his hand was imbued with a teleportation method. As soon as he smashed the jade slip, the teleportation method would kick into effect and immediately teleport him to another place. In other words, the jade slip was an excellent life-saving method. 3 treasures: Holy Treasure More Battle Armor, the destructive law-embedded baby-sized black beast statue, and life-saving jade slip containing a teleportation method. Jian Wushuang shuddered. The value of those 3 treasures was amazing. Among those 3 treasures, the more battle armor and beast statue were of no use to him. Although the jade slip was equivalent to an additional life-saving trump card for Jian Wushuang, it could only be used once. In the future, he could crush the jade slip and escape if he was in a desperate situation, a life-and-death crisis that he could not resolve. However, it did not guarantee absolute success. Saber Master, who was driven to desperation by Jian Wushuang, did not crush the jade slip in the end. It was useless to crush the jade slip in the first place because he was in a different space-time. He was in a secret realm under the influence of a unique space-time method that nullifies the jade slip's teleportation method. If he similarly met a top expert who was good at space-time law outside the secret realm, the jade slip's teleportation method might not be able to help him escape. Nonetheless, those 3 treasures were pleasant surprises for Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had gotten too many treasures in one go in addition to the golden feather phantom mirror, purple imperial bell, and holy treasure battle saber. In addition, Saber Master, Hongchen, Long Xianzi, and Devilish Wind King were grand ultimate god experts and wealthy, especially Saber Master, who was the leader of a faction within the Crimson Stone Fort. The numerous resources those people once possessed fell into Jian Wushuang's hands. There were also a couple of corpse puppets. Devilish Wind King had previously obtained a gold-armored corpse puppet and a silver-armored corpse puppet. Hong Qin received 4 bronze-armored corpse puppets where Jian Wushuang had killed 2 of them, while the other 2 were still in great shape. Those corpse puppets had now fallen into Jian Wushuang's hands. After he properly refined those corpse puppets, they would be controlled by him. Those corpse puppets had the combat power of a peak Grand Ultimate God, a powerful high-level Grand Ultimate God, and 2 ordinary high-level Grand Ultimate Gods after all. Not forgetting, Jian Wushuang had received 5 golden Huangji pills at the beginning that were of equally extraordinary value. After adding all those treasures, Jian Wushuang had made a windfall fortune. It's indeed a fortune, a windfall fortune. Jian Wushuang was over the moon over the surprises. Soon, he managed to recover from feeling surprised before starting to refine those corpse puppets in the cave. Although no one was controlling those corpse puppets, it would still take a while for Jian Wushuang to refine them. It was not too bad since had Jian Wushuang tried to refine the War battle armor or the Holy Treasure defensive armor, it would have taken a much longer time, and he had no idea when it would be completed. Therefore, it explained the reason Saber Master was unable to use the War battle armor in the duel against Jian Wushuang, as he did not have time to refine it. A month soon passed. The 4 corpse puppets were finally refined and completely under Jian Wushuang's control. I have strong combat power on hand from today onward. A gold-armored corpse puppet, a silver-armored corpse puppet, 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets, Old Snake, and myself. My Sword Alliance combat power should be comparable to Danyan Continent's top forces when based purely on the highest Grand Ultimate God's combat power, right? Jian Wushuang smiled. He knew that there were a lot of activities occurring in the Danyan continent under the radar which placed Yin Suer in a very difficult situation. Chapter 2749 Meeting Yin Suer. Jian Wushuang once again returned to the sacred palace with his disciple status. He immediately went to meet Palace Keeper Sijin within a magnificent-looking palace upon his arrival. Palace Keeper Sijin, please help me send a message to the Fort Master and tell her that I'd like to see her, said Jian Wushuang with a smile. Palace Keeper Sijin frowned and looked at Jian Wushuang. You want to see the Fort Master? Jian, you may not know about this, but the relationship between the factions within Crimson Stone Fort is very delicate during this period and there are signs of chaos happening. I suggest if you don't have very urgent matters. Jian Wushuang waved his hand before Palace Keeper Sijin could finish and said, Palace Keeper Sijin, please send the message as I want to see her because of some major issue which will affect the situation within Crimson Stone Fort. In that case, wait a moment as I send a message to the Fort Master now. Palace Keeper Sijin immediately sent a message to Yin Suer before receiving a reply within a short moment. Jian, the Fort Master said she'll find time to see you later. She hopes what you want to tell her is really very important, said Palace Keeper Sijin. Don't worry. Jian Wushuang smiled confidently. Jian Wushuang waited quietly in the magnificent palace. A tall and beautiful woman with an oval face who was wearing an ice blue gown appeared in the palace after half a day. The beautiful woman was none other than Yin Suer. Jian, what can I do for you? Yin Suer looked cold. There's something about Saber Master, answered Jian Wushuang. Saber Master? Yin Suer was surprised. There were 7 factions within the Crimson Stone Fort. Although Saber Master belonged to a small faction, his faction still carried a lot of weight and influence in the Crimson Stone Fort. In addition, Saber Master was rather powerful with similar strength as Blood Thunder King who controlled the Crimson Stone official army with only weaker being weaker than the Fort Master and Grand Elder Yun Shan who were peak Grand Ultimate Gods. Therefore, Yin Suer had never considered Saber Master as someone paltry. What's the matter with Saber Master? Yin Suer looked at Jian Wushuang curiously. Fort Master, you probably haven't got this news yet, but he's dead, said Jian Wushuang with a grin. What did you say? Yin Suer was shocked to hear the news. Palace Keeper Sijin had also been alerted. Jian, did you say that Saber Master is dead? How can this be possible? I just got the news that Saber Master had gone to cultivate in seclusion not long ago. He seems to be at a very important cultivation stage and told his followers not to disturb him unless necessary. Yin Suer looked at Jian Wushuang dubiously. Jian Wushuang gave a simple wave before a purple battle saber appeared in his hand. Fort Master, do you recognize this battle saber? Jian Wushuang smiled. This? Yin Suer and Palace Keeper Sijin's pupils constricted as they looked at the saber and were startled. Palace Keeper Sijin said, This battle saber indeed belongs to Saber Master. I've seen him use this many times and can't be wrong about it. How did this battle saber appear in your hands? Is Saber Master really dead? Jian Yi, how did Saber Master die? Why is his battle saber with you? Did you kill him? Yin Suer frowned slightly. She initially did not believe Saber Master was dead. However, she knew it must be true the moment she saw the battle saber. Yin Suer was immediately reminded that Jian Wushuang could be the person who killed Saber Master since the battle saber was with him. However, she was still uncertain as even she might not succeed in killing Saber Master. How can Jian Yi possibly kill Saber Master? It doesn't matter how he died and who killed him. What's important is that he's now dead. The faction he belongs to will definitely fall apart without a leader in control. The entire Crimson Stone Fort might be affected and turn chaotic. Fort Master, you have to make early preparations, said Jian Wushuang. Yin Suer and Palace Keeper Sijin looked solemn. Saber Master was rather influential in the Crimson Stone Fort. His death would indeed cause a great deal of impact in the Crimson Stone Fort. The most important matter was his faction's collapse might also in turn affect the situation of several other factions. Although there were incessant internal conflicts among the Crimson Stone Fort for years, there were no overt conflicts. There were the occasional assassinations, but the situation was under control nonetheless. The situation in Crimson Stone Fort might be disrupted with Saber Master's death. Saber Master's death will definitely wreak havoc in Crimson Stone Fort. This is definitely an excellent opportunity for me to take advantage of the chaos to wipe out the other factions and unify Crimson Stone Fort. However, my current strength may not be enough for me to carry out the plan, said Yin Suer coldly. Saber Master's death and the subsequent chaotic future situation were seemingly a good opportunity for her. However, it was true that she was not powerful enough to handle the situation. Her current strength was inadequate even to go against Grand Elder Yun Shan or Blood Thunder King's faction. It was absolutely impossible for her to completely smoothen out all the major factions. The best scenario was she might get lucky and reap more benefits from those factions, but gaining control over them would be challenging. Fort Master alone may not be enough to take this opportunity to smoothen out the other factions, but matters will be different with my assistance, said Jian Wushuang with a smile. You. Yin Suer looked at Jian Wushuang quizzically. Palace Keeper Sijin was also staring at Jian Wushuang. Jian Yi, I know you're the Sword Alliance master that has been stirring up the situation in the Danyang continent over this period of time. Am I right? Yin Suer asked. She had always paid attention to Jian Wushuang and knew Jian Wushuang was creating his own force. Although Jian Wushuang had never revealed the name of the force he had created, Yin Suer and Crimson Stone Fort had the capabilities to easily discover it. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. It's indeed amazing to be able to create a huge sword alliance in the Danyang continent within just a few decades. In fact, the Sword Alliance is as powerful as first-rated forces, but there's still a long way to go for the Sword Alliance before it is capable of threatening the situation in the Crimson Stone Fort or exercising influence over Danyang continent. Yin Suer shook her head. A long way to go? That's not necessarily. Jian Wushuang smiled with absolute confidence. He then waved his hand before 4 figures appeared out of thin air beside him. Those 4 figures were the 4 corpse puppets he obtained from the secret realm. Fort Master, can you see what these are? Jian Wushuang smiled. Are these war puppets? No, they must be some cultivators, but they're so lifeless. These must be corpse puppets. Yin Suer narrowed her eyes. You're right. They're corpse puppets. They'll get them to greet you. Jian Wushuang grinned before waving his hand as the gold-armored corpse puppet immediately raised its head. Chapter 2750, Handling the Treasures Boom. The gold-armored corpse puppet made a move without any warnings. It discharged a horrifying breath of aura before soon appearing in front of Ian Sewer using just one long stride and swiftly drew out a battle saber. Ian Sewer's eyes sank slightly as she lifted her jade-like hands. A spear appeared in her hands as she spun her spear around and thrust. Clang! The gold-armored corpse puppet was instantly sent back into its original position when her spear and the gold-armored corpse puppet collided. Ian Sewer was slightly shaken up with traces of surprise in her eyes. A peak grand ultimate god? Ian Sewer's beautiful eyes were frozen on the gold-armored corpse puppet's body. How do you feel, Fort Master? Jian Wushwang smiled. Jian, where did you get this corpse puppet? Ian Sewer asked solemnly. Well, I don't want to disclose how I got it, but I wonder about your thoughts on it. Do you think this gold-armored corpse puppet in my hands can compete with ordinary peak grand ultimate god? Jian Wushwang asked with a smile. Ian Sewer pondered for a moment and replied, Yes, this corpse puppet is enough to fight against the ordinary peak grand ultimate go in a one-on-one duel. Even if I take a shot by myself, I'm probably capable of suppressing it with my strength. That's indeed the case. This gold-armored corpse puppet is completely under my control. In addition, I also have a silver-armored corpse puppet and 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets which are equivalent to 1 extremely powerful high-level Grand Ultimate Gods and 2 ordinary high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. Considering all of them and myself, I wonder if you think the Sword Alliance can change the situation within the Crimson Stone Fort? Jian Wushwang explained with a wide grin. A gold-armored corpse puppet, a silver-armored corpse puppet, and 2 bronze-armored corpse puppet. Ian Sewer narrowed her eyes to focus while deep in thought. She then nodded after a while. If we have these corpse puppets helping us alongside my careful planning and execution, I think there may be a chance to succeed. I don't think many have found out about Saber Master's death yet. I guess probably only a few of his faction's henchmen might have found out about it, but I'm sure they will try to keep the news to themselves so there shouldn't be any chaos within the Crimson Stone Fort for now. Fort Master, you should have time to prepare, said Jian Wushwang with a smile. Ian Sewer's eyes lit up and she continued. That's right. However, the other top forces in Danyan continent have also been eyeing the Crimson Stone Fort apart from the major factions who wanted to expand their influence within Crimson Stone Fort. I'm afraid those top forces won't miss the chance to reap benefits if they notice Crimson Stone Fort is going through some major changes. Fort Master, rest assured that it'll be putting pressure on those top forces as much as possible during this period to distract them, said Jian Wushwang reassuringly with a faint smile. Jian Wushwang spoke after a momentary pause. By the way, there's one more matter I wish to discuss. I have a few treasures with me but unfortunately don't have the right channels to sell them. Could you please help me with them, Fort Master? What are those treasures? Ian Sewer looked curiously at Jian Wushwang. She gained a lot the last time Jian Wushwang gave her a royal blood gem weighing 130 catties, which helped relieve a fair bit of her pressure. She wondered what good things Jian Wushwang would share with her at that moment. Fort Master, you should take a look at the battle armor I have first. Jian Wushwang took out the tattered battle armor. This is a pinnacle heavenly treasure battle armor? Ian Sewer was surprised before started shaking her head. It seems powerful and perhaps considered top tier among pinnacle heavenly treasures, but it's a pity this battle armor has been damaged with an exorbitant repair cost. Jian, are you going to exchange this battle armor for divine elixir pills or the primordial stones? Ian Sewer asked. Only divine elixir pills, replied Jian Wushwang. Your battle armor is of an extremely high level. It'll probably be worth 7,000 to 8,000 divine elixir pills if it's in good condition. However, its value has probably halved now that it's been badly damaged. I can get you at most 3,000 divine elixir pills, explained Ian Sewer. 3,000 divine elixir pills isn't bad at all. Jian Wushwang smiled before taking out something else. He took out a saber and a crimson battle saber. Ian Sewer and Palace Keeper Sijin were taken aback to see the crimson battle saber. Holy treasure! It's a holy treasure battle saber. It's a holy treasure? Even Yin Suer was shocked when Jian Wushuang took out the holy treasure battle saber. It was a holy treasure after all. Jian, you have a holy treasure? Palace Keeper Sijin stared wide-eyed at Jian Wushuang. I was lucky, Jian Wushuang answered with a smile. He was not lying, as he was indeed lucky to be able to get so many treasures from the secret realm. This battle saber isn't of much use to me. I wanted to let the gold-armored corpse puppet use it, but the gold-armored corpse puppet was only a corpse puppet after all and may not be able to utilize the holy treasure battle saber's full potential, hence it has very limited room to improve its combat prowess. However, I do need a lot of divine elixir pills to improve my cultivation realm, so I need your help to take care of this battle saber for me. Jian Wushuang explained his situation with a smile. Yin Suer could not help but feel overwhelmed when she heard Jian Wushuang. A holy treasure. Even when Yin Suer's father, Crimson Stone Saint, was alive, he had the opportunity to only come across one throughout his entire life, which went missing upon his passing. Therefore, there was no holy treasure in the Crimson Stone Fort at that instance. In other words, Yin Suer did not have a holy treasure on hand. However, Jian Wushuang just casually took out a holy treasure and asked for her help to dispose of it. Jian, this is a holy treasure after all. It's not any ordinary piece of treasure. Are you sure you want to exchange it for divine elixir pills? Yin Suer was puzzled. Of course. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. In Jian Wushuang's opinion, a treasure was of no value if he could not use it. A treasure that was not usable was only a piece of useless ornament. It was better to exchange it for much-needed resources. They'll find a way to sell your battle saber as soon as possible in that case, said Yin Suer. Do you know how many divine elixir pills this battle saber can be exchanged for? Jian Wushuang asked. Well, I haven't handled a holy treasure weapon before, so I don't know the specific price for it. However, it shouldn't be difficult to sell for a few 10,000 divine elixir pills, said Yin Suer. 50,000 divine elixir pills. I need 50,000 divine elixir pills. I wonder if it's possible? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes. Yin Suer nodded. Although she had no idea of the specific price of a holy treasure, it shouldn't be difficult to sell it for 50,000 divine elixir pills or more. That's fine. Jian Wushuang smiled. He had previously accumulated a certain amount of divine power. If he could get his hands on 50,000 divine elixir pills in addition to those divine elixir pills he obtained from killing Saber Master and the other Grand Ultimate Gods, he should be able to make another cultivation realm breakthrough and cross over to the Peak Heaven Ultimate God realm. Chapter 2751. A gift. Jian Wushuang's divine power would improve tremendously once he made a breakthrough to the Peak Heaven Ultimate God realm, as it would also bring about a great improvement in his overall strength. At that time, he should be able to calmly face Peak Grand Ultimate Gods in a duel. Fort Master, I shall be waiting for your news. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and immediately turned to leave. Yin Suer and Palace Keeper Sijin remained standing in place after Jian Wushuang left from being overwhelmed by what transpired. What do you think, Palace Keeper Sijin? Yin Suer looked at Palace Keeper Sijin. Palace Keeper Sijin replied, It's unbelievable. I could see Jian had great talents when he first appeared in front of me, but his strength at that time was still rather weak, so I can't see the possibility of him influencing Crimson Stone Fort's situation. However, only a few decades have passed since, and he has already gained control over such a powerful force. Palace Keeper Sijin was indeed shocked and impressed. Jian Wushuang had just shown them a gold-armored corpse puppet, a silver-armored corpse puppet, and 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets which were equivalent to the combat power of a Peak Grand Ultimate God, a very powerful high-level Grand Ultimate God, and 2 ordinary high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. No one in Crimson Stone Fort's various factions or the Danyang continent's top forces dared trifle with such a strong lineup. In addition, there were the treasures Jian Wushuang just took out. I was shocked the last time he took out the 230 caddies of royal blood gem. This time around, He showed us such a valuable holy treasure that even Crimson Stone Fort is unable to produce. Even Crimson Stone Saint only had one holy treasure when he was still around. There were various expressions shown on Palace Keeper Sijin's face. Insur also nodded solemnly. I also feel it's unbelievable. I think Saber Master's strength is ranked top 10 in the entire Danyang continent, right? I might not even be able to kill him, but he's now dead and his weapon is with Jian Yi. His death obviously has a lot to do with Jian Yi. This guy definitely has some incredible techniques. I really don't know how many secrets he's hiding. Fortunately, Crimson Stone Saint invited him to help you and is our friend and not a foe. Otherwise, Palace Keeper Sijin narrowed his eyes. Although Jian Wushuang only exuded the aura of a primary-level Grand Ultimate God, both Insur and Palace Keeper Sijin dared not look down upon Jian Wushuang, as his existence would deeply disturb them if Jian Wushuang were their enemy. Insur solemnly said, regardless, Jian Yi now controls such a powerful force, and the Sword Alliance seems to have risen very quickly. We may be able to gain heaps of benefits from this opportunity with his help. Palace Keeper Sijin, you should prepare as soon as possible now that Saber Master's death isn't known to many, and while we still have time and the situation in Crimson Stone Fort is stable for the time being. Yes. Palace Keeper Sijin nodded. Insur was deep in thought on dealing with the holy treasure battle saber given by Jian Wushuang, and obtained 50,000 divine elixir pills for him. Jian Wushuang immediately returned to the Sword Alliance after leaving the sacred palace. He sat on the throne in the lofty hall while listening to Xiao Tiexin, Long Shan, and the others reporting on the many things happening in the Sword Alliance during his absence. The Sword Alliance had long established itself amongst first-rated forces, with its combat power growing stronger alongside the Divine Sword Army's growth and expansion. It became extremely powerful among the first-rated forces that no one in the Danyang continent dared to get on their wrong side. Its overall strength was constantly improving due to the large number of resources being pumped in. Jian Wushuang just nodded slightly after listening to their updates. He had handed over the Sword Alliance's management to Xiao Tiexin and the others a long time ago. Jian Wushuang might not have trusted the others completely, but he had absolute trust in Xiao Tiexin. All of you may go now. Shiner, would you go and get Old Snake for me? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes. Xiao Tiexin and the others immediately left. Old Snake met Jian Wushuang not long after. Alliance Master. Elder Snake humbly saluted Jian Wushuang. Old Snake, how are you doing in the Sword Alliance? Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. I think I'm doing fine, but matters aren't as casual as before, replied Old Snake. Old Snake was an independent expert, and used to be carefree. It was normal for him to feel a little uncomfortable while adapting to the changes after accepting Jian Wushuang's invitation and becoming the first elder in the Sword Alliance Elder's Palace. Take your time to get used to it. Jian Wushuang smiled before flipping his hand and taking out a pill. Old Snake, what do you think this is? Jian Wushuang handed the pill to Old Snake. Old Snake looked at the pill before his pupils shrank sharply. Such a potent, majestic aura! Is this the Huangji Golden Pill? Old Snake sounded excited. Huangji Golden Pill was extremely useful to Grand Ultimate God cultivators. It was no different for Old Snake. He had stayed at the primary level Grand Ultimate God realm for a long time and faced a bottleneck in his journey to make a breakthrough. The Huangji Golden Pill would be very helpful to him in improving his cultivation realm. Under normal circumstances, the chance of a primary level Grand Ultimate God making a breakthrough and reaching the high level Grand Ultimate God realm after swallowing the pill was around 30%. However, Old Snake was stuck at the bottleneck for so many years that his pure divine power and perception of the laws and principles had reached the requirements for making a breakthrough. The probability of him making a breakthrough was at least 50% if he meticulously made preparations for the breakthrough. The 50% chance of making a breakthrough was enough for Old Snake to do everything possible and fight for a Huangji Golden Pill. It was even more so with the Huangji Golden Pill placed in front of him. Alliance Master, this Huangji Golden Pill. Old Snake was very excited but looked a little hesitant, as he dared not directly ask Jian Wushuang for the pill. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly before throwing the Huangji golden pill to Old Snake. It's of course for you since you're the first elder in the Sword Alliance Elder's Palace, and this Huangji golden pill is useful to you. Old Snake was trembling in disbelief, but immediately asked, Are you really giving it to me? Alliance Master, don't you need this Huangji golden pill? Do I need it? It's of no use to me. Jian Wushuang shook his head and smiled. He was indeed telling the truth. The Huangji golden pill had great effects on ordinary cultivators, be it a heaven ultimate god or a grand ultimate god. However, its effect was minimal for Jian Wushuang. It's nothing but just one Huangji golden pill. In addition, I have more than one. Jian Wushuang smiled and immediately flipped his hand to take out 4 identical Huangji golden pills. Chapter 2752, The Name List of Experts. You have 4 more? Old Snake was dumbfounded when he saw Jian Wushuang take out 4 more Huangji golden pill. Huangji golden pill was extremely scarce not only in Danyang Holy Domain but even the entire 9 realms of Golden Crow. The previous pill that appeared as Star Picking Pavilion Auction's final treasure had caused a huge sensation. In the end, the top forces alongside their grand ultimate gods went forth and fought frantically for the pill. It was hard to get even one Huangji golden pill as it took great opportunity and methods to obtain it. Jian Wushuang surprisingly took out 5 Huangji golden pills at that moment. Old Snake was certain the Danyang continent would turn into tumult if news spread that Jian Wushuang alone had 5 Huangji golden pills, with countless experts making their way to get their hands on those pills without a doubt. Jian Wushuang was toying with the 4 Huangji golden pills in his hand when he murmured, I have 5 Huangji golden pills, but they're of no use to me. I still have 4 left after giving Old Snake 1. I'd better put these 4 to better use. Jian Wushuang looked at Old Snake. Old Snake, you were previously an independent expert. Tell me, do you think those other independent experts like yourself will agree to join me if I offer them these Huangji golden pills? Old Snake frowned and pondered for a moment before speaking. The Huangji golden pill is extremely valuable and appealing to grand ultimate gods, especially some grand ultimate gods who had been stuck in a cultivation bottleneck for a long time. The Huangji golden pill is of great help to grand ultimate gods in helping them to make a breakthrough. It's something precious for them to fight for, therefore I think most of those experts would agree if you put the Huangji golden pills up as an offer to recruit those grand ultimate gods. Of course, there are some experts with weird tempers who might stick to their principles. Those experts won't join any forces even if they wanted a Huangji golden pill. In other words, you mean it's entirely up to the experts to decide? Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. Yes. Old Snake nodded. Jian Wushuang's eyes wandered as he thought of an idea and said, Old Snake, you have been in the Danyang continent for so long and should have known quite a few experts here. Can you recommend a few powerful grand ultimate gods to me? I can. What are your criteria for these grand ultimate gods? Old Snake asked. Firstly, they must be powerful and have the qualifications worthy of me giving them these Huangji golden pills. Secondly, they must not be vicious or some bloodthirsty devils and not be too close with any of the other top forces. Lastly, the most important matter is that their credibility must be guaranteed, said Jian Wushuang. Old Snake was startled. Credibility? Are you worried they won't keep to their word? Jian Wushuang nodded. Yes, I'm offering them the Huangji golden pills to enhance their strength, so give them the Huangji golden pills in advance. I don't want to see them ignoring the terms and conditions agreed upon and left after being given these Huangji golden pills. Even though I could kill them to vent my anger, it's a waste of Huangji golden pills. Understood, please wait while I quickly sort out a list of experts, said Old Snake. Jian Wushuang waited patiently. After half a day, Old Snake appeared once again in front of Jian Wushuang and handed Jian Wushuang a list with names of experts. Alliance Master, I've written a list of experts that we can target. There are 10 people on this list, in which among them are 3 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods and 7 primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods. All of them are very powerful and extremely eager to get their hands on some Huangji golden pills. As per your criterion, these 10 people have nothing to do with any top forces but had some enmity with them. As for their credibility, these 10 people value their reputation, so they won't go back on their words after forging an agreement," said Old Snake. Jian Wushuang took the list and began to scrutinize it. He was not only provided with the names of those 10 grand ultimate gods, but also detailed information including some of their achievements and experiences listed in great detail. Jian Wushuang looked carefully for a moment before nodding in satisfaction. He was very happy with those 10 on the list, especially 2 of them. Of those 2, one was Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian, while the other one was a primary level Grand Ultimate God with terrifying strength. Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian was famous in the Danyang continent and far more well known than many other high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. The reason being Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian was the first-ranked primary-level Grand Ultimate God recognized by the entire Danyang continent. He used to face off against 2 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods while still only a primary-level Grand Ultimate God. Although he was at a disadvantage in the battle, the 2 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods could not harm him and ended up allowing him to escape. No one else in the Danyang continent held similar achievement records except Jian Wushuang. Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian was also very loyal to his wife. His wife, the love of his life, was accidentally killed by an expert from one of the top forces. Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian immediately launched frenzied revenge and killed all those high-level experts of that particular force after finding out about it. However, his wife could not be brought back to life no matter how much he avenged her. Therefore, his heart had become incapable of love from there on, which led to him being called Zhu Xian. Furthermore, Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian was not only loyal but also extremely stubborn and arrogant according to the list's description. He would ensure he completed it regardless of whatever he wanted to do. On the same line of thought, he would also do his best to fulfill his promises. Jian Wushuang admired such character in terms of both strength and temperament. Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian was Jian Wushuang's first target choice in his recruitment. The second person was a high-level Grand Ultimate God called Strange Old Tong. He was called strange and old from living for too long. He was an expert from Crimson Stone Saints era. Strange Old Tong was already a famous high-level Grand Ultimate God before Crimson Stone Saints' emergence. Strange Old Tong was very famous in the Danyang continent due to his high ranking amongst high-level Grand Ultimate Gods, being no inferior to Saber Master. He was stuck at the high-level Grand Ultimate God realm for too long and therefore eager to make a breakthrough. Chapter 2753 Winning Over Experts 1. Strange Old Tong has been in the high-level Grand Ultimate God realm bottleneck for too long. There's hearsay he has attempted in making a breakthrough to peak Grand Ultimate God realm several times but failed. It seems that he has made his absolute best preparation from my observation. The Huangji Golden Pill isn't very effective for high-level Grand Ultimate God as it can only increase the success probability by 10%, but it should be enough for him to do his best and fight for it, muttered Jian Wushuang. The information Jian Wushuang had on Strange Old Tong mentioned his rather strange behavior but was someone who kept his words. Jian Wushuang no doubt longed to recruit such an expert. In addition to Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian and Strange Old Tong, the other 8 people on the list also had high credibility and great strength which fulfilled the requirements Jian Wushuang had set forth and hence were within his recruitment targets. Alliance Master, I'm in touch with a few of these 10 people on the list. Should I contact them and find out if they're interested? Old Snake suggested. Jian Wushuang shook his head. No need to be so troublesome. Can you find out where they are now? I'll personally make a trip to meet them. Alliance Master, you mean you plan to meet and recruit them in person? Old Snake was startled. Of course, let's start with Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian. Where is he? Jian Wushuang asked. Jian Wushuang set off on his journey soon after learning Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xin's location. At a barren mountain somewhere in the middle of some desolate vast land. The hilly Palace Mountain, the place Gravel Castle was located. It was where Grand Ultimate God Zhu Axian lived. Jian Wushuang's figure arrived in the void before the Gravel Castle and diffused a faint breath of divine power in the area. Swoosh! A small figure immediately skimmed out of the Gravel Castle and greeted Jian Wushuang. Who are you? Why are you here? A thin and weak woman wearing green stared closely at Jian Wushuang. Are you Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xin's maid? Jian Wushuang glanced at the green-clad woman. Based on the information Jian Wushuang received, Grand Ultimate God Zhu Axian had a maid whom he rescued many years ago. The grateful maid stayed by Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xin's side and had feelings for Grand Ultimate God Zhu Axian. However, Grand Ultimate God Zhu Axian loved his deceased wife too much and had closed his heart off after his wife's passing. The maid knew that very well, so she merely stayed beside Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xin's as a maid and never regretted her decision through all those years. Could you please report to your master that Sword Alliance Master Su Han is here to visit him? Can you kindly ask him to come out and meet me? Jian Wushuang asked with a polite smile. Sword Alliance Master? The green-clad woman was surprised. She had been with Grand Ultimate God Zhu Axian for years and was exposed to many matters in the Danyang continent. Naturally, she had heard of the Sword Alliance. The Sword Alliance Master's name, Su Han, was famous in Danyang continent. He was known for his achievement of killing a primary-level Grand Ultimate God while still a peak Heaven Ultimate God. Alliance Master, please wait a moment as I report to my master. The green-clad woman immediately went into the castle. After a long time, the green-clad woman was out of the castle again. My master invites you to join him in the castle, said the green-clad woman. Jian Wushuang immediately walked toward the Gravel Castle under the green-clad woman's guidance. Not long after, Jian Wushuang arrived in a vast hall with a man wearing black sitting at the top of the hall. The black-clothed man seemed to have been through a lot in his life, but his gaze looked indifferent. His dull eyes reflected his feelings of emptiness, which could be seen on his impassive face. He was indeed a man in great despair. A pleasure to meet you, Grand Ultimate God Zhu Axian. Jian Wushuang smiled and looked at the Grand Ultimate God Zhu Axian, who seemed to have lost the capabilities to experience emotions. I've heard of you, Alliance Master Su Han. What brings you here today? Asked Grand Ultimate God Zhu Axian. I'm here to invite you to join the Sword Alliance. Jian Wushuang was very frank with his intentions and made it clear without beating around the bush. Really? Grand Ultimate God Zhu Axian was not surprised at all. He was a famous figure in Danyang continent for many years. Many forces had found him and explained their intention in the same manner as Jian Wushuang. He had gotten used to receiving recruitment invitations a long time ago. Alliance Master Su Han, you might not know this, but several top forces like Crimson Stone Fort, Nanhua Palace, Life and Death Tower, Divine Demon Sect, and Dongfang Clan had come forward to invite me to join them. They offered me attractive terms in return, but I remained here in my place, said Grand Ultimate God Zhu Axian. Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent. I know a lot of forces would naturally want to invite you to join them with your level of strength. Those forces failed to recruit you probably for only one reason. The conditions they offered might not be attractive to you at all. Are you saying you have something that's able to attract my attention? Asked Grand Ultimate God Zhu Axian. Jian Wushuang smiled without speaking as he flipped his hand and took out a Huangji golden pill. Grand Ultimate God Zhu Axian, I wonder if this pill can attract your attention? Jian Wushuang asked with a wide grin. Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xin's indifferent expression was startled the moment Jian Wushuang took out a Huangji golden pill. His eyes shrank sharply as his gaze was immediately locked onto the Huangji golden pill. Huangji golden pill! Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xin's complexion became extremely solemn all of a sudden. He had been in the primary level Grand Ultimate God realm for a long time, and never had a chance to make a breakthrough. He was tempted when a Huangji golden pill was placed in front of him. Alliance Master Su Han is so generous that you're willing to give away a Huangji golden pill to recruit me. The other top forces in Danyang continent don't dare to do what you just did, said Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian. The top forces in the Danyang continent had previously offered Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian a sufficient amount that was rather attractive to him. However, those offers were nothing in comparison to the Huangji Golden Pill. The difference was too vast. It was of course also impossible for those top forces to produce a Huangji Golden Pill to recruit him. Firstly, the Huangji Golden Pill was a rare find that even those top forces had difficulty getting their hands on one. Secondly, they would leave it for their best and most loyal disciples even if they had one. They would certainly never use it to recruit a primary-level Grand Ultimate God. I wonder if this pill is sufficient to entice you in joining the Sword Alliance? Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian glanced at Jian Wushuang but shook his head after. I must admit that though the Huangji Golden Pill is indeed very attractive, it's unfortunate that I still can't agree to join you. Chapter 2754 Winning Over Experts 2. Oh? Jian Wushuang slightly frowned. I'm just an overly stubborn person and won't change any decision I've made. I've said many years ago that I won't join any forces no matter the number of benefits given or whoever gives it. Therefore, I can only reject your kind offer, Alliance Master Su Han, said Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian. Jian Wushuang smiled happily when he heard that without any hint of anger. Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian, why don't we exchange the conditions since you aren't willing to join any forces? I don't need you to join my Sword Alliance, but only need you to obey my orders for the next 1,000 years, which means the Sword Alliance is hiring you for 1,000 years with a single Huangji Golden Pill. What do you think? Hire me? Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian was moved by the suggestion. It was natural for him to be against directly joining and serving the Sword Alliance. However, if it was just a job with them only hiring him for 1,000 years, matters would be different. Hiring him for 1,000 years meant he would be working for the Sword Alliance during that 1,000 years. However, he could leave without any hesitation once the 1,000-year period was up. He would not be a member of the Sword Alliance from the beginning till the end, hence it could be considered that he had never joined the Sword Alliance. As he was sitting on a chair in the Grand Hall, Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian tapped his fingers on the armchair as he started thinking in silence. He looked up again after a while. Alliance Master Su Han, I admit I can't think of any reasons to reject your offer. Jian Wushuang smiled when he heard that before throwing the Huangji Golden Pill to Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian with a wave of his hand. You can directly consume this Huangji Golden Pill and try making a breakthrough to a high-level Grand Ultimate God. However, I wonder how much time you'll need? Jian Wushuang asked. A maximum of 3 years. Regardless if I've successfully made a breakthrough and become a high-level Grand Ultimate God within 3 years or not, I'll head to the Sword Alliance to obey your commands thereafter, said Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian. All right, I'll be waiting for you in the Sword Alliance. I hope you won't disappoint me. Jian Wushuang glanced at Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian before turning around and leaving. In the Grand Hall, the lady in green clothes stood beside Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian. Master, will you really head to the Sword Alliance after 3 years? The green-clothed lady looked at Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian in surprise. Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian smiled indifferently. Of course, since when have you seen me go against my words? The green-clothed lady was stunned. Alliance Master Su Han was willing to hand me the Huangji Golden Pill so early on because he believed in my character. What kind of a person would I be if I don't go to the Sword Alliance 3 years later? Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian asked. His right hand held on to the Huangji Golden Pill tightly while a calculative look flashed through his eyes. The Huangji Golden Pill was something he really needed. Jian Wushuang soon caught up with strange old Tong after leaving Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xin's place. Huangji Golden Pill? A longing look also flashed through the eyes of a sloppy and dirty old man who was wearing ordinary-looking gray clothing as Jian Wushuang took the pill out. This Huangji Golden Pill will be yours if you agree to fight for my Sword Alliance for 1,000 years, said Jian Wushuang directly. Fight? The Sword Alliance had already become a first-rated force in the Danyang continent based on my understanding. Apart from that, the Alliance is considered one of the strongest first-rated forces. However, you're still thinking of ways to gather experts for a fight. Could you aim to be one of the pinnacle forces? Strange Old Tong did not directly agree to Jian Wushuang's offer but asked such questions instead. Yes, the Sword Alliance isn't satisfied with being one of the first-rated forces, said Jian Wushuang. If that's the case, the Sword Alliance might go against the Divine Demon sect in the future? The look in Strange Old Tong's eyes sharpened. It's not a so-called possible, but a definite will. The next target of the Sword Alliance is the Divine Demon sect, said Jian Wushuang directly. Great. I want this Huangji golden pill of yours, said Strange Old Tong. Jian Wushuang could not help but secretly smile. He had obtained information from Old Snake earlier that Strange Old Tong had a weird way of doing things and had some accumulated grudges against several forces in the Danyang continent. The Divine Demon sect was among the forces he had the deepest hatred from a long time ago. Now that Jian Wushuang had taken the Huangji golden pill out and directly highlighted the fact that the Sword Alliance would go against the Divine Demon sect, Strange Old Tong immediately agreed to it. I can give this Huangji golden pill to you now. You can try to make a breakthrough right now if you're well prepared. However, they'll wait for you for only 3 years. Will this 3-year time be enough? Jian Wushuang asked. 3 years? That's too short. I've previously tried multiple times to make a breakthrough to the peak Grand Ultimate God. Now that I have the Huangji golden pill to assist, this should be my chance with the greatest certainty, hence I naturally need to prepare to the best of my ability. As such, it'll be impossible without another 10 to 20 years. How about this? They'll follow and fight for you first while I'll try making a breakthrough again when the Sword Alliance has some idle time, said Strange Old Tong. All right. Jian Wushuang nodded. The strange old man then immediately followed Jian Wushuang as Jian Wushuang continued to win over other experts. There were 5 Huangji golden pills. He gave one to Old Snake, one to Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian, and one to Strange Old Tong. He also managed to win over 2 other experts on the list with the remaining 2 pills. Although they were only primary level Grand Ultimate Gods, they promised to fight for the Sword Alliance for 1,000 years. There were 3 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods that were extremely strong on the expert list Old Snake previously gave him. However, Jian Wushuang only managed to find Strange Old Tong while one of the remaining 2 had disappeared many years ago and nobody knew if he was dead or alive. The other person had also disappeared some time ago and nobody knew that person's whereabouts. Therefore, Jian Wushuang could only invite primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods. At that point, he had managed to win over 1 high-level Grand Ultimate God and 3 primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods with those 4 Huangji golden pills. In addition, 1 or 2 out of those 3 primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods might be able to make a breakthrough to the high-level Grand Ultimate God realm with the Huangji golden pills' assistance. I've used up all 5 Huangji golden pills. What I need to do next is to wait in silence. Jian Wushuang returned to the Sword Alliance and started waiting while meditating. News of Saber Master's death had not been disclosed, hence the Crimson Stone Fort and Danyang continent were still quite peaceful. 3 years had passed in the flash. Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian and 2 other experts that Jian Wushuang invited had come to the Sword Alliance. However, when they met Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian once again, the divine power omitted from him showed that he had reached the high-level Grand Ultimate God realm. Congratulations, Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian. Jian Wushuang looked at Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian with a smile on his face. It's all thanks to Alliance Master Su Han's Huangji golden pill, or it won't be so easy for me to make a breakthrough. A smile appeared on Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xin's face even though he had always been someone indifferent. Chapter 2755, About to Take Action. Mr. Aning, congratulations to you too. Jian Wushuang looked toward a middle-aged man who had sharp and eagle-like eyes beside them. That middle-aged man was Aning, a previously famous primary-level Grand Ultimate God in the Danyang continent who had already made a breakthrough to the high-level Grand Ultimate God after taking the Huangji Golden Pill. As for the last person, she was a lady with silver hair known as Lan Junju. She had also obtained a Huangji Golden Pill but was not as lucky as the other two and did not become a high-level Grand Ultimate God. However, she had previously promised Jian Wushuang and would still fight for the Sword Alliance for 1,000 years even though she did not manage to make a breakthrough. In addition, Old Snake, the earliest person to obtain the Huangji Golden Pill and join the Sword Alliance, had also successfully made a breakthrough to high-level Grand Ultimate God after consuming the Huangji Golden Pill. It meant that out of the 5 Huangji Golden Pills apart from the strange old Tong who had not swallowed it, 3 out of the 4 primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods had successfully made a breakthrough. Jian Wushuang had added 4 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods and a primary-level Grand Ultimate God to the Sword Alliance in one go with those 3 people making a breakthrough. Apart from that, strange old Tong was considered top tier among those 4 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods and no weaker than Saber Master. Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian was previously positioned in the top among primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods. He was capable of fighting against 2 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods when he was a primary-level Grand Ultimate God. His breakthrough had increased his strength by leaps and bounds, bringing his combat prowess almost similar to strange old Tong. Ning and Old Snake were also quite strong and not considered weaklings among high-level Grand Ultimate Gods after making their breakthrough. It could be said that all 4 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods had extremely strong combat power. Together with Jian Wushuang and the corpse puppets he controlled, those pinnacle forces might not even be comparable to the Sword Alliance when considering the combat power of those at the highest realm. Now that our highest realm combat powers have been increased by so much, it's time for the Sword Alliance to take action after being quiet for a couple of decades. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. Jian Wushuang immediately gathered the Sword Alliance's higher management members. Long Shan, what's the scale of the Divine Sword Army right now? Jian Wushuang asked. Alliance Master, the Divine Sword Army has increased to 500 people and all of them are Heaven Ultimate Gods with great strength. Apart from that, their execution of the military formation and magic formation has been much more skillful after all these years. The current overall strength of the Divine Sword Army is still incomparable to the Crimson Stone official army of the Crimson Stone Fort. However, the Divine Sword Army is strong enough to fight legions cultivated by any forces and defeat them head-on apart from the Crimson Stone official army, said Long Shan confidently. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. The Divine Sword Army was something he formed with great sacrifice. It could be said that more than 90% of the resources he obtained had been given to the Divine Sword Army. That was also the reason the Divine Sword Army could grow to such a capacity within the short period of several decades. Gather the Divine Sword Army. We're leaving soon, said Jian Wushuang directly. Leaving? Young Master plans to take action against the forces surrounding us? Xiao Tiexin immediately looked over at Jian Wushuang. The group of Sword Alliance's higher management also looked at Jian Wushuang in excitement. The Sword Alliance's strength was growing every day at that moment as they were supported by a huge number of resources. Many of those in the higher management were unsatisfied with their current situation. All of them wanted to expand the Sword Alliance, and even if they were unable to make huge expansions, they wished for small ones whereby they could take over the second-rated and third-rated forces around them. However, Jian Wushuang constrained the experts of the Sword Alliance strictly and prohibited them from expanding since the Sword Alliance became one of the first-rated forces several decades ago. Therefore, the Sword Alliance had been extremely powerful for several decades but without any territorial expansion. They had been longing to carry out an expansion since early on but could only forcefully hold their urges back due to the deterrence of the Alliance Master. The Alliance Master had finally decided to make a move against the surrounding forces at that moment. Bring the stellar map over, ordered Jian Wushuang. Somebody immediately brought a large stellar map and opened it in the hall. The stellar map recorded the entire Danyang continent, including each force's territories. For example, the territories controlled by the Sword Alliance were also shown on the stellar map. Haha. It looks like there are quite a few forces in the area surrounding our Sword Alliance. Jian Wushuang looked at the distribution of forces on the stellar map. That's true. There are 4 second-rated forces and many third-rated forces around our territories. These forces have some conflicts with us across these years. However, our Sword Alliance did not make any large movements because of the constraint you've placed. Otherwise, these second-rated and third-rated forces would have been taken over by us long ago, said Xiao Tiexin. Previously, we weren't strong enough. Expanding unscrupulously will raise fear between those first-rated or even pinnacle forces, especially those who don't want us to break the balance they tried so hard to maintain. Famous people attract criticism. Once our Sword Alliance continues to expand unscrupulously, those pinnacle forces may directly take action against us. The Sword Alliance can't withstand a pinnacle force's attack at that time. Jian Wushuang smiled softly. That's how it was previously, but it's different now. The corners of Jian Wushuang's mouth slightly bent upward. Previously, the Sword Alliance was unable to fight a pinnacle force by themselves, hence he dared not act recklessly and had been restricting the Sword Alliance's experts to build up their strength first. At that moment, their top management's strength and core heaven ultimate god's combat power, including the divine sword army, had improved, making him no longer afraid of those pinnacle forces. There was nothing he was afraid of at that point. Master, there are so many forces around this area. Which one should we take action against first, or should we directly deploy the divine sword army to sweep out all of these forces? Xiao Tiexin asked. There are only some second-rated and third-rated forces around us. They aren't worth wasting our time. Our Sword Alliance has been quiet for a long time, hence let's make it a big one if we're going to make a move. We shall take action against that one. Jian Wushuang directly pointed at an area on the stellar map. There was a certain distance between that area and the territory controlled by the Sword Alliance with several forces in between. Xiao Tiexin, Longshan, Dong Shui, and the others had weird expressions on their faces upon seeing the target Jian Wushuang chose. Heavenly Blood Alliance? Master, you want to take action against the Heavenly Blood Alliance? Xiao Tiexin looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. Why? Is it not possible? Jian Wushuang said with a snicker. The Heavenly Blood Alliance is the first-rated force of that area and considered extremely strong amongst first-rated forces. According to rumors, they have 3 grand ultimate gods, with one of them being a high-level grand ultimate god. The most important rumor mentioned that the Heavenly Blood Alliance has a close relationship with the Divine Demon Sect, with news that the Divine Demon Sect is secretly supporting the Heavenly Blood Alliance. Won't taking action against the Heavenly Blood Alliance means we're acting against the Divine Demon Sect? Chapter 2756. Destroy the Heavenly Blood Alliance. Won't taking action against the Heavenly Blood Alliance means we're acting against the Divine Demon Sect? The entire hall fell into a brief silence after Xiao Tiexin spoke. The Heavenly Blood Alliance alone was not too scary, and with its current strength, the Sword Alliance was qualified to challenge the Heavenly Blood Alliance. However, the Divine Demon Sect was different. It was one of the 5 top-tier forces in the Danyang continent. There were around a dozen first-rated forces with uncountable second-rated and third-rated forces in the Danyang continent. However, there were only 5 pinnacle forces. Those 5 pinnacle forces were deeply rooted and extremely strong. Those pinnacle forces would only fight among themselves under normal circumstances. Which other forces would dare to provoke them? However, the Alliance Master wanted to take action against the Divine Demon Sect at that moment. Master, are you serious? Xiao Tiexin looked toward Jian Wushuang. Of course, when I say we're taking action against the Heavenly Blood Alliance, we're taking action against it. There is nothing for our Sword Alliance to fear, even if the Divine Demon Sect comes to cause us troubles later on. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently before directly giving orders. Longshan, immediately gather the Divine Sword Army and depart for the Heavenly Blood Alliance's territory. You might travel past the territories of several forces on the way. If they are only second-rated or third-rated forces with no grand ultimate gods personally attending to them, wipe them out to clear the path. Dong Shui, get ready to completely take over the Heavenly Blood Alliance's territory. Yes. Long Shan and Dong Shui nodded seriously. Master, what do you plan to do now? Xiao Tiexin looked at Jian Wushuang. I'll rush toward Heavenly Blood Alliance with Old Snake and our guest elders before the Divine Sword Army arrives. Well, get rid of their 3 grand ultimate gods, said Jian Wushuang. All those who were present were surprised when they heard that. Alliance Master was going over at that moment to wipe out the Heavenly Blood Alliance's grand ultimate gods. There were 3 grand ultimate gods, and one of them was even a high-level grand ultimate god. In addition, they only heard of an Elder's Palace in the Sword Alliance, but there was only one Elder at that moment, who was Old Snake. Since when did the Sword Alliance have guest elders? Jian Wushuang did not explain to them, and directly made a move after giving his orders. Those traveling with him included Strange Old Tong, Zhu Xian, Old Snake, and Ing, and Lan Junzhu. The 6 of them traveled quickly and rushed toward the Heavenly Blood Alliance's territory. The 6 of them had already arrived in the skies above the Heavenly Blood Alliance's lair in less than a day. Heavenly Blood City. The Heavenly Blood Alliance's lair. Alliance Master Su Han, do you plan to take action against the Heavenly Blood Alliance? Zhu Xian looked toward Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jian Wushuang immediately nodded. Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian frowned. Are you joking? Alliance Master Su Han, don't you know that the Heavenly Blood Alliance is being secretly supported by the Divine Demon Sect? There's even a spatial passage in the Heavenly Blood Alliance that connects to the Divine Blood Sect's lair, according to rumors, such that the Divine Blood Sect can immediately send experts over via the spatial passage once something happens to the Heavenly Blood Alliance. Even if that's true, so what? Is Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian afraid? Jian Wushuang glanced at Zhu Xian with a smile. I'm not afraid. It's not difficult for us to wipe out a Heavenly Blood Alliance based on our strength, but I feel the more important matter is that we need to face the Divine Demon Sect thereafter. Is Alliance Master Su Han well prepared for that? Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian asked. Jian Wushuang smiled softly. Don't worry. I'm naturally prepared to face the Divine Demon Sect, since I dare to take action against the Heavenly Blood Alliance. All of you have nothing to worry about. In addition, the Divine Demon Sect isn't as scary as you guys imagined. That's right, it's just a Divine Demon Sect. It's not like I've never gone against them previously. On the other hand, Strange Old Tong was completely fearless, with excitement filling his eyes instead. He had a huge grudge against the Divine Demon Sect from the beginning and was extremely excited when he heard they were taking action against the Divine Demon Sect. Alliance Master Su Han, well, fight wholeheartedly for the Sword Alliance since we've accepted your invitation. However, we need to warn you first that if we're really placed in a terrible position, we won't die for your Sword Alliance, said Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian. Jian Wushuang said with a smile. I understand. All of you don't need to worry, as you're just employees of my Sword Alliance. I won't stop you from leaving if we're at the brink of life and death. However, we should take action and get rid of the Heavenly Blood Alliance first. It's not difficult to wipe out the Heavenly Blood Alliance as long as we have taken precautions against the Divine Demon Sect's experts rushing over. Old Tong, can you sneak into the Heavenly Blood City and find where the spatial passage is? Please destroy the spatial passage the moment we take action. Sure. Strange Old Tong nodded as his figure had already skimmed toward the Heavenly Blood City's entrance. Let's wait here for a moment, said Jian Wushuang. Zhu Xian, Old Snake, and Ing, and Lan Junzhu stood behind Jian Wushuang as they waited in silence. Less than half an hour later, Strange Old Tong sent a message saying he had already found the spatial passage's location and was hiding nearby, prepared to take action at any moment. Jian Wushuang smiled when he received the message. Let's go, it's time for us to take action. Jian Wushuang waved his hands as the group of 5 directly went toward the huge hall floating amid the void located at the heart of the city. There was a thin layer of crimson light surrounding the hall, which was a magic formation. It appeared to be quite unusual when they looked at it with their eyes, hence it could be concluded to certainly be quite strong. Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian, I heard rumors about how you're able to fight 2 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods while as just a primary-level Grand Ultimate God. Your strength must have increased by leaps and bounds now that you've made a breakthrough. You're the strongest among the 6 of us apart from strange old Tong. We shall rely on you to resolve this magic formation, said Jian Wushuang with a smile. Sure. Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian glanced at the crimson magic formation before nodding and took his battle saber out of its sheath. Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian instantly moved and appeared in front of the crimson magic formation as he held the battle saber in his hands high. A special essence started to slowly spread. Heaven and earth seemed to turn indistinct and lonely in an instant. The void also became obscure as Grand Ultimate God Ju Xin's figure could be faintly seen in the hazy area. Whoosh! A saber light was directly sent forward. The saber light was extremely fascinating and dazzling, yet also extremely elusive at the same time. The saber light skimmed past the void before a huge saber river appeared out of nowhere in the blink of an eye. It was as though an elusive region was being drawn. The void was then swallowed by a wave of silence. The saber light wave had already cut onto the crimson magic formation. Boom! A loud explosive sound could be heard before the crimson magic formation immediately brightened and revealed its powerful strength. Endless crimson lights appeared and crazily endured the incomparable yet elusive slash. The entire magic formation trembled crazily, which already startled those many Heavenly Blood Alliance's experts within the magic formation. Chapter 2757 Nobody will rescue you. Who is it? How dare you attack the Heavenly Blood Alliance's main lair? An angry howl filled the entire sky before a huge amount of people came skimming out from the Heavenly Blood Alliance's main lair. The 3 people leading the way were Heavenly Blood Alliance's 3 Grand Ultimate Gods. The person who yelled aloud was the Heavenly Blood Alliance Master, who was a high-level Grand Ultimate God. The Heavenly Blood Alliance Master looked with unprecedented anger at the person who activated the elusive saber light. That's Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian? The Heavenly Blood Alliance Master's facial expression darkened. He knew who Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian was, but the Heavenly Blood Alliance had never offended that Grand Ultimate God. However, Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian was attacking the Heavenly Blood Alliance's main territory at that moment. The crimson magic formation trembled violently but soon calmed down. However, the elusive saber light had already dispersed. It didn't break? Grand Ultimate God Ju Xin's facial expression slightly changed, but he took action once again. Clank! It was still an extremely elusive and scary saber light that was much larger and stronger than the previous. The saber light once again hit on the crimson magic formation, with the only difference being the crimson magic formation looked as though it was going to break. This is bad. The Heavenly Blood Alliance Master's facial expression darkened as he noticed the crimson magic formation had reached its limit. Finally, the entire crimson magic formation could not endure the saber light's horrendous strength and immediately fell apart. Once the magic formation had fallen, the entire Heavenly Blood Alliance's lair was exposed in the open. Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian, good work! A hearty laugh sounded as Jian Wushuang and the others skimmed over from the void they were located before landing beside Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian. These people! Heavenly Blood Alliance Master only noticed Jian Wushuang and the others at that moment. Old Snake, Ining, Lan Junju, and the person standing in the middle is Su Han of the Sword Alliance? The Heavenly Blood Alliance Master narrowed his eyes. He recognized all those people standing in front of him, and realized that Jian Wushuang was the person leading them. Alliance Master Su Han, there seem to be no grudges between Heavenly Blood Alliance and Sword Alliance. What is the meaning of you bringing people here and destroying the Heavenly Blood Alliance's important formation? The Heavenly Blood Alliance Master looked at Jian Wushuang with cold eyes. Haha. There's nothing special. I'm just taking a leisure walk at your Heavenly Blood Alliance and wiping it out while I'm doing that, said Jian Wushuang with a soft smile. Wipe out our Heavenly Blood Alliance? The Heavenly Blood Alliance Master's facial expression darkened. The Heavenly Blood Alliance's many experts also had angry expressions on their faces. However, right at that moment, boom! An explosion sound accompanied by a wave of strong divine power could be felt exploding directly from below them before sounds of angry yells from some experts could be heard. The Heavenly Blood Alliance Master immediately looked toward the source of the sound, only narrowed his eyes by what he witnessed. The spatial passage had been destroyed? The Heavenly Blood Alliance Master's facial expression darkened greatly. At the same time, an overpowering aura wave also came skimming forward. It was a dirty and sloppy old man. The divine power coming off the sloppy old man had already reached the peak of a high-level Grand Ultimate God. Strange old Tong, it's you! The Heavenly Blood Alliance Master and those many experts from the Heavenly Blood Alliance gritted their teeth as they said that. The Heavenly Blood Alliance was secretly supported by the Divine Demon Sect, with many of their experts originating from the Divine Demon Sect. The hatred between Strange Old Tong and the Divine Demon Sect was written very deeply in their blood. Heavenly Blood Alliance Master, it's been a long time. I wish you well. Strange Old Tong smiled coldly as he stared at the Heavenly Blood Alliance Master. We're in huge trouble. The Heavenly Blood Alliance Master had a darkened expression on his face. Although the Heavenly Blood Alliance was one of the first-rated forces, they only had 3 Grand Ultimate Gods, with him being the only high-level Grand Ultimate God. However, the company that Jian Wushuang brought over apart from himself were a total of 4 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods and 1 primary-level Grand Ultimate God, which all of them were extremely strong. It was absolutely easy for such a lineup to wipe out their members purely with higher combat power. Apart from that, the spatial passage had been destroyed by the Strange Old Tong. Even if he immediately sent a message to the Divine Demon Sect, they would not be able to immediately send help. The Heavenly Blood Alliance's situation was really worrisome. Alliance Master Su-Han, it looks like your Sword Alliance has really made up your mind to take action against my Heavenly Blood Alliance. The Heavenly Blood Alliance Master stared at Jian Wushuang with a cold look in his eyes. Of course, why would I gather such a big group of people if that isn't the case? Said Jian Wushuang while smiling. Alliance Master Su-Han, ensure you're kept in the dark on the true origins of Heavenly Blood Alliance? Heavenly Blood Alliance is supported by the Divine Demon Sect. If you dare take action against us, the Divine Demon Sect will do their best to wipe out the Sword Alliance, yelled the Heavenly Blood Alliance Master with a deep voice. Haha! Are you trying to scare me with the Divine Demon Sect? Jian Wushuang could not help but scoff. I certainly knew about the background of your Heavenly Blood Alliance before deciding to take action against you, so what about the Divine Demon Sect? Am taking action against the Divine Demon Sect? Heavenly Blood Alliance Master, listen carefully. The Heavenly Blood Alliance will be wiped out today and nobody will be able to save you. I mean by what I've said. Jian Wushuang's cold voice could be heard throughout the entire Heavenly Blood City. The Heavenly Blood Alliance experts' facial expressions darkened when they heard that. Everyone take action. Don't let all 3 Grand Ultimate Gods of the Heavenly Blood Alliance go and kill all of those high-level experts. As for the others, kill those who fought back, ordered Jian Wushuang. Zhu Exhan, Old Snake, Aning, Lan Junzhu, and Old Tong, who were behind him, looked at each other before taking action. Boom! 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 5 extremely strong auras immediately exploded as war instantly broke out. There's hope as long as we are still alive. Let's escape. The Heavenly Blood Alliance Master immediately made his decision and exchanged looks with both primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods behind him before turning around to escape. They knew there was a huge power difference between both parties. The 3 of them did not have any room to retaliate if they engaged, so they could only escape. As experts in the Grand Ultimate God level, they were really good at protecting their lives, such that even a Grand Ultimate God more powerful than them would fail to make them stay if they really wanted to escape. If they escaped at that moment, and the Divine Demon Sect immediately took action after all that, they could easily have their revenge. Jian Wushuang and the others standing in front of them, including the Sword Alliance, would be completely wiped away after that. However, Jian Wushuang had been thinking about preventing them from escaping since early on. Therefore, the moment those three were prepared to make a move, hum, great amount of golden light streams immediately extended. The golden light stream's expansion speed was so much faster compared to those three grand ultimate gods' escaping speed that those streams covered a great area of the void in the blink of an eye, which also engulfed those three grand ultimate gods. A golden light domain immediately expanded and suppressed them. At the same time, the 10,000-foot-tall golden god shadow had already risen behind Jian Wushuang as he pointed his finger and formed the prison of punishment. Chapter 2758. The Fury Divine Demon Sect. A humongous golden prison also appeared out of thin air and sealed up the entire void. Both the golden light domain and prison of punishment had superimposed. Rumble. The three Heavenly Blood Alliance experts who frenziedly escaped immediately felt a strong suppression. Around 20% to 30% of their power had been directly suppressed, with the most crucial point being a huge decrease in their speed. This domain, D***, were in huge trouble. Those three's facial expressions were extremely dark as they immediately tried every means to escape from the domain. However, they were stuck in the extremely strong golden prison, and it was almost impossible for them to break the golden prison. Therefore, those three did not even have any opportunities to escape before all five of them, Old Tong, Zhu Xian, Old Snake, Ining, and Lan Junju, attacked them. "Leave the Heavenly Blood Alliance Master to me," said Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian coldly as he directly went after the Heavenly Blood Alliance Master. The remaining four glanced at each other speechlessly. Moments later, both primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods were killed by those four people. As for the Heavenly Blood Alliance Master, he had a heated fight with Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian, which resulted in him being completely crushed by Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian from the beginning of the fight. He was originally not as strong as Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian, and could not even use 80% of his power, as he had been suppressed by the domains, hence he naturally did not have any strength to fight back, and soon enough, Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian found his opportunity to directly kill him. "Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian, how does it feel to personally kill a high-level Grand Ultimate God?" Jian Wushuang looked toward Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian with interest. "The Heavenly Blood Alliance is really weak as they were suppressed by the domains. They don't even qualify for me to take action. What feelings should I have for killing him?" Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian had a cold expression on his face. Jian Wushuang could not help but smile when he heard that. He could see that Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian had just become a high-level Grand Ultimate God, and that was the reason he rushed to fight against the Heavenly Blood Alliance Master, as he wanted to test his strength by going against an opponent. However, the Heavenly Blood Alliance Master was too weak and failed to achieve his requirements. Alliance Master Su Han, all three Grand Ultimate Gods, and the Heavenly Blood Alliance's upper echelons had been wiped out. The remaining Heaven Ultimate Gods had started escaping. "I don't think you need me to chase after them, right?" Old Tong looked over. The Grand Ultimate Gods present had lofty positions. It was nothing for them to kill those Grand Ultimate Gods, including those part of the Heavenly Blood Alliance's core. However, they normally would not lower themselves to chasing after ordinary Heaven Ultimate Gods. No need for that. Leave the remaining issues to the Divine Sword Army. Jian Wushuang smiled. What we need to do now is prepare to withstand the Divine Demon Sect's wrath. Old Tong, Zhu Xian, and the others had serious expressions on their faces when they heard that. Although wiping out the Heavenly Blood Alliance was nothing, was different when it came to the Divine Demon Sect. It's public knowledge that the Heavenly Blood Alliance was secretly supported by the Divine Demon Sect and considered as the Divine Demon Sect's assistant. Now that the Heavenly Blood Alliance had been wiped out and we've killed all three Grand Ultimate Gods, this meant we've wiped out the Divine Demon Sect's support. The Divine Demon Sect will be furious and take revenge against us in a crazed manner," said Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian. "Alliance Master Su Han, are you really sure you can contend against the Divine Demon Sect?" Ining could not help but look over. Sure, how could I dare take action against the Heavenly Blood Alliance if I didn't have absolute confidence? Won't that be suicidal? Jian Wuxuang smiled and looked at the people around him. Don't worry, all of you can leave at any time if we can't fight against the Divine Demon Sect by then. After Jian Wuxuang said those words, only then did those grand ultimate gods nodded in relief. If there aren't any accidents, the Divine Demon Sect will immediately take action. They might even come at us with all they have and we'll be waiting for them here. Jian Wuxuang smiled with absolute confidence on his face. At that very moment in the Divine Demon Sect. Just as Jian Wuxuang anticipated, the Divine Demon Sect was in a wave of rage when they caught the news that the Sword Alliance had taken action against the Heavenly Blood Alliance, and killed all 3 grand ultimate gods including the Heavenly Blood Alliance Master. Sword Alliance! What an alliance! A middle-aged man in purplish golden armor had a cold expression on his face as he slapped his hand down and turned the throne into powder with his strong divine power. The middle-aged man stood up with a flame of anger burning crazily in his eyes. The middle-aged man in purplish gold armor was none other than the sect master of the Divine Demon Sect, Dongshin. As the Divine Demon Sect master, Dongshin was also a powerful peak grand ultimate god. In front of Dongshin, several figures with a strong aura were standing there. They were the Divine Demon Sect's pinnacle experts, but their expressions were extremely cold at that moment. The Sword Alliance dared take action when they knew we supported the Heavenly Blood Alliance. They are so daring that they wiped out the entire alliance. The Heavenly Blood Alliance was built from us spending lots of resources on them. All 3 grand ultimate gods including the Heavenly Blood Alliance Master originated from our Divine Demon Sect, who had always been the Divine Demon Sect's main strength. It's a huge loss to us now that they are dead and the Heavenly Blood Alliance has been destroyed. If we don't do anything after suffering such losses, our Divine Demon Sect will become a joke in the eyes of every force in the Danyang continent. That's right. We should directly take action and destroy the entire Sword Alliance. We shall shred Suhan into pieces. We shall not let go of those who were involved, Zhu Xian, Strange Old Tong, Ining, Lan Junju, and Old Snake. Kill! 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 Every pinnacle expert of the Divine Demon Sect was filled with killing intent. The majority of the Divine Demon Sect's experts in the Divine Demon Sect were personally brought up individually, and had an extremely strong sense of belonging toward the Divine Demon Sect. Those experts in the Divine Demon Sect had deep feelings of camaraderie among one another, with some were even fellow disciples of the same teacher. All 3 grand ultimate gods, including the Heavenly Blood Alliance Master that Jian Wuxuang and the others killed, had many close friends in the Divine Demon Sect. The Divine Demon Sect Master had an overpowering killing intent surging through his body at that moment. Where are Suhan and the others? Dongshin asked. Based on the news we received, they stayed in the Heavenly Blood City and did not leave. It looks like they are waiting for those from the Sword Alliance to come and take over the Heavenly Blood City, answered a grand ultimate god standing beneath him. Chapter 2759, War. Knowing that the Divine Demon Sect will retaliate after he destroys the Heavenly Blood Alliance, how dare he remain in the Heavenly Blood City? Suhan is obviously waiting for us. Well, I'm dying to find out the potential of this young Sword Alliance that has only been around for decades. Let's go to the Heavenly Blood Alliance. Dongshin gave an order for all the Divine Demon Sect experts to immediately set off. The Divine Sword Army had arrived in the Heavenly Blood City to solidify their power by expelling any remaining influence of the Heavenly Blood Alliance in the city. Jian Wuxuang and the others were standing in the void above the Heavenly Blood City, waiting patiently. The people from the Divine Demon Sect should arrive at any time now. Jian Wuxuang smiled. He was looking forward to it excitedly. It only took a few decades for Sword Alliance to grow from a third-rated force since its creation and expand to what it was at that instance. Sword Alliance was finally about to face off the top forces in Danyang continent. I hope the experts from Divine Demon Sect that are coming will not let me down, Jian Wuxuang muttered. Strange Old Tong, Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian, and the others stood beside Jian Wushuang with solemn expressions. They were somehow fearful of the divine demon sect. Suddenly, a few more black spots appeared out of thin air in the distant void. Those black spots were magnifying at a speed visible to the naked eye. In no time, those black spots appeared completely in front of Jian Wushuang and the others. Whoosh! 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 9 figures came into the picture. Each of those 9 figures was diffusing an extremely tyrannical breath of aura. The weakest among them were the 5 primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods. There were 3 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. The last person was the middle-aged peak Grand Ultimate God, Dongxun. He had a handsome and impassive face, and he was wearing a purply gold armor. 9 Grand Ultimate Gods? The faces of Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian and Strange Old Tong sank at the sight of those 9 figures. As one of the top forces in Danyang continent, Divine Demon Sect did not seem to have many Grand Ultimate Gods. There were no more than 10 Grand Ultimate Gods. However, that was the information known by the public. Any of those forces with deep roots and influence had private swarms hidden in the dark, away from the eyes and knowledge of the public. Divine Demon Sect was no exception. Therefore, Divine Demon Sect certainly had more than 10 peak Grand Ultimate Gods under their wings. That explained the strong lineup of 9 Grand Ultimate Gods in Divine Demon Sect even after Jian Wushuang and his men killed the 3 Grand Ultimate Gods in Heavenly Blood Alliance. So, they have 9 Grand Ultimate Gods. The 5 primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods and 3 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods are relatively easy to deal with, but the Divine Demon Sect Master is a peak Grand Ultimate God after all. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly. Dongxun, long time no see. A cold voice sounded. It was Strange Old Tong. Strange Old Tong had grievances with Divine Demon Sect and therefore, Dongxun was no stranger to Strange Old Tong. Dongxun had personally gone on a chase to kill Strange Old Tong before, but he did not succeed. Strange Old Tong, you'll sort out the grievances between us later. Dongxun glanced at Strange Old Tong before landing his cold gaze on Jian Wushuang. Are you Su Han from the Sword Alliance? Yes, it's me. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. A mere primary-level Grand Ultimate God who created a powerful Sword Alliance within such a short time. I must admit that you've done very well, said Dongxun coldly. Thanks for the compliment. These are just some small tactics that are not worth mentioning at all, Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. You are modest. Dongxun stared at Jian Wushuang. However, no matter what tactics you have up your sleeves, you should never do anything to Heavenly Blood Alliance, and never ever aim at my Divine Demon Sect. All of you here today won't be able to walk out of here alive. Get started. Spare no one. Dongxun waved his hand. Behind him, the 3 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods and 5 primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods made a move instantly. When those 8 Grand Ultimate Gods struck at the same time, a gush of horrific aura enveloped the area in an instant. Alliance Master Su Han, we will do our best to resist these 8 people, but if Dongxun comes in later, you will have to figure out your own way to parry him off, said Strange Old Tong before the 5 Grand Ultimate Gods from Sword Alliance made a move. Although there were only 5 Grand Ultimate Gods from Sword Alliance, Strange Old Tong, Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian, Strange Old Snake, Mr. Aning and Lan Junju, they had 4 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. Besides Strange Old Tong and Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian, who were both exceptionally formidable high-level Grand Ultimate Gods, Strange Old Snake, Mr. Aning, and Lan Junju were also extremely powerful. Those 5 Grand Ultimate Gods struck at the same time, fighting against 8 opponents fearlessly. Boom! 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 A series of loud and crisp noises broke out when the experts from the 2 camps fought. The entire void was instantly filled with violent divine power. Neither Jian Wushuang nor Dongxun made a shot, they were just looking calmly at the battlefield from the peripheral. Strange Old Tong was the most dazzling fighter with his wonderful combat power. He had alone confronted an equally outstanding high-level Grand Ultimate God from Divine Demon Sect, completely suppressing and overpowering his opponent. Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian, who was previously recognized as the top primary level Grand Ultimate God, had broken through in his combat power, and he was no inferior to Strange Old Tong. He had simultaneously contended with two high-level Grand Ultimate Gods from Divine Demon Sect. He was against two people, yet he managed to maintain a stalemate with his opponents. In other words, three high-level Grand Ultimate Gods from Divine Demon Sect were feuding with Strange Old Tong and Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian, where the Sword Alliance party enjoyed the advantage. Strange Old Snake and Mr. Ning, the two high-level Grand Ultimate Gods, and Lan Junju, the powerful primary-level Grand Ultimate God, kept the other five primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods from Divine Demon Sect under control. Dong Shun frowned slightly. He did not expect that the combat power from the Sword Alliance Grand Ultimate Gods would be so impressive. Weren't Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian, Strange Old Snake, and Mr. Ning primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods? When did they break through and reach the high-level Grand Ultimate God realm? Dongxun was astonished. Though he was astonished, he was not too worried after all. When Divine Demon Sect was obviously at an absolute disadvantage on the battlefield. Whoosh! 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 Three figures suddenly emerged from the surrounding void. There were one high-level Grand Ultimate God and two primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods. They were extremely powerful, especially the high-level Grand Ultimate God. He had fiery red hair and wore a fiery red robe. He looked like a ball of raging flame. His breath of aura was extremely tyrannical, and his strength was almost comparable with Strange Old Tong. Chapter 2760 Outstanding Combat Power. He's Fiery Cloud Demon Master! Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes as his eyes were locked on the fiery red-haired old man who looked like a fireball. Jian Wushuang knew Fiery Cloud Demon Master because he was among the list of experts. Jian Wushuang wished to send a recruitment invitation with the Huangji Golden Pill. There were three high-level Grand Ultimate Gods in the list of experts given by Strange Old Snake, one of whom was Strange Old Tong. Of the two remaining, one had disappeared for many years without a trace, whereas the other one was Fiery Cloud Demon Master, who had also suddenly disappeared many years ago. No one knew his whereabouts, but from what Jian Wushuang could see at that instance, Fiery Cloud Demon Master had obviously joined Divine Demon Sect. Fiery Cloud Demon Master is also an exceptionally powerful high-level Grand Ultimate God. Even if he fights one-on-one with Strange Old Tong, it doesn't seem possible for Strange Old Tong Lao to defeat him in a short time. With him coming into the battlefield alongside two primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods, we're probably not in an optimistic situation, Jian Wushuang murmured. Indeed, the tide on the battlefield had completely been reversed after Fiery Cloud Demon Master and his two members joined the battlefield. Sword Alliance used to be suppressing the 8 Divine Demon Sect Grand Ultimate Gods, but when Divine Demon Sect presented 11 Grand Ultimate Gods at once with Fiery Cloud Demon Master among them, Sword Alliance fell from the advantage position and faced severe disadvantage. Alliance Master Su Han, show what you've got quickly, otherwise we will lose any time, Lan Junju shouted sternly. Among the Sword Alliance Grand Ultimate Gods, Lan Junju was the only primary-level Grand Ultimate God. Hence, she was facing greater pressure. Lan Junju naturally felt helpless as she was facing 3 primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods alone. Jian Wushuang acknowledged the situation with a nod and immediately waved his hand. 3 figures appeared instantly in the void. Those 3 figures were lifeless. 2 of the figures were in copper-colored tone, and the last one had a silver-colored surface. They were the silver-armored corpse puppet and 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets that Jian Wushuang had in control. When those 3 corpse puppets appeared, they attracted a lot of attention from the surroundings. Soon, someone recognized the 3 corpse puppets. They're corpse puppets. Judging from their aura, they're very powerful corpse puppets. Alliance Master Su Han has control over these powerful corpse puppets? No wonder he dares to challenge Divine Demon Sect. As expected, Alliance Master Su Han has a certain amount of support. Those Sword Alliance Grand Ultimate Gods felt a sense of relief. Go on. Jian Wushwang pointed at a distance. Then, the silver-armored corpse puppet and the two bronze-armored corpse puppets immediately discharged powerful aura and dashed into the battlefield. The silver-armored corpse puppet had combat power equivalent to a top-notch high-level Grand Ultimate God, whereas the bronze-armored corpse puppets ranked the same as an ordinary high-level Grand Ultimate God. The situation on the battlefield was flipped around once again after 3 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods joined the battle. Is this your support? The Divine Demon Sect Master Dongshin looked across the battlefield at Jian Wushwang. 1 silver-armored corpse puppet, 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets, strange old Tong, Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian who had just broken through to reach the level of a high-level Grand Ultimate God, strange old snake, Mr. Aning, and finally, Lan Jun Zhu. Your Sword Alliance is indeed no less than any top forces in terms of combat power. No wonder you dare to go against us, the Divine Demon Sect. Su-Han, I regret that I had not wiped the Sword Alliance out when it had just emerged as a first-rated force and before it was firmly entrenched in power. Sword Alliance was vulnerable then. Dongshin's eyes were cold. You're right. If Divine Demon Sect or any of the top forces had attacked Sword Alliance then, we would not be able to resist at all. Unfortunately, you were all too aloof and tried to maintain the status quo of Danyang continent. None of you were interested in going into a war, and that gave me enough time to build the Sword Alliance. That being said, Divine Demon Sect has missed the best opportunity to destroy Sword Alliance. Jian Wushwang said with a smile. I missed the best opportunity indeed, so this time around, I must completely destroy your Sword Alliance by all means, so that the equilibrium in Danyang continent can be restored. Dongshin's voice was cold. Su-Han, I admit that your Sword Alliance has risen very fast, and you have gathered such a powerful lineup of Grand Ultimate Gods in such a short period of time. You certainly have wonderful methods, but it is a pity that you have underestimated us, the Divine Demon Sect. The reason why Divine Demon Sect has become one of the top forces in Danyang continent, and it remained strong for so many years, was not only because of our profound background and the many powerful Grand Ultimate Gods we have. The most important thing was that the Divine Demon Sect has the strongest combat power in Danyang Holy Domain. Dongshin's eyes were gleaming when he said that. Dongshin, are you referring to yourself as the strongest combat power? Jian Wushwang smiled indifferently. Dongshin nodded slightly, admitting that he was the one. There was no other undying saint from the Danyang Holy Domain since the passing of Crimson Stone Saint. That made the Peak Grand Ultimate God possessing the strongest combat power in Danyang Holy Domain. In addition, there were only a handful of Peak Grand Ultimate Gods in Danyang Holy Domain. Among them, Nanwu Palace, Divine Demon Sect, Life and Death Tower and Donggang Clan, the 4 top forces had one each. Dongshin was the one from Divine Demon Sect. Under the leadership of a Peak Grand Ultimate God, Divine Demon Sect was qualified to be called one of the top forces. That explained why Dongshin was not too bothered even though the Divine Demon Sect Grand Ultimate Gods were at an absolute disadvantage in the confrontation with Sword Alliance Grand Ultimate Gods. He had the strongest combat power, and he had yet to participate in the battle. However, he would very soon join the battle. Su-Han, you haven't fought against a Peak Grand Ultimate God, so you never know how terrible a Peak Grand Ultimate God is. Do you think it's enough to be able to compete against and overpower the Divine Demon Sect primary level and high level Grand Ultimate Gods? That, I tell you, is ridiculous. Dongshin sneered. While he was speaking, the astounding breath of divine power that far surpassed everyone else in his body was woken up like an aroused dragon. On the battlefield, the Grand Ultimate Gods from the 2 camps shivered when they sensed the breath of divine power. The Divine Demon Sect Grand Ultimate Gods were overjoyed. They knew that their sect master Dongshin would take the shot himself. A Peak Grand Ultimate God who also had the highest combat power in the Danyang Holy Domain was about to take the shot personally. The faces of the Sword Alliance Grand Ultimate Gods were a bit ugly. They had no chance against Dongshin, and they could only rely on whether Jian Wushwang had prepared for the counterattack. What worried them was that if Jian Wushuang had enough to resist Dongshin. Chapter 2761, Counting on You. Su Han, go to hell! Dongshin's eyes glow with murderous intent. Boom! Dongshin's killing intent exploded alongside his terrifying aura as he charged forward at Jian Wushuang. His power violently shook the void that he went past. He passed through the center of the battlefield to the other side. The two parties that were fighting fiercely retreated to the side in horror. Even the strongest fighter of all, Strange Old Tong, was extremely terrified of Dongshin. Strange Old Tong saw Dongshin skim past, and he dared not to stop it. Dongshin was not hindered in any way, so he appeared in front of Jian Wushuang in just a blink of an eye. Dongshin knew very well that Jian Wushuang was the Sword Alliance leader and the mastermind of the event. Strange Old Tong, Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian, and the others were only taking orders from him. Even the corpse puppets were under Jian Wushuang's control. Dongshin believed that as long as he defeated and killed Jian Wushuang, the nasty situation could be resolved easily. However, when Dongshin waved the giant axe in his hand to have Jian Wushuang responded with a wave. Buzz! A dazzling stream of golden light lit up. A tall and burly figure emerged instantly. The tall and burly figure was holding a battle saber. He emanated a shocking wave of aura as his sword thrust forward for a brutal slash. The battle saber collided with Dongshin's giant axe. Boom! The tall and burly figure was thrashed far away, and Dongshin too was slightly shaken up by the momentum. He regained his footing after staggered 3 steps back. Dongshin raised his head to check out who the opponent was after he stabilized himself. Is that a gold-armored corpse puppet? Dongshin's eyes shrank sharply in astonishment. The experts from the two camps that were engaged in a brawl around the battlefield were in a state of frenzy. That's a gold-armored corpse puppet. It turned out to be a gold-armored corpse puppet. Gosh, not only is he controlling a silver-armored corpse puppet and 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets, but he is also controlling a gold-armored corpse puppet. A gold-armored corpse puppet is equivalent to the combat power of a peak Grand Ultimate God. The experts from both camps were amazed. Peak Grand Ultimate Gods were scarce in Danyang continent. Each of the top forces had only one, whereby Crimson Stone Fort had Yin Suer and Yun Shan. Who would have thought Jian Wushuang, a primary-level Grand Ultimate God, would have a gold-armored corpse puppet at his beck and call? The experts finally knew why Jian Wushuang had so much confidence, and that he dared to make an onslaught upon Divine Demon Sect. You have a gold-armored corpse puppet? Dongshin stared wide-eyed at Jian Wushuang. Dongshin, do you think I'm a fool? If I don't have any confidence in battling against you, I would never launch an attack on Divine Demon Sect. I got the gold-armored corpse puppet by chance a while ago. He happens to have reached the combat power of a peak Grand Ultimate God, so I shall let him be your opponent. Jian Wushuang sneered and immediately commanded the gold-armored corpse puppet next to him. Kill him! The gold-armored corpse puppet did not hesitate. He instantly turned into a golden stream of light and attacked Dongshin. The gold-armored corpse puppet perfectly displayed the combat power of a peak Grand Ultimate God. Dongshin's expression was cold, his body rose and his breath of aura soared to a whole new level. Initially, he only had a giant axe in one of his hands, but then, a giant axe appeared in his other hand. Each of his hands holding a giant axe, his combat power climbed to its limit. Attack! Dongshin bellowed and strode out for a strike. An overwhelming gush of divine aura dispersed in the void and fought fiercely with the gold-armored corpse puppet. The fierce battle only took a moment, and the two sides only collided several times. Swoosh! The gold-armored corpse puppet was smashed miserably. Then again, the gold-armored corpse puppet had a tough corpse puppet figure. Though its divine body was smashed, it did not suffer much damage. The message was clear, though, that the gold-armored corpse puppet was no match for Dongshin. Haha, you think a gold-armored corpse puppet can compete with me head-on? What a joke! Dongshin laughed arrogantly. His breath of aura was horrifying. He was violent like a peerless, brutish beast. The gold-armored corpse puppet had no wisdom, and after pulling himself up to his feet, he launched another attack on Dongshin. It did not take long before he was smashed again. The gold-armored corpse puppet was just a corpse puppet indeed. Although he has the combat power of a peak Grand Ultimate God and he knows how to use some of the techniques he practiced during his lifetime, his true combat power is only average among the peak Grand Ultimate Gods. Whereas Dongshin, he has been a peak Grand Ultimate God for years. His divine power, techniques, and even his treasures and divine weapons are above the gold-armored corpse puppet. I'm not surprised that the gold-armored corpse puppet is not his match. Jian Wuxuang squinted slightly while his gaze traveled around the battlefield. Dongshin was temporarily occupied by the gold-armored corpse puppet, and he could not extend help to his people. The Sword Alliance had an absolute advantage over the fight between the rest of the Grand Ultimate Gods, but it did not seem to be a huge advantage. The Sword Alliance's Grand Ultimate Gods faced difficulties to nab a chance to kill several of the Divine Demon Sect Grand Ultimate Gods. The situation would be nasty for Sword Alliance when Dongshin defeated the gold-armored corpse puppet and joined the rest of the battle. The situation could in fact be very awful for Sword Alliance. It seems that I have to help them out, Jian Wuxuang murmured as he roused the 7 Stars Secret Technique. As soon as the 7 Stars Secret Technique was performed, his realm moved up by another level and his divine power soared. Buzz, an immense amount of golden divine power began to condense behind him, and in the blink of an eye, a golden emperor who was 10,000 feet tall had appeared behind him. The golden emperor was extremely domineering. He stood tall and overlooked everything in the world down below. He was terrorizing. At the same time, on the surface of his body, a layer of dark golden armor slowly emerged. 7 Stars Secret Technique, Divine God of Punishment, and 9 Sparkle Star Armor had been performed at the same time. Jian Wuxuang's combat power had risen to its limit. However, he did not immediately make a move. Instead, he flipped his hand and took out a bronze mirror. The bronze mirror was the Golden Feather Phantom Mirror. Jian Wuxuang was using his mind to control Buzz. A large amount of golden light instantly diffused and covered the entire battlefield in front of him in a jiffy. In addition, the surging golden divine power ocean swept frantically, and on Jian Wuxuang's dark golden armor over his body, a domain formed. A sky-shattering sword intent was produced when his 100,000 miles of perfect sword world came into place. Golden Light Domain, Prison of Punishment, Star Armor Domain, Sword World. The 4 domain oppression methods had been put to use all at one go. Jian Wuxuang stood right at the core of the golden divine power, while the golden emperor behind him overlooked everything in the world. Then, Jian Wuxuang slowly stretched out his palm and pumped his fist at the void ahead. 4 domain oppression methods superimposed. Oppression! Chapter 2762, Domain Oppression, Wipeout. Rumble. The terrifying oppressive power of the 4 domains combined instantly went into effect. Back in the secret realm, Jian Wuxuang at the same level of cultivation realm had only used the Prison of Punishment, Star Armor Domain, and Sword World Domain oppression methods. The triple oppression was able to suppress Saber Master's strength by 20 to 30%. He had since then gained a new technique, the Golden Light Domain. The 4 domain oppression worked in a frenzied manner. It was working well, even on the many Divine Demon Sect Grand Ultimate Gods that were targeted. The oppressive effect was simply astonishing. This is... The Divine Demon Sect Grand Ultimate Gods were horrified. Oh no! My strength has been suppressed by 50%! A primary level Grand Ultimate God exclaimed. The primary level Grand Ultimate God's strength ranked at the bottom among the experts on the battlefield. Under the circumstance when his strength was suppressed by 50%, any high-level Grand Ultimate God from Sword Alliance could take the advantage to fire a shot at him, and that would be enough to seriously injure him if not kill him directly. I'm also being suppressed by as much as 30%. How can this domain be so powerful? The few Divine Demon Sect high-level Grand Ultimate Gods were also extremely furious. The primary level Grand Ultimate God's strength was suppressed by 50%, whereas theirs by 30%. The strongest among all, the peak Grand Ultimate God, Dongxun, was also being suppressed by the domain oppression. He was shocked. Even my strength is being suppressed by 10%? Dongxun cried in disbelief. The stronger the opponent's strength, the weaker the suppression effect. Jian Wushuang's domain oppression extended to the entire battlefield on the Divine Demon Sect experts, yet a peak Grand Ultimate God, Dongxun, was suppressed by nearly 10%. Does it mean that if Jian Wushuang put the oppression on me alone, my strength could possibly be suppressed by at least 20%? Just how strong is his domain oppression? The strength of Divine Demon Sect experts had been suppressed by the domain oppression, but none of the Sword Alliance experts was affected in any way. Swoosh! The gold-armored corpse puppet fired another shot, and the battle saber in his hand slashed without mercy at the same level of power he imposed before. Dongxun's expression sank, the giant axes in his hand fell off his grips. The two collided with each other, and caused an explosion of terrifying power. As a result, the gold-armored corpse puppet was sent flying, but Dongxun only retreated a few steps back. Damn it! Dongxun's gaze turned gloomy. He had an absolute advantage over the gold-armored corpse puppet, but after his strength was suppressed by the domain oppression, he only had 90% of strength left at work. He could sense the difference when he fought with the gold-armored corpse puppet again. Though he still overpowered the gold-armored corpse puppet, it was not as easy as before. If that was what Dongxun was feeling, the other Divine Demon Sect Grand Ultimate Gods were in a worse situation. Attack! Kill them! Strange Old Tong, Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian, Strange Old Snake, Mr. Aning, Lan Junzhu, and the corpse puppets were not affected in the slightest. They naturally would not miss the once-in-lifetime opportunity. They went all out trying to kill the Divine Demon Sect experts. The Divine Demon Sect Grand Ultimate Gods were in a mess. They flustered. In addition, after the domain oppression was in action, Jian Wushuang, who had been standing in the void outside the battlefield doing nothing, flipped his hand to summon his Blood Mountain sword. Let's start killing! Jian Wushuang wore a cold grin as he launched himself into the battlefield. He did not go to Dongxun. Dongxun was extremely powerful, so it was almost impossible for Jian Wushuang to kill him. Jian Wushuang's strategy was to just allow the gold-armored corpse puppet to keep Dongxun busy, so he had no chance to free himself up and assist the other Divine Demon Sect Grand Ultimate Gods. Jian Wushuang was aiming for the Divine Demon Sect primary level and high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. His figure was zooming around like an agile phantom at his fastest speed. He appeared in the center of the battlefield, and his gaze was immediately locked on a Divine Demon Sect primary level Grand Ultimate God right in front of him. Strange Old Snake, seize the opportunity! Jian Wushuang shouted. Strange Old Snake was startled and a little stunned. Jian Wushuang pointed with his finger, and a gush of space-time law power erupted. The Divine Demon Sect primary level Grand Ultimate God who was fleeing froze in place. His body and expression froze as if space-time was at a complete standstill. The weird scene surprised Strange Old Snake, and he immediately understood what Jian Wushuang was saying. He was the first Grand Ultimate God to be Jian Wushuang's follower, and he once saw Jian Wushuang beheaded FOE. He was familiar with the method to freeze space-time. Without any hesitation, Strange Old Snake took a step forward and fired a shot at lightning speed. The Divine Demon Sect primary level Grand Ultimate God who was trapped in the frozen space-time was killed by Strange Old Snake before he could recover his senses. He was the first Grand Ultimate God who was slain. Jian Wushuang slashed his sword across the other side after helping Strange Old Snake to kill the first Grand Ultimate God. Mr. Aning! Jian Wushuang shouted. There were two primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods who were fighting against Mr. Aning, but they did not survive Jian Wushuang's finger-pointing heavenly technique. Although Mr. Aning did not know what exactly was the technique, he took action and killed both of the primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods. In just an instant, without firing an attack at any of the opponents, Jian Wushuang had killed 3 primary level Grand Ultimate Gods easily by cooperating with Strange Old Snake and Mr. Ning using the A finger pointing heavenly technique. That made the Divine Demon Sect experts who had been panicking because of the domain oppression even more petrified. Run! Run away quickly! It's weird! What exactly is that? 3 primary level Grand Ultimate Gods were beheaded in just a jiffy. At this rate, I'm afraid that all of us will be beheaded soon. Quick! Run away from this domain. Sorrowful and terrified lamentation echoed in all directions. The Divine Demon Sect primary level Grand Ultimate Gods had completely lost their intent to fight, and they began fleeing for their lives. Bastards! Dongshun was furious when he saw what was happening, but he did not stop any of them from leaving. He knew that Divine Demon Sect had lost the battle. It was a miserable defeat. Their losses would be greater if they insisted on carrying on fighting. The Sword Alliance experts and the corpse puppets were chasing after the Divine Demon Sect experts that were escaping. Jian Wushuang was among the crowd. His gaze once again landed on that one person. Chapter 2763. Vanquished. Jian Wushuang had his eyes on an old man with fiery red hair who looked like a ball of flame. The man was Fiery Cloud Demon Master. Fiery Cloud Demon Master was outstanding among the high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. Killing him was like killing 3 primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods. Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian! Jian Wushuang yelled. Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian was fighting against Fiery Cloud Demon Master, and the silver-armored corpse puppet was nearby. Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian responded immediately to Jian Wushuang's cue. He turned around and saw Jian Wushuang had his finger out pointing at the distance. Buzz! The space-time power dispersed. He was again performing the A finger pointing heavenly technique. Damn it! It was to Fiery Cloud Demon Master dismayed to find Jian Wushuang stretched out his hand and pointed toward him. Fiery Cloud Demon Master desperately wanted to dodge away. Unfortunately, a finger-pointing heavenly technique was an unusually overbearing technique. It had the space-time around Fiery Cloud Demon Master under control, and running away was not an option available to him. In an instant, Fiery Cloud Demon Master and the space-time around him became stagnated. However, Fiery Cloud Demon Master was extremely powerful. Jian Wushuang's A finger-pointing heavenly technique had only managed to freeze him for a short moment. It was such a brief moment, yet Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian and the silver-armored corpse puppet caught hold of it. Whoosh! A dazzling saber light instantly cut in a violent sweeping stroke on Fiery Cloud Demon Master's head. The silver-armored corpse puppet had bright silver light flashing. Its body transformed into an ancient ferocious beast and popped up behind Fiery Cloud Demon Master. Its palm wide opened, like a fierce beast's claws, went down on Fiery Cloud Demon Master. The space-time around Fiery Cloud Demon Master was back to normal, and he immediately noticed the 2 horrible attacking moves coming in both in front of and behind him. Shocked, Fiery Cloud Demon Master immediately ignited a conflagration, and at the same time both his arms stretched in opposite directions trying to resist the attacks targeting him. He had no time to perform fancy defensive moves, so he was relying on his palms and parrying off the attacks. Bang! Bang! 2 loud booming sounds were heard, followed by Fiery Cloud Demon Master being shaken up. He felt a sweet taste in the mouth as he spouted out blood. His face turned pale and his breath of aura wilted instantly. He was obviously seriously injured. He was lucky, considering that he only suffered a serious injury instead of being beheaded. Having survived the destructive attacks, Fiery Cloud Demon Master desperately wanted to pull himself further away from Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian and the silver-armored corpse puppet. Suddenly, a phantom-like figure appeared next to him unexpectedly. You are? Fiery Cloud Demon Master spotted the figure from the corner of his eyes. The figure was wearing a golden robe and holding a long sword in his hand. Behind the figure was a 10,000 feet tall golden emperor. He was Jian Wushuang. *T. Fiery Cloud Demon Master went wide-eyed. Jian Wushuang brandished his sword. a beam of sword light emerged. The sword movement gave away a poignant and heartbreaking feeling. It was confounding yet mesmerizing to watch. Many experts who were fighting around the battlefield were attracted and fascinated by the sword light. They felt tipsy. It was slightly uncomfortable but dreamy and enjoyable. Space-time sword technique, 7th form, enchanted. As Jian Wuxuang improved his grasp on the space-time law, his understanding of sword principles improved, and he had been seeking new breakthroughs in sword techniques. He had created the first 7 forms of space-time sword technique, and the 7th form was a huge breakthrough. Every single new form after the 7th form was extremely difficult. Jian Wuxuang has created the enchanted form for decades, and he had yet to create the 8th form. Though it was the very same 7th form he performed decades ago, he managed to make it even more fascinating and unusually hard to be resisted. Its speed and power had also been greatly improved. Fiery Cloud Demon Master's eyes showed that he was baffled by such mesmerizing and beautiful sword light, and he seemed like he had fallen for the magical moment. However, his mind was fully aware of the situation, and he frantically wanted to do something to resist the fascinating sword attack. He wanted to resist the attack so bad. However, he just got lucky with Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian and the silver-armored corpse puppet, and he was running for his life. Jian Wuxuang caught the perfect opportunity to fire the shot while sealing off the path. Fiery Cloud Demon Master was retreating. Fiery Cloud Demon Master was horrified to find himself unable to keep up with the speed of Jian Wuxuang's sword. He knew he was too slow compared with that sword movement. He had no time to resist the sword attack. Finally, Chuck! The poignant sword light passed through Fiery Cloud Demon Master. He was covered with conflagration, but as the sword light passed by, the flame was put out instantly. His eyes dimmed as his breath of aura diminished. He was killed in just a jiffy. What a pity, Fiery Cloud Demon Master, if you did not choose to join Divine Demon Sect and wait for a little longer for me to send you an invitation, you would not die. You will also get a Huangji Golden Pill to attempt to break through to the peak Grand Ultimate God realm. Jian Wuxuang sighed when he looked at the Fiery Cloud Demon Master's body. While Jian Wuxuang slew Fiery Cloud Demon Master, the battles around him were also leaning in favor of one party. Most of the Divine Demon Sect Grand Ultimate Gods were defeated and they were fleeing for their lives. Their strength was suppressed by the domain oppression and the terrifying golden prison around them. They had to first escape the golden prison that was extremely difficult for them. In just a few moments, in addition to the 3 primary level Grand Ultimate Gods and Fiery Cloud Demon Master who were killed with the help of Jian Wuxuang, a high-level Grand Ultimate God and a primary level Grand Ultimate God were killed. 6 out of 12 Grand Ultimate Gods, including Dongshin, who turned up from Divine Demon Sect, were beheaded. That was half of the manpower. And the killing was obviously still going on. Without warning, boom! A terrifying roar sounded abruptly. Far ahead up front, a hole was made through the extremely strong golden prison under the impact of majestic power, and the hole was growing larger. Dense cracks appeared quickly all over the golden prison, spreading like a spider web. Finally, the golden prison collapsed due to the impact. After that, a burly figure appeared. Chapter 2764, Nanhua Palace Master. He was a bulky middle-aged man who wore a loose and luxurious robe with a dignified expression on his face. His hands were behind his back while he stood in the void and oversaw everything from the peak with cold eyes. Although all of those who stood in front of him were considered strong Grand Ultimate Gods, they were no different from ordinary experts in the bulky middle-aged man's opinion. The most noticeable part about him was the divine power being released from him. The wave of divine power unleashed was really too strong. Although he was also a peak Grand Ultimate God, he was much stronger when compared to Dongshin. Their superiority was distinguishable simply by his wave of divine power without the necessity for both of them to fight it out, as the bulky middle-aged man was far stronger than Dongshin. This is Nanhua Palace Master? Experts who were fighting furiously from the Sword Alliance and Divine Demon Sect were surprised when they saw that bulky middle-aged man. It's Nanwa Palace Master, the current publicly recognized #1 expert in the Danyang Holy Domain. He's actually here? The golden prison has been broken. Let's run! Quick! The remaining divine demon sect's grand ultimate gods grabbed the opportunity to immediately escape into their surroundings at the same time the others were stunned. Jian Wushuang and the others had also stopped their attacks while looking over to the bulky middle-aged man with a serious look in their eyes. As the saying goes, a big tree was a good shelter. The saying applies to a well-known person too. Nanwa Palace Master was after all the incumbent publicly acknowledged first-ranked expert in the Danyang Holy Domain. He was ranked first among the ultimate gods in Danyang Holy Domain. That fact could be noticeable from either the divine power he unleashed, which was one whole level higher than Dong Shun, or his actions of breaking Jian Wushuang's golden prison with a simple attack. In short, he was an extremely strong person who nobody dared to ignore. Nanwu! Dong Shun, standing in the void, had also seen Nanwa Palace Master's arrival. However, the gold-armored corpse puppet was still blocking him. Dong Shun, this is the first time I've seen the Divine Demon Sect be in such an embarrassing situation. A first-rated force badly defeated a pinnacle force such as yourself, said Nanwa Palace Master in a relaxed manner with his cold yet filled with a strong hint of dignity in his voice. Humph! It's easy for you to critique when you're at the sidelines. Do you think the Sword Alliance is merely a first-rated force? Dong Shun asked with a solemn expression on his face. That's true. Nanwa Palace Master slightly nodded. His purpose for rushing over was because he received news that the Sword Alliance had wiped out the Heavenly Blood Alliance in a thunderous manner, and almost caused all the experts from the Divine Demon Sect to come forth. His original purpose was to observe the Divine Demon Sect's true combat power, but did not expect to see such a great and almost unbelievable change in the battle. It was true that the Divine Demon Sect had sent every member they had with a total of 12 grand ultimate gods, and even Dong Shun personally took action. However, the results were them being heavily defeated by the Sword Alliance in direct combat. In addition, he had been staying in a nearby void and was able to see the ongoing fierce battle in the Golden Prison, as his soul power was sufficiently strong to ignore the Golden Prison's blockade. Therefore, he was able to observe everything happening on the battlefield. The Sword Alliance's grand ultimate god-level combat power had greatly surprised even himself. The combination of all 5 grand ultimate gods that consisted of Strange Old Tong, Zhu Xian, Old Snake, Aning, Lan Junju, and even Jian Wushuang, coupled together with a gold-armored corpse puppet, a silver-armored corpse puppet, and 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets, such grand ultimate god-level combat power was really horrifying. Together with Jian Wushuang's suppressive domains that covered the entire area, only the Crimson Stone Fort and his Nanwa Palace among the 5 pinnacle forces in Danyang continent were capable of defending against such combat power. Sword Alliance. Nanwa Palace Master's facial expression slightly darkened when he looked over at Jian Wushuang with his sharp eyes. I've heard about how strong Alliance Master Su Han of the Sword Alliance was. You're undeniably a pinnacle genius that killed FOE, a primary level grand ultimate god, head-on while you were still a peak heaven ultimate god. Now that I've seen you today, you really are exceptional, said Nanwa Palace Master with a hint of certainty in his words. He saw the battle clearly with his own eyes. Although Jian Wushuang was only a primary level grand ultimate god and had not previously taken any action, his motions were capable of completely changing the situation. He started with activating his domains to suppress the entire battlefield and constricted every expert under the Divine Demon Sect on the battlefield. His subsequent actions then killed 4 grand ultimate gods in one go while working together with the Sword Alliance's experts, such that even the fiery Cloud Demon Master was killed by him. Although such power was not a threat to him, it was enough to catch his attention. Jian Wushuang smiled humbly and asked, Nanwa Palace Master, I've been looking forward to meeting you. What happened today is between the Sword Alliance and Divine Demon Sect. It has nothing to do with the Nanwa Palace, and I know that the Sword Alliance had never caused trouble with Nanwa Palace. I wonder why Nanwa Palace Master is here today? Nanwa Palace Master was silent for a short while before speaking. Alliance Master Suhan, it's true there are no grudges between Nanwa Palace and Sword Alliance. The Nanwa Palace shouldn't have gotten involved in what's going on today. However, the Divine Demon Sect is one of the 5 pinnacle forces in the Danyang continent, and carries great influence. It'll affect the pinnacle force's position once losses are too great, and will have a great impact on the situation in the Danyang continent. At that moment, the balance that we've tried so hard to maintain will be completely disrupted and might lead the Danyang continent into a chaotic state. Hence, I hope Alliance Master Suhan can stop whatever that's going on to give Nanwa Palace some face. What do you think? Nanwa Palace Master spoke in a gentle voice. Although he sounded casual, he gave off the suppressive aura of someone superior. Jian Wushuang and all the Sword Alliance's experts were able to feel extremely strong pressure coming from Nanwa Palace Master. Jian Wushuang knew that if he refused to stop and continued the battle, Nanwa Palace Master would personally take action. At that moment, battling Nanwa Palace Master was not something Jian Wushuang was completely confident about. I don't dare object now that Nanwa Palace Master has personally made this request. This battle shall end here. However, the Sword Alliance has taken over Heavenly Blood Alliance, and nobody should ask us to relinquish it. I hope Nanwa Palace Master can understand this, said Jian Wushuang. That's for sure. The forces in the Danyang continent won't stop fighting against one another. Understandably, the Sword Alliance is powerful enough to take over 1 or 2 forces and control some territories. I believe Sect Master Dongshin also thinks so too. Nanwa Palace Master glanced at Dongshin. Dongshin had an extremely darkened facial expression. He was not reconciled with the ongoings at that moment, but there was nothing he could do even if he was unhappy about it. He could see the situation in front of him. The Sword Alliance not weaker than the Divine Demon Sect when comparing their total strength, it was stronger instead. Chapter 2765 Almighty Rise. The Divine Demon Sect was definitely in a disadvantageous position when they encountered the Sword Alliance even during their prime. On the contrary, they would be directly struck down. After that huge battle, the Divine Demon Sect alone had lost 6 Grand Ultimate Gods, and when combined with those 3 from the Heavenly Blood Alliance that the Sword Alliance killed, they had lost a total of 9 Grand Ultimate Gods. It could be said that they suffered a great loss. They would have to consider themselves fortunate if the Sword Alliance did not continue taking action against the Divine Demon Sect under such circumstances. It was a joke for the Divine Demon Sect to think of retaliating against the Sword Alliance to snatch back the territories that once belonged to the Heavenly Blood Alliance, and avenge their fallen experts. He even understood that if Nanwa Palace Master did not take action in time, the Divine Demon Sect would have lost even more experts. Alliance Master Suhan, they'll make a move first since everything has been resolved, said Nanwa Palace Master before turning to leave. Dongshin and the Divine Demon Sect's remaining Grand Ultimate Gods had dark expressions on their faces, especially Dongshin, who was glancing at Jian Wushuang and the others coldly. Although he did not speak, Jian Wushuang could spot the torrential grudge in his look. After a few moments upon Nanwa Palace Master and the others' departure. Has anybody suffered losses? Jian Wushuang looked at the Grand Ultimate Gods around him. Old Tong, Zhu Xian, Old Snake, Ening, and Lan Junju looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Alliance Master Suhan, there aren't many people who I admire throughout my entire life, but you have my admiration today. The Divine Demon Sect had been dominating the Danyang continent for so many years and never suffered any losses even during their head-on fights against either the Crimson Stone Fort or Nanwa Palace. However, the Divine Demon Sect had suffered such tremendous losses in the hands of Alliance Master Suhan and lost 9 Grand Ultimate Gods. I really admire your abilities, said Old Tong. Previously, he had a huge fallout with the Divine Demon Sect. Hence he was the happiest upon seeing the Divine Demon Sect suffering great losses. Apart from holding such strong suppressing domains, you also had a gold-armored corpse puppet, a silver-armored corpse puppet, and 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets. No wonder the Alliance Master was so confident to go into a head-on fight against the Divine Demon Sect. It turns out you really can go against the divine demon sect. Zhu Xian and Ning, Lan Junju, and the others were happily chit-chatting among themselves. They were truly quite nervous and worried before their fight with the divine demon sect. It was the divine demon sect who had never been overthrown for years after all. However, they had never expected they would defeat the divine demon sect head-on with such overwhelming means. They never even dared to think about it before that moment. Jian Wushuang only smiled gently when he heard that. Alliance Master, I don't think Dongxun will just let this go based on his facial expression when he left, said Old Snake with a deep voice. Jian Wushuang slightly smiled. I know. Although the divine demon sect is one of the Danyan continent's pinnacle forces with quite a stable foundation with many grand ultimate gods, we killed 9 of them. How can the divine demon sect put down such a great loss? However, the Sword Alliance isn't afraid of them regardless of the grudges the divine demon sect bears against us. In addition, the losses they suffer this time are so great that it's enough to affect their foundation and position. The divine demon sect will be struggling after this and might even fall into a position with no hope of making a comeback if they aren't careful. In the end, there are many forces and experts who lust after the divine demon sect's position or have grudges against them. Jian Wushuang knew clearly that the divine demon sect must have accumulated quite many grudges throughout the years as one of the pinnacle forces. For example, Old Tong previously had a great grudge against the divine demon sect. There were certainly many experts like Old Tong in the Danyan continent who had grudges against the divine demon sect. Despite the many experts' grudges, the divine demon sect did not suffer any losses to their strength, as they had many experts on top of also having Dongxun personally overlooking matters, which was enough to shock everyone. However, the divine demon sect had lost 9 grand ultimate gods all at once that day. It was not easy to recover from such a great loss. It was a great opportunity for those experts or forces that held grudges against the divine demon sect to overturn them. It's a waste we did not completely stop Dongxun in this battle, or the divine demon sect would have been done for, thought Jian Wushuang to himself. Dongxun was the backbone and stabilizing force of the divine demon sect. Even though the divine demon sect lost a huge number of grand ultimate gods, they were still qualified to be considered as a pinnacle force as long as Dongxun was still alive. However, the divine demon sect would be easily overturned if Dongxun died, as they would lack the highest combat power deterrence. However, Jian Wushuang also understood it was not so easy to kill a peak grand ultimate god, at least he knew that he was unable to do so at the moment. In the battle just moments ago, he only managed to control the gold-armored corpse puppet to do its best at pestering Dongxun under the suppressive assistance of the domains. It's normal for the divine demon sect to be unhappy, but the appearance of Nanhua Palace Master is beyond my expectation, said Jian Wushuang with a frown. He was prepared to face the divine demon sect but did not expect to face Nanhua Palace. Nanhua Palace Master's appearance was indeed unexpected. Luckily, the Nanhua Palace did not directly take action against the Sword Alliance, and only asked us to stop to protect the Danyan continent's balance. It looks like Nanhua Palace doesn't want to cause a big stir, and place high importance toward the balance of forces in the Danyan continent. Jian Wushuang slightly narrowed his eyes and smirked weirdly. However, Nanhua Palace Master isn't aware that even without the Sword Alliance continuing our actions, it'll be difficult for the divine demon sect to stabilize their current situation based on the losses they suffered. The situation between forces in the Danyan continent will still enter a chaotic period. It isn't only because the divine demon sect is unable to stabilize their current situation with the losses they suffered, but the most important matter is the strong uprising of the Sword Alliance. The Sword Alliance is having a strong uprising this time and will surely turn the Danyan continent upside down. The messier the Danyan continent becomes, the better it is for me. Old Tong, Zhu Xian, and the others who stood beside Jian Wushuang glanced at each other. They did not know Jian Wushuang's true aim but had their pride, as they had promised to fight for the Sword Alliance for 1,000 years. They would do their best no matter which forces the Sword Alliance went against during that period. The Sword Alliance had a great victory in the battle that day, as they had wiped out the divine demon sect in a face-to-face battle and killed 9 of their grand ultimate gods. Once that news spread, they believed it would shake the entire Danyang continent and cause a wave of perilous reaction. The Sword Alliance's prestige would reach new heights within a short time. Unsurprisingly, it would lead to the birth of a new pinnacle force. Chapter 2766 A Great Shock. Jian Wuxuang and his people previously wiped out the Heavenly Blood Alliance with overwhelming strength and killed 3 grand ultimate gods, including the Heavenly Blood Alliance master. The Divine Demon sect was furious and attacked with their full might. Nanhua Palace Master was not the only one who received news about the occurrence. Several other pinnacle forces and many first-rated forces, second-rated forces, and independent experts had also learned about it. There were many witnesses during the head-on fight between Divine Demon Sect and Sword Alliance, which resulted in an immediate spread of the news. As Jian Wuxuang and the others had anticipated, the news caused a stir in the entire Danyang continent once it spread. The forces and many experts in the Danyang continent were stunned. The Divine Demon Sect sent their full force of 12 Grand Ultimate Gods, being personally led by the Divine Demon Sect Master Dong Xun, to clash head-on with the Sword Alliance, but was defeated. 6 of their Grand Ultimate Gods were decapitated on the spot by the Sword Alliance? How's that possible? Is this a joke? After all, they are one of the pinnacle forces. This is inaccurate, it's inaccurate. I know about the Sword Alliance, and they had just been founded decades ago. The Alliance Master is Su Han, who's only a primary-level Grand Ultimate God. Although he's a genius and killed FOE in a head-on battle while still a Heaven Ultimate God, it was rumored that his success had a certain level of embellishment in it. How could it be possible for the Sword Alliance to directly go against the Divine Demon Sect and defeat them? It's impossible. I think it's impossible too. Different forces and experts felt it was impossible when they received the news, with no one believing it. However, many saw the battle, with some of them being extremely strong experts. There were even people who purposely recorded the battle with image tokens. Although these people did not know what happened to the Divine Demon Sect's Grand Ultimate Gods after they were trapped in the Golden Prison, the onlookers still recorded the subsequent events after Nanhua Palace Master destroyed the Golden Prison. Those image tokens soon spread widely across the Danyang continent. The experts could only accept the truth regardless of how unbelievable it was with the image tokens' existences. It's true. The Sword Alliance had truly defeated the Divine Demon Sect? Oh my god, since when did strange old Tong, Zhu Xian, Old Snake, Ning, and Lan Junzhu join the Sword Alliance? And since when did Zhu Xian, Old Snake, and Ning make a breakthrough to the high-level Grand Ultimate God realm? Look at those figures in the recording. Those are corpse puppets. Those 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets have the combat power of ordinary high-level Grand Ultimate Gods, while the silver-armored corpse puppet has a peak high-level Grand Ultimate God's strength. However, those images even showed Alliance Master Su Han taking out a gold-armored corpse puppet which had the combat power of a peak Grand Ultimate God. No wonder they're capable of defeating the Divine Demon Sect in a face-to-face battle. The Sword Alliance's upper echelons have such high combat power? All questions were thrown out the window when they saw the occurrence from those mirror images. The Sword Alliance's battle array was horrifying and truly had the capability of directly defeating the Divine Demon Sect. At that moment, all of them understood that the Divine Demon Sect's defeat was justifiable, and their remaining Grand Ultimate Gods might not be able to leave peacefully were it not for Nanhua Palace Master's interference at the end. Apart from that, 2 other matters arose after the news was verified. Firstly, the Divine Demon Sect was badly affected by the battle. The Divine Demon Sect had lost a total of 9 Grand Ultimate Gods in the battle when taking into consideration of those 3 Heavenly Blood Alliance's Grand Ultimate Gods that were killed. It had to be highlighted that the Divine Demon Sect had a limited number of Grand Ultimate Gods. Losing 9 of them meant they were left with a small number, which drastically decreased their upper echelon's combat power. Such events had brought excitement to many forces in the Danyang continent. Some of the experts who had grudges against the Divine Demon Sect were also eager to take action. In the past, the Divine Demon sect was extremely strong and acted extremely domineeringly, hence those experts dared not offend them even though they had triggered many of those experts. However, the Divine Demon sect had suffered such a huge change at that moment, and those experts would not forget to hit them with another blow. Secondly, the Sword Alliance had directly defeated the Divine Demon sect. The Sword Alliance's overpowering strength had shocked those forces and experts, hence a rumor had been started in the Danyang continent that the Sword Alliance would be replacing the Divine Demon sect and become a new pinnacle force. Apart from that, even if the Divine Demon sect was able to maintain itself due to Dongxun's support and their profound heritage, the Sword Alliance's rise was certain. It was because the Sword Alliance already had the strength of a pinnacle force. Although the Sword Alliance did not have a true peak Grand Ultimate God, they had a gold-armored corpse puppet supporting them as their highest-level combat power. Such a fact was further verified with their capabilities of directly defeating the Divine Demon sect during the Grand Ultimate God-level battle. As for those lower-level members being led by the Sword Alliance, every force had received news that the Sword Alliance also had an army known as the Divine Sword Army, consisted of 500 Heaven Ultimate Gods that was formed at a great cost and having extremely high combat powers. It could be said that Jian Wushuang had already possessed sufficient strength. It was estimated that the difference between the current Sword Alliance and a pinnacle force was having sufficient territories and profound heritages. However, obsolete strength was required to obtain territories and profound heritage, but that was not an issue as one could also plunder others for them. Therefore, the Sword Alliance undisputedly would become a new pinnacle force in the Danyang continent. In a dimly lit hall, there was no lighting or any ornaments, but only a huge round table in the middle. At that moment, 3 obscure figures formed around the round table. Those 3 obscure figures were only consciousness incarnations and not the real bodies, as they did not have any power but were only capable of conversing. "Why isn't Dongxun here?" An evil voice resounded from an evil-looking old man who was completely covered under a black robe. The evil-looking elder had green eyes and looked extremely ghastly. However, he had a great identity. There were 5 pinnacle forces in the Danyang continent, and that evil-looking elder was the Life and Death Tower Master. The Divine Demon sect had met with such a huge change and suffered losing 9 Grand Ultimate Gods alongside a great blow to their prestige. Many forces and experts now have their eyes fixated on the Divine Demon sect, hence Dongxun is extremely busy doing his Divine Demon sect master responsibilities right now. How could he have the time to come over here? A gentle voice could be heard from the only woman among those 3 people. She was an old lady with gray hair and had spots all over her face, looking extremely worn out. The Dongfang clan masters had always been women. The gray-haired old lady was the clan master of Dongfang clan at that moment. Chapter 2767, Outer Realm. Apart from those 2, a bulky middle-aged man with a strict face was also sitting by the round table. The bulky middle-aged man in a loose yet expensive-looking robe was the publicly recognized most powerful expert in the Danyang continent, Nanhua Palace Master. Nanhua Palace Master, Life and Death Tower Master, and the Dongfang Clan Master. 3 of the 5 pinnacle forces leaders in the Danyang continent had gathered there. "Honorable leaders, I'm sure you know the reason I invited you here today?" Nanhua Palace Master looked at the others around him. The evil-looking elder, the Life and Death Tower Master, laughed weirdly. "Of course, we definitely need to revise our plans now that such a huge incident has occurred." The gray-haired old lady, also known as the Dongfang Clan Master, asked. "I never imagined the Divine Demon sect was so weak. How could they be defeated in a head-on battle against the Sword Alliance, an alliance that had just been formed recently? Don't underestimate the Sword Alliance. Both of you would be foolish to think that it was a pure coincidence for the Sword Alliance to defeat the Divine Demon sect," said Nanhua Palace Master in a low voice. "Nanhua, what do you mean by this?" The Life and Death Tower Master looked at him. "Nanhua, you also took action during the battle and knew most about the Sword Alliance. Tell us about them if you know," said Dongfang Clan Master. It's true that I saw the entire battle with my own eyes. The Sword Alliance isn't weak and is truly slightly stronger than the Divine Demon Sect. I'm guessing that only Nanwa Palace is stronger than the Sword Alliance among our 4 pinnacle forces, while both of your forces are almost at a similar level to the Sword Alliance," said Nanwa Palace Master. "Are they really that strong?" The Life and Death Tower Master and Dongfang Clan Master's facial expressions darkened. They saw from the mirror images that the Sword Alliance had quite strong combat powers. However, it was quite unconvincing to say the Sword Alliance was well matched with both their forces. Nanwa Palace Master said with a serious tone, "You only saw images of the battle but did not participate in it. The Sword Alliance had such an upper hand in the battle isn't only because the Sword Alliance has a group of grand ultimate gods with high combat power. Another major reason is the Sword Alliance Master Su-Han. Don't underestimate Su-Han. Although he only has the power of a primary level grand ultimate god, he has extremely strong skills and exceptionally strong domains. Many of the Divine Demon Sect's grand ultimate gods were greatly suppressed when it was activated, causing their combat power to be greatly reduced. Even a peak grand ultimate god such as Dong Shun was greatly suppressed. These are the results of his domains when covering the entire battlefield. If he focused on only suppressing an individual, the domain's suppression would be even stronger." The Life and Death Tower Master and Dongfang Clan Master were stunned when they heard that. They realized that Nanwa Palace Master had a high evaluation of Su-Han's domains. Su-Han's skills in domain control must be extremely good for the Nanwa Palace Master to give him such high praise. Su-Han's skills and the Sword Alliance's strength are only some of the factors. The real issue we should be afraid of is the Sword Alliance's background," said Nanwa Palace Master all of a sudden. "Background?" The Life and Death Tower Master and Dongfang Clan Master were stunned. The Sword Alliance had risen at such a fast pace within only a couple of decades, while Su-Han is just a primary level grand ultimate god who isn't really strong. How can he create such a strong Sword Alliance capable of competing against the pinnacle forces by himself in such a short time? Nanwa Palace Master seriously raised his doubts. "You mean that Su-Han has people secretly supporting him?" Dongfang Clan Master slightly narrowed her eyes. "That's right. According to the news I received, the Sword Alliance already started building its own army when it was founded. Apart from that, the reason their strength grew so profoundly is that the Sword Alliance has a large number of resources. They gave much better offers, 2 to 3 times more compared to those offered by ordinary first-rated forces, to the experts they gathered. The reason so many experts are willing to join the Sword Alliance is because of their exceptional offers and is the reason the Sword Alliance manages to grow rapidly within such a short period. However, where did all these resources come from? It can't be Su-Han who obtained them by himself, right?" Nanwa Palace Master asked. The Life and Death Tower Master and Dongfang Clan Master also nodded in agreement after hearing Nanwa Palace Master's conjunction. It was true that Su-Han only had the strength of an ordinary peak heaven ultimate god when he first gained a reputation in the Danyang continent. The number of resources he owned when compared to his strength obviously meant somebody was secretly supporting him. However, who could be capable, or should we say, who would spend so much resources to raise the Sword Alliance to become a pinnacle force? Could it be the Crimson Stone Fort? The Life and Death Tower Master had a cold look in his eyes. However, Nanwa Palace Master directly shook his head. It can't be the Crimson Stone Fort. If it's the Crimson Stone Fort during its peak period when they had the Crimson Stone Saints supporting them, they might still be capable of supporting the rise of a pinnacle force. However, I'm sure you know of the current situation in the Crimson Stone Fort. They have such serious internal fights amongst their factions and suffer a huge consumption of assorted resources. Even Yunshan, the person who's in charge of various resources in the Crimson Stone Fort, and the most wealthy among them all, isn't capable of supporting the rise of a pinnacle force. It's difficult for them to even support a single first-rated force. Apart from that, all of us know the temperament of strange old Tong, Zhu Xian, Ning, and Lan Junzhu. The current Crimson Stone Fort isn't capable of coming up with better terms to move them. However, These people are obeying Sword Alliance's Su Han right now. The Dongfang clan master suddenly asked. If it isn't the Crimson Stone Fort, who else is capable of supporting the Sword Alliance? Could it be somebody from the Outer Realm? Outer Realm? The Life and Death Tower master also narrowed his eyes. Nanwa Palace master's facial expression turned cold. Nobody among the local forces in the Danyang Holy Domain is capable of raising a pinnacle force. There's a huge possibility that the Sword Alliance's supporter is a force from the Outer Realm. The Life and Death Tower Master and Dongfang Clan Master's facial expression darkened after they heard that. The Outer Realm. The Danyang Holy Domain was only one of the many realms within the 9 realms of Golden Crow. There were 8 other realms around them on top of the Danyang Holy Domain. Among those 8 realms, some of the realms were bigger and wider than the Danyang Holy Domain, which naturally meant they had more experts. Even the weakest realm was comparable to the Danyang Holy Domain, and there were without a doubt some extremely strong forces in those other 8 realms. The remaining 8 realms differ from the Danyang Holy Domain as they still have undying saints supporting them. The forces they controlled were extremely powerful. Chapter 2768 Silent Acquiescence. It was not difficult for forces from the other 8 realms who had undying saints supporting them to raise a pinnacle force in the Danyang Holy Domain. If a pinnacle force from the Outer Realm is secretly supporting the Sword Alliance is true, the Sword Alliance is of great threat to us. The Life and Death Tower Master had a cold look in his eyes. Yes, the Danyang Holy Domain has been at an absolute disadvantage since Crimson Stone Saint's passing. The current infiltration of Outer Realm's pinnacle forces must be aimed at taking over the entire Danyang Holy Domain. We should take action right now and wipe out the Sword Alliance while it still hasn't stabilized its position to be safe, said the Dongfang clan master. Nanwa Palace master frowned. It's true that we should immediately take action under normal circumstances. However, matters are different right now. I've received news that the Crimson Stone Fort recently has been rather eventful and all the factions are preparing to take action. It seems Saber Master, who once controlled one of the factions, has fallen. The Life and Death Tower Master said. I've also heard about this, but it's just a rumor with no way for us to confirm if Saber Master had truly fallen. However, the situation in Crimson Stone Fort has indeed been rather eventful recently. It looks like Crimson Stone Fort's factions will completely fall out with a really huge battle about to happen. Their huge battle is the opportunity we've been longing for a long time. Nanwa Palace Master had a cold expression on his face. That's why it's unsuitable for us to take action right now. It can be said that the Sword Alliance has risen at the perfect timing as it happens to be when there will be some huge shifts happening in the Crimson Stone Fort. We cannot focus on the Sword Alliance if we aim to complete our long-term goals of completely overthrowing the Crimson Stone Fort. Both the Life and Death Tower Master and Dongfang Clan Master's brows slightly furrowed. It was true that the Sword Alliance had appeared at the perfect timing. The Sword Alliance appeared when the opportunity they craved for since long ago finally arrived. Under such circumstances, they had to focus themselves on the Crimson Stone Fort, and use all the time they had to prepare themselves so that they could obtain their heart's desires when the huge changes occurred in the Crimson Stone Fort. However, if the 3 of them unite and go against the Sword Alliance at that moment, putting aside the fact that the Sword Alliance was supported by Outer Realm forces which already made it difficult to take action against them, they would also need to expose many of their last resorts which greatly reduced their strength if they really planned to overthrow the Sword Alliance. In addition, Crimson Stone Fort would have more opportunities to prepare themselves. As such, it would mean that they would not have the absolute upper hand when going against the Crimson Stone Fort thereafter. There's nothing we can do as we can only either overthrow the Crimson Stone Fort or the Sword Alliance. I suggest we take action against the Crimson Stone Fort first. The Life and Death Tower Master slightly narrowed his eyes as he spoke in a low voice. In the end, the Sword Alliance is still a young force and their total strength won't be as domineeringly strong. Even if they are secretly supported by Outer Realm forces, it won't be so easy for those outside forces to infiltrate us, as this is still the Danyang Holy Domain. The most they can do is supply some resources. The Sword Alliance has grown to its current capacity, which makes it almost impossible for them to further drastically increase their strength. All we need to do is send someone to keep an eye on the Sword Alliance's movements and stay alert. I too agree. It won't be too late to take action against the Sword Alliance after everything. The most important matter right now is to go against the Crimson Stone Fort. The three of us have been waiting and laying low for so many years just for such a great opportunity to overthrow the Crimson Stone Fort. Now that the opportunity is here, we cannot get distracted by a mere Sword Alliance," added Dongfang Clan Master with a serious tone. "Nanwu, what do you think?" Both the Life and Death Tower Master and Dongfang Clan Master looked over at Nanwu Palace Master. Nanwu Palace Master smiled softly. "They'll support it since both of you have made your decision." According to the news Nanwu Palace received, the current Crimson Stone Fort is a Titan bowstring that any slight movement will trigger into a full-blown battle. It won't be long before that happens and the entire Crimson Stone Fort will be in complete chaos at that time. I'm sure it'll only take several decades or perhaps even less than 40 years for a great battle to completely erupt in the Crimson Stone Fort. We shall put up with the Sword Alliance during this period and unite to wipe them out after we've gotten rid of the Crimson Stone Fort. All right. Both the Life and Death Tower Master and Dongfang Clan Master also seriously nodded. The three of them came to a mutual understanding after the brief discussion and slowly left the place. The Sword Alliance's rise was inevitable. It was proven that the Sword Alliance had become a pinnacle force following Nanwu Palace, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang Clan's silence. The Sword Alliance then started sweeping through the lands and easily gained control over the many territories that once belonged to the Heavenly Blood Alliance. Several forces that were located in between were also ruthlessly wiped out by the Sword Alliance at the same time to unite the Sword Alliance's original territory, and those that belonged to the Heavenly Blood Alliance. The Sword Alliance's territory grew enormously after those forces' territories had fallen into the Sword Alliance's hands and soon already surpassed the strength of a first-rated force and were infinitely close to becoming a pinnacle force. In the Sword Alliance headquarters, the Sword Alliance had already taken over the Heavenly Blood Alliance and several second-rated forces' territories. However, Nanwu Palace, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang Clan didn't react at all. It seems like those three families have acknowledged the rise of the Sword Alliance, and won't take action against us before they wipe out Crimson Stone Fort. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. He was able to guess those three pinnacle forces' plans. In the end, he had been keeping tabs with Yin Sewer and Palace Keeper Sijin, allowing him to understand Crimson Stone Fort's current situation well. Those three forces were focusing their energy on the Crimson Stone Fort and could not spare any time for him. It was exactly what the Sword Alliance wanted. "Announce my orders. We no longer need to be scrupulous toward anybody starting today. Presumptuously wipe out the surrounding forces and take over as many forces as possible. As for those pinnacle forces, don't be afraid if their experts come forward. You're allowed to directly fight them off if possible, as I allow small fights, but remember not to corner them," ordered Jian Wushuang. "Yes, Master." The Sword Alliance experts obediently received his order. Xiao Tianxin asked. "Master, although the Sword Alliance can be counted as a pinnacle force right now, we haven't stabilized ourselves. Won't it be too over the top if we act so presumptuously? Those pinnacle forces won't allow us to expand so scrupulously, right?" Jian Wushuang said. "I'm sure they don't want to see that happen, but they definitely won't stop us. From the moment they decided to not take action against the Sword Alliance means they have silently acknowledged the Sword Alliance can take over a huge piece of territory and become a pinnacle force. What I'm doing right now is pressuring these pinnacle forces." Chapter 2769. Got the Divine Elixir Pills. Pressure? Xiao Tianxin was puzzled. "I want Nanwu Palace, Life and Death Tower and Dongfang Clan, and the already warned Divine Demon Sect to know that my Sword Alliance is rising at an amazing speed and I have great ambitions to annex and expand. I want all of the top forces to feel that kind of pressure that I will take over them at just any time." Jian Wushuang explained. But why? Xiao Tiexin was still puzzled. Haha, it's very useful. You just can't see it yet. Anyway, you just do this according to my instructions, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Yes. Xiao Tiexin stopped asking any more questions and quickly left. Jian Wushuang sat there alone with a gleam in his eyes. Yin Suer, I have put enough pressure on those top forces. It's up to you now. Although I will go all out to help you, you gotta show me what you've got a thing or two. You can't blame me if you're lousy yourself, Jian Wushuang mumbled. Jian Wushuang had done enough. He had severely ravaged Divine Demon Sect, grew Sword Alliance, and scared the other three top forces stiff. The top forces were chary of acting rashly. Under those circumstances, Yin Suer should have had enough time for preparation. Next, Sword Alliance expanded and grew its influence rapidly according to Jian Wushuang's plans and order. It was like a hungry beast subjugating the forces around them. Even the top forces were not spared. They were affected by Sword Alliance to a certain extent, and they have had contentions. Fortunately, the altercation did not lead to nasty fights. In the long run, Sword Alliance had asserted a certain amount of pressure on those top forces. Life and Death Tower, Dongfang Clan, the badly hit Divine Demon Sect, and even Nanhua Palace felt tremendous pressure from Sword Alliance. That area of growth did not require Jian Wushuang to put in any more effort. While his followers were at work carrying out his plans, he had been working diligently on improving his strength and perception of the laws and sword principles. He made colossal progress with the 2 Fengtian scrolls in his hand. 3 years went past in a blink of an eye. In the past 3 years, Sword Alliance had had frequent activities. On the other hand, the other top forces in Danyang continent, including Crimson Stone Fort, seemed to be extremely calm. Everyone knew that something was brewing under the seemingly calm surface. One day, Jian, the divine elixir pills you wanted has arrived. Palace Keeper Xijin sent a message. So soon? Jian Wushuang was over the moon when he got the news. 3 years ago, he handed the Holy Treasure level battle saber sword to Yin Suer, and he asked for 50,000 divine elixir pills in return. He thought that Yin Suer would need a longer time to deal with a Holy Treasure level battle saber, but it took only 3 years for Yin Suer to sell it off. Jian Wushuang immediately set off for Holy Palace. When he arrived at Sacred Palace, Jian Wushuang only spotted Palace Keeper Xijin. There was no sight of Yin Suer. Then again, it was normal. Tensions were brewing within the Crimson Stone Fort factions during the period of time, and all the factions were doing their best to be prepared. Yin Suer would have had a lot to deal with. Haha, Alliance Master Su-han, it's been a long time. Palace Keeper Xijin let out a hearty laugh when he saw Jian Wushuang. Palace Keeper Xijin, don't tease me, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. I dare not tease you. You are now the Sword Alliance Master, whereby the Sword Alliance is the top force in Danyang continents. Even Divine Demon Sect has been defeated. I believe that even Fort Master can't afford to be smug and complacent around your achievement. Palace Keeper Xijin said so as to butter up Jian Wushuang. Then, Palace Keeper Xijin got serious and took out an interspatial ring. Jian, this is given to you by the Fort Master. Your Holy Treasure level battle sword was sold to an undying saint for 65,000 divine elixir pills. According to what you've asked before, Fort Master has given you 50,000 divine elixir pills and the price for your damaged pinnacle heavenly treasure battle armor. We've rounded it up to 53,000 divine elixir pills for you here. Jian Wushuang took the interspatial ring and he made a careful count of the content with his soul power before nodding. Please help me to thank Fort Master for these. Fort Master is grateful for you. Palace Keeper Xijin smiled. Earlier, Fort Master had earned a small fortune in benefits from the 230 caddies royal blood gem you gave her. This time around you have given her a greater amount of benefits with an extra of 15,000 divine elixir pills. They came in handy to provide sufficient resources. Major changes are about to take place in Crimson Stone Fort, and the Fort Master might not be so sure of her preparation without the blessing. From what I've heard, You are saying that your fort master is now very sure of how to deal with the situation. Jian Wushuang smiled. I can't say that we're very sure, but there is still a chance around 30 to 40%. This is just from the fort master's management. If Jian Yi and our Sword Alliance are willing to help each other at that time, then there is at least a certainty of preservation. 70% of it, said Palace Keeper Sijin. 30 to 40% is not a small amount of assurance. As for Sword Alliance, I will do my best to help out, Jian Wushuang said. That's good to hear. Palace Keeper Sijin was delighted. By the way, what's going on in Crimson Stone Fort? Jian Wushuang asked casually. Fortunately, although news came out that Saber Master has died, this piece of news has not been confirmed. Therefore, although there were some activities going on in the various factions of Crimson Stone Fort, they had yet to take any serious action. The factions are quietly accumulating and preparing their strength and power. Once the fuse is lighted, Crimson Stone Fort will be completely chaotic and wars will break out. No matter who wins the battle, Crimson Stone Fort would completely solve the never-ending disputes, said Palace Keeper Sijin. Then I will go off first. If something happens in Crimson Stone Fort, just send me a message, Jian Wushuang said. Okay. Palace Keeper Sijin nodded slightly. Jian Wushuang left immediately. After returning to Sword Alliance, he immediately found a secret chamber and began to cultivate in seclusion. 53,000 divine holy pills added up with the few divine holy pills obtained and accumulated by Saber Master before, it should be enough to make my strength even greater. Jian Wushuang clasped his hands tight expectantly. Let's start. Immediately, Jian Wushuang closed his eyes and began to refine those divine elixir pills. Chapter 2770. 25 years' time began to pass slowly. The addition of 53,000 divine elixir pills to the 60,000 divine elixir pills Jian Wushuang had gotten from Saber Master, and the others made up to an immense bulk of divine elixir pills. It took an extremely long period of time to consume and refine all of those divine elixir pills. When all was done, Jian Wushuang's cultivation realm advanced another level as he wished. He had broken through from the high-level Grand Ultimate God realm to peak Grand Ultimate God realm. His overall strength had skyrocketed again. After the breakthrough of his cultivation realm, Jian Wushuang continued to spend time in seclusion because there had been no major changes in Crimson Stone Fort. With 2 Fengtian scrolls in his hand, his understanding of the laws and sword principles was progressing at an expeditious speed. Another 25 years had passed in a flash. In those 25 years, Sword Alliance had completely evolved into a top force in Danyang continent, and they did that by overpowering another top force. The Sword Alliance enjoyed a high status, surpassing Divine Demon Sect. In fact, Life and Death Tower and Dongfang Clan seemed to be a rank inferior to Sword Alliance. In the middle of a huge manor, the golden-robed Jian Wushuang stood with a sword in his hand above the clearing. His right hand was brandishing his sword. Buzz! 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 Multiple beams of sword light were produced. Each of those sword lights was extremely poignant and beautiful. The hazy sword light was fascinating to watch. The sword light could have easily captivated the opponent if he was fighting against someone. Space-time sword technique, 7th form, enchanted. Every single sword movement Jian Wushuang cast was from the enchanted form, but it had improved a great deal in power and speed as compared to his form more than 20 years ago. It was difficult to catch Jian Wushuang's shadow whenever he was performing the enchanted form. Perhaps, not even the high-level Grand Ultimate God could catch him. After a long time, Jian Wushuang finally stopped his hand's movements and the fascinating and beautiful sword light dissipated. Jian Wushuang retracted the sword and stood still, but his brows were furrowed. After more than 20 years of meditation, I have made considerable progress in my understanding of the space-time law and sword principles. I have also been continuously improving the enchanted form, and it has almost been perfected by me, yet I can't create the 8th form of space-time sword technique. Jian Wushuang felt a little helpless. Understanding of the laws grew more difficult in progress. Likewise with the understanding of sword principles. It was more difficult to create stronger tricks for sword techniques as one made progress. The seventh form was relatively easy when he created it, but after so many years, he still failed to create the eighth form. I probably can't rely on the understanding of the laws and sword principles to create the eighth form of sword technique. I might have to spar with opponents and gain insights from the battle, Jian Wuxuang muttered. Suddenly, buzz! A tyrannical aura exploded in the surrounding void without any warning. However, it only stayed around for a very short time. Although it only appeared for a brief moment, Jian Wuxuang noticed it because he was sensitive to his surroundings, and he was so close to the source of the breath of aura. This breath of aura! The surprised Jian Wuxuang immediately went toward the source of that breath of aura. Jian Wuxuang saw a sloppy old man with messy hair walking out of a secret chamber as soon as he arrived at the spot. The sloppy old man was beaming wide. Ha! Strange old Tong, congratulations! Jian Wuxuang immediately stepped forward and laughed heartily. Strange old Tong was smiling when he heard Jian Wuxuang. I didn't want to be too ostentatious and I immediately broke it off, but I didn't expect that Alliance Master Su Han would still be alerted. How can I not feel the unique breath of aura of a peak Grand Ultimate God? Jian Wuxuang smiled. Peak Grand Ultimate God. Jian Wuxuang was shocked because he noticed the breath of aura of a peak Grand Ultimate God. And that breath of aura was from Strange Old Tong who stood before him. Strange Old Tong has stayed in the high-level Grand Ultimate God realm for a long, long time. During which, he attempted to break through many times, but he fell short every single time. Strange Old Tong finally broke through and set foot on the peak Grand Ultimate God realm he dreamed of. He had made extensive preparation and most importantly he had the Huangji Golden Pill given by Jian Wuxuang. The Huangji Golden Pill was coveted by so many Grand Ultimate Gods for obvious reasons. Jian Wuxuang received the 5 Huangji Golden Pills from the secret realm and gave them to the 5 Grand Ultimate Gods he recruited. Among them, Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian, Strange Old Snake, Mr. and Ing achieved breakthroughs through the Huangji Golden Pills. Lan Junzhu failed, unfortunately. Strange Old Tong did not consume the Huangji Golden Pill right after he got hold of it. Instead, he spent a lot of time preparing carefully. He had been preparing for more than 10 years and 5 years ago, he finally began to cultivate in seclusion. 5 years had passed, and when Strange Old Tong appeared again, he had finally completed his mission. I thought that I would stop at the high-level Grand Ultimate God all my life and not be able to move any further, but now it seems that I'm lucky. Of course, this is mainly because of the Huangji Golden Pill that you gave to me. Otherwise, I would probably fail once again. They'll always remember your kindness, Strange Old Tong solemnly said. You've been polite. I used the Huangji Golden Pill to recruit you, Strange Old Tong. I give you the Huangji Golden Pill and you will fight for Sword Alliance for 1,000 years. This is a fair deal, how can it be called a kind act? Jian Wuxuang said with a smile. Anyway, I was able to break through all because of you. In addition, you were the reason the Divine Demon sect was severely ravaged. I won't say anything more. In short, for the rest of these 1,000 years I will do whatever you ask for as long as it doesn't go against my principles, said Strange Old Tong. Haha, it is nice to hear this from you. Jian Wuxuang smiled, but he was quite happy. Strange Old Tong Lao was ranked top among the high-level Grand Ultimate Gods and he was extremely powerful. He could face off 1 or 2 ordinary peak Grand Ultimate Gods. After he had finally made a breakthrough, his strength had skyrocketed. He was estimated to be rather powerful among the many peak Grand Ultimate Gods. Chapter 2771 Man in blood-colored robe. Jian Wuxuang believed that Strange Old Tong's strength was definitely stronger than that of the gold-armored corpse puppet he was controlling and that his attacking power was stronger than Divine Demon Sect Master Dongxun. Earlier when Sword Alliance and Divine Demon Sect were fighting, Dongxun was a handful for Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang deployed the gold-armored corpse puppet, and used his domain oppression methods, yet he barely suppressed Dong Shin's combat capability. Anyone with Peak Grand Ultimate God's highest combat power could bring great pressure to Sword Alliance. However, Strange Old Tong is definitely not weak among the Peak Grand Ultimate Gods. In fact, he is quite a powerful one. Although the gold-armored corpse puppet is a corpse puppet, it has the combat power of a Peak Grand Ultimate God. In that case, Sword Alliance has 2 manpower of the highest combat power. And I could count as one too, right? Jian Wuxuang scratched his nose. He did not display his full potential during the fight with Divine Demon Sect, but his combat power was definitely at the level of a high-level Grand Ultimate God, and he was ranked one of the top. After all, he killed Saber Master in the Secret Realm. Decades had passed since then, and his cultivation realm had risen to another level, as well as his understanding of laws and sword principles and his methods. He possessed the combat power of a Peak Grand Ultimate God. Sword Alliance would have had 3 cultivators with the most powerful combat powers. That was a scary fact. The 4 top forces, Nanhua Palace, Life and Death Tower, Divine Demon Sect, and Dongfang Clan, each had only one highest combat power, a Peak Grand Ultimate God. Even Crimson Stone Fort had only 2 under different factions, but Sword Alliance had 3 Peak Grand Ultimate God levels of combat power. Strange Old Tong, I have been working on an interesting chess game. If you are free, how about you come and have a look? Jian Wuxuang asked with a smile. Chess game? Strange Old Tong was surprised, but he followed Jian Wuxuang back to the manor nonetheless. Under a big tree in the manor, Jian Wuxuang placed a huge chess board on the stone table, and there were many chess pieces on the chessboard. However, those chess pieces were only in one color, which was black. This chess game. Strange Old Tong began to delve into the game. After some time, he raised his brows slightly. This game is a test. Every single chess piece is a test to be solved one after another? And the method of cracking these tests seems to be purely relying on sword techniques? Whoa, you noticed it at a glance. This chess game was created by a cultivator from my hometown. It is called Daluo Star Game. I tried to crack it when I was younger and I reaped a lot of benefit from it. Now, my understanding of sword principles has already surpassed that cultivator from my hometown, so I have recreated this game. Every chess piece contains a sword move to work on. Over the years, I have been working on this game and I have also gained a lot of benefit from it, Jian Wuxuang said with a smile. I'm not good at sword techniques, but you got me interested. I might try my hands on these. Strange Old Tong smiled and he started to crack the game. It was true that Strange Old Tong was not good at sword techniques, but he had a high level of understanding of principles, and that was helpful across many areas. He managed to crack a few steps, but soon he fell into a bottleneck and was stuck. Jian Wuxuang sat by the side, just smiling and watching Strange Old Tong. Suddenly, swoosh! A figure appeared beside Jian Wuxuang. It was Xiao Tiexin, Jian Wuxuang's maid. Shiner, what's the matter? Jian Wuxuang asked. Jian Wuxuang had been cultivating in seclusion for years, and Xiao Tiexin was the one dealing with all the management matters in Sword Alliance. Jian Wuxuang trusted Xiao Tiexin fully. Master, someone is asking to meet you outside the Sword Castle, said Xiao Tiexin. Who? Jian Wuxuang sounded uninterested. I don't know, he doesn't want to tell us his name and identity, but he has shown his breath of aura. He is a high-level Grand Ultimate God, quite a powerful one, Xiao Tiexin said. A powerful high-level Grand Ultimate God, but unwilling to reveal his name and identity, is here to see me? Jian Wuxuang raised his brows and then smiled. Bring him in. Yes. Xiao Tiexin responded and went off to bring the visitor in. Strange Old Tong, I guess I'm the only one who knows that you have broken through to the Peak Grand Ultimate God realm. Don't expose your strength for the time being and disguise your breath of aura, Jian Wuxuang said. Strange Old Tong breaking through to the Peak Grand Ultimate God realm was equivalent to Sword Alliance acquired another ace in the hole. Naturally, Jian Wuxuang would not want the secret advantage to be known just yet, especially when things were at a delicate stage. Sure, but I'm not good with the disguise, so I might be able to cheat those high-level Grand Ultimate Gods, but not the powerful peak Grand Ultimate Gods, said strange old Tong. Then don't meet with those peak Grand Ultimate Gods. You will stay in Sword Alliance during this time, and I believe that no peak Grand Ultimate God will be so boring to come here and investigate your cultivation realm, said Jian Wushuang. That's true. Strange old Tong smiled and quickly masked his breath of aura. Jian Wushuang and strange old Tong waited quietly in the manor, and it did not take long for Xiao Tiexing to lead a man in Aman in a blood-colored robe. The man in a blood-colored robe was well covered up. His face was completely shrouded under the blood-colored robe, and no one could see his appearance clearly. Indeed, he had a tyrannical breath of aura. He was one of the best among the high-level Grand Ultimate God, probably no inferior to strange old Tong before his breakthrough. He is... Jian Wushuang and strange old Tong both stared quizzically at the person. The blood-colored robe man arrived in front of Jian Wushuang and strange old Tong, but he did not immediately speak. His exposed deep-set eyes glanced at Xiao Tiexing next to him. Xionaire, you may go first. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Yes. Xiao Tiexing nodded and left instantly. I don't know who you are, please show me who you are, Jian Wushuang said indifferently. The man in a blood-colored robe stood in front of Jian Wushuang and looked around to confirm that there was no one else around. Then he slowly removed his blood-colored robe, revealing an extremely strong and sturdy figure. He was dark and he had strong muscles. The surface of his divine body was covered with faint blood-colored thunderbolts. He raised his head slightly to show an extremely cold and somewhat domineering face. A faint blood-colored thunderbolt flashed in each of his pupils. Jian Wushuang and strange old Tong were both taken aback to see who it was. Blood Thunder King! Chapter 2772 Blood Thunder King. Jian Wushuang and strange old Tong were surprised to see the person who came forth. Blood Thunder King. He was the leader of one of the 3 strongest factions in Crimson Stone Fort. Not only was he a terrifying high-level Grand Ultimate God himself, but he also controlled the strongest Crimson Stone official army in Danyang Continent, and there were more than 10 known Grand Ultimate Gods who reported to him. Blood Thunder King's faction was able to compete with the Yin Suer and Yunshan factions, and keep them in check within the Crimson Stone Fort. What made him make the trip to see Jian Wushuang in person? After a brief moment of shock, Jian Wushuang recovered his senses. Unexpectedly, the famous Blood Thunder King would come forth to my small and insignificant Sword Alliance today. You've graced Sword Alliance with your presence. Jian Wushuang stood up and said politely. Alliance Master Su Han must be joking. If Sword Alliance is just a small and insignificant organization, then the various forces on Danyang Continent may be nothing at all. Blood Thunder King chuckled. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and waved. Please sit down. Blood Thunder King sat down at the stone table in front of him. Jian Wushuang waved his hand to keep the chessboard on the stone table, and then he took out some fruit and wine. Blood Thunder King felt very at home. He grabbed a fruit with his big hand and ate it. Jian Wushuang looked at Blood Thunder King playfully. Blood Thunder King, you are here in person today. What's the matter? I'm here to discuss something important with you, Alliance Master Su Han. Blood Thunder King wiped his mouth and said, You want to discuss something important with me? Jian Wushuang's expression remained unchanged. Alliance Master Su Han, as the leader of Sword Alliance, I believe you are aware of the situation in Danyang Continent during this period of time? Blood Thunder King made the opening remark. Of course. Jian Wushuang smiled. Danyang Continent is very calm during this time except for Sword Alliance, who has been discontented. The situation has not changed much from before. Very calm? Alliance Master Su Han, are you trying to fool around with little kids? Blood Thunder King sneered. The current Danyang Continent is like a raging storm. Drastic changes may happen at any time, and the source of this storm is Crimson Stone Fort. Don't you know, Alliance Master Su Han? What can I do if I knew about it? It's your own business no matter what happens in Crimson Stone Fort. What does it have to do with Sword Alliance? Jian Wushuang commented calmly like he was uninterested. It has nothing to do with Sword Alliance? I don't think so. Blood Thunder King wore a strange smile. What do you mean? Jian Wushuang looked at Blood Thunder King. Alliance Master Su-Han, you knew that there are many factions in Crimson Stone Fort, and we are fighting incessantly. Among these factions, the factions led by Crimson Stone Fort Master Yin Suer and Grand Elder Yun Shan are very powerful. Blood Thunder King said. Jian Wushuang interrupted Blood Thunder King. Really? As far as I know, there are 3 powerful factions in Crimson Stone Fort. Besides the factions led by Yin Suer and Yun Shan, Blood Thunder King yourself is leading another faction that is not weak at all. You can keep the other 2 major factions in check. Keep them in check? Blood Thunder King smiled bitterly. If it's the usual small fights and conflicts, indeed my faction does not fear them. However, if a big battle breaks out, then my faction is considered weak. After all, the battle mainly relies on the combat power of Grand Ultimate Gods. The Heaven Ultimate Gods can't do much at all. Well, they can't do much in the Crimson Stone official army which is under my control. And in terms of the combat power of Grand Ultimate Gods, I have 10 of them, and it seems like a lot of them under my command, but both Yin Suer and Yun Shan have accumulated power in the dark for a long time. They are much better than me. I don't know for sure how much stronger Yin Suer and Yun Shan are at this stage. Besides, they are both peak Grand Ultimate Gods with the strongest combat power. They are not people whom I can afford to challenge. Therefore, if a battle breaks out, my faction is far behind the 2 of them. Therefore, there would be the 2 people who would reintegrate the factions if there is a major change in Crimson Stone Fort. However, no matter which of them is in charge, it's probably not a good thing for Sword Alliance. Why do you think so? Jian Wushuang smiled and looked at the Blood Thunder King. It's very simple. It's all because of your Sword Alliance background. Blood Thunder King smiled strangely. Alliance Master Su-Han, don't pretend like you're confused now. If I guess it right, you came from the Outer Realm? You probably have support from the Outer Realm all this while. How do you know? Jian Wushuang frowned. He thought Blood Thunder King was funny to make the assumption. Why would the Outer Realm support him? What a joke. Jian Wushuang had always been working purely on his own. Yin Suer probably gave him a little help, but he gave Yin Suer much more in return. Blood Thunder King had obviously misunderstood Jian Wushuang. It's very simple. The rise of the Sword Alliance is too fast, and you all have too many resources. How could you possibly be able to own so many resources? There must be a big force behind you. I believe no one in the entire Danyang Holy Domain has the ability to support a top force like yours. Naturally, only those outer realms with an undying saint in their management have the ability to support you. Blood Thunder King smiled. He was pleased with himself. Well, I admit that I do have the support of someone behind me, but what does it have to do with the internal conflicts in Crimson Stone Fort? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course it matters. Blood Thunder King smiled. Alliance Master Su-Han, if I can guess your background right, I believe Yin Suer, Yun Shan and the other top forces like Nanhua Palace, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang Clan can do the same. Those in power would naturally be disgusted and repulsive at you who have the support from an external force. The reason why they haven't acted on your Sword Alliance right now is that the timing is wrong. Crimson Stone Fort will be ending our years of internal conflicts real soon, and the top forces like Nanhua Palace are coveting us. That's why no one has time for Sword Alliance at this point in time. But once the battle is over and Crimson Stone Fort has calmed down, Crimson Stone Fort will immediately attack you Sword Alliance no matter who is in charge. Even the top forces like Nanhua Palace would join hands to go against you. At that instance, unless the undying saint behind you comes out in person, your Sword Alliance will have no ability to resist, and you'd be expelled from the Danyang Holy Domain. Well, that's true. Jian Wushuang nodded pretentiously. But now, there is a great opportunity in front of you, Alliance Master Su-Han. You can change the fate of Sword Alliance completely. I wonder if you're willing to grab the opportunity? Blood Thunder King smiled strangely. Chapter 2773, Join Hands. I don't know what Blood Thunder King you are referring to as a great opportunity? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. Join hands with me, Blood Thunder King suggested. With the current situation in Sword Alliance, if you are willing to join hands with me, the two of us would rise to be stronger than Yin Suer or Yunshan. By then, I will be the ruler of Crimson Stone Fort, and I will try my best to help Sword Alliance to sweep down the top forces like Nanhua Palace, Life and Death Tower, Divine Demon Sect and Dongfang Clan. From then on, this huge Danyang holy domain will be the both of us. What do you think? You want me to join hands with you? Jian Wushuang laughed mockingly. There can't be two tigers in a mountain. After you have complete control of Crimson Stone Fort, will you be willing to share Danyang holy domain with Sword Alliance? Of course I am willing. At that time, if the Undying Saint behind you agrees, I can even bring Crimson Stone Fort and surrender to the Undying Saint, said Blood Thunder King. Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank. Not only that he's willing to jointly manage Danyang holy domain, but he's also willing to surrender Crimson Stone Fort? Blood Thunder King. Blood Thunder King, why should I trust you? If you betray me afterward, what should I do? Jian Wushuang looked at Blood Thunder King. It's very simple. No matter how I'm just a high-level grand ultimate god myself. Even if I dare to betray you, I don't have the courage to betray the Undying Saint behind you. I don't think he'll be able to live much longer if I were to get on his wrong side, said Blood Thunder King. Blood Thunder King believed that Jian Wushuang came from the outer realm, and he also believed that Jian Wushuang had a powerful force backing him up, and the leader of the force was an Undying Saint. Jian Wushuang's eyes sank slightly after hearing Blood Thunder King. Well, I can't call the shots for such an important matter, so let me pass on the message to my leader, and he will make the decision personally. Blood Thunder King, please hang on a minute. Okay. Blood Thunder King was very patient, and he was just waiting by the side. Jian Wushuang pretended to take out a token and then feigned a look like he was communicating with someone else. Blood Thunder King could not see what Jian Wushuang was doing. He thought Jian Wushuang was talking to his leader. After a while, Jian Wushuang withdrew the token. Blood Thunder King, my leader had agreed to join hands with you and agreed that Sword Alliance will help you to gain control over Crimson Stone Fort, but under one condition, said Jian Wushuang. What is it? Blood Thunder King peered at Jian Wushuang. What my leader values is the many resources possessed by Danyang Holy Domain. Therefore, after the end of the battle, Crimson Stone Fort that will be under your control must completely surrender to him, and he shall enjoy 80% of the various resources in Danyang Holy Domain when you get the remaining 20%, said Jian Wushuang. He wants 80%? Blood Thunder King's pupils shrank, he gritted his teeth and nodded. All right. In addition, my leader warns that you'd better not fool him. If you dare to have any other thoughts, he will personally come to Danyang Holy Domain and your fate will be miserable, warned Jian Wushuang. That's for sure. Blood Thunder King smiled awkwardly. In that case, Blood Thunder King, I wish us happy working together. Jian Wushuang raised the wine glass on the table and smiled slightly. Okay. Blood Thunder King drank a large glass of wine with Jian Wushuang. Then Blood Thunder King got up and prepared to go. Alliance Master Su-Han, this is my message token. The great change in Crimson Stone Fort should happen anytime soon, and I will use this message token to send you a message at that time. Blood Thunder King handed his message token to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang nodded after he received the message token, and Blood Thunder King quickly left. Unexpectedly, Blood Thunder King came to me and offered to join hands with me. This is really interesting. Jian Wushuang looked at the message token in his hand. His expression was rather weird. Alliance Master Su-Han, do you think that Blood Thunder King really wants to join hands with you? Strange Old Tong, who was next to Jian Wushuang, looked around. I don't know. Jian Wushuang shook his head. However, Whether he is sincere or not, it has nothing to do with me. After all, I never thought of joining hands with him. Strange Old Tong raised his eyebrows, and he knew what was on Jiang Wushang's mind immediately. In a void in the distance outside Sword Alliance's lair, Blood Thunder King, who was once again shrouded in the blood-colored robe, looked extremely mysterious. He pulled to a stop abruptly. "Come out!" Blood Thunder King cried softly. Buzz! A ray of light condensed in the void in front of him, and soon a figure in a black robe emerged. The old man in a black robe looked like he was intractable. He had very big eyes. As soon as he appeared, he immediately looked at Blood Thunder King. "What is the result? Did Su-Han agree?" "Yes." Blood Thunder King nodded. Not only did he agree, but he also admitted that he came from the outer realm, and there is indeed an undying saint backing him up. That's for sure. Otherwise, Sword Alliance cannot rise so fast. The question now is that I don't know which outer realm he is from. Did Su-Han tell you just now? The black-robe old man asked. No. Blood Thunder King shook his head. However, 9 Realms of Golden Crow probably has Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Star Picking Pavilion, and very few large forces with Undying Saints. For those who are near Danyang Holy Domain and are willing to get involved with what's going on in Danyang Holy Domain, you should know more about who they are apart from you, Heavenly Modest Palace. Blood Thunder King looked at the old man in a black robe. He was very clear about the identity of the old man in a black robe. The old man came from the outer realm, from a force called the Heavenly Modest Palace. Heavenly Modest Palace had a great reputation in 9 Realms of Golden Crow, and they had a powerful Undying Saint sitting behind it. The old man in a black robe came to Danyang Holy Domain a long time ago, and after working hard for a long period of time, he reached an agreement with Blood Thunder King. Therefore, Blood Thunder King, just like what Jian Wushuang believed, was there to gain Jian Wushuang's trust. Blood Thunder King had never thought of joining forces with Sword Alliance, he just wanted to use Sword Alliance. As for the Undying Saint backing Jian Wushuang up, he was not afraid at all. After all, Blood Thunder King also has an Undying Saint behind him. I don't care who is supporting Sword Alliance. In short, Heavenly Modest Palace has been working hard in Danyang Holy Domain for so long. I would never allow someone else to reap what I have sowed. Well, first form allies with Sword Alliance, and use him to destroy the 2 Yin Suer and Yunshan factions. Thereafter, we will try a way to destroy Sword Alliance," said the old man in a black robe coldly. Chapter 2774. A point of no return in the Great Hall. The tall and beautiful Yin Suer stood at the highest area as she excluded extreme pressure. Underneath her, 3 other people were standing there apart from Palace Keeper Sijin. Those 3 were Grand Ultimate Gods, and they were extremely loyal towards Yin Suer. They were people she trusted the most. Has the news been confirmed? Yin Suer looked downwards. An elder with white hair among them nodded politely. Yes, although there's no conclusion yet, it is a fact that Yun Shan had already started contacting the people from that side. Humph, this old B** starred. Yin Suer's facial expression turned into a strict one. There's no other choice, we have to immediately take action. Palace Keeper Sijin and the 3 others also had darkened expressions on their faces. They knew about Yin Suer's helplessness, and could also understand her decision. Make your preparations. We will take action in 10 days, Yin Suer said. 10 days? Palace Keeper Sijin and the others nodded in seriousness. After some time, the 3 others left continuously, and only Palace Keeper Sijin was left standing there. Fort Master, should we inform Jian about this right now so that he and his Sword Alliance can make the preparations? Palace Keeper Sijin said. We should inform him, but you don't need to do it this time. I will personally talk to him, Yin Suer said. All right. Palace Keeper Sijin nodded and also left. Only Yin Suer was left in the large hall. With a flip of her delicate hand, Yin Suer took a token out and started communication. Jian Wushuang, who was sitting at the stone table in Sword Alliance's garden, immediately responded. The fort master has personally contacted me. This is really rare. Jian Wuxuang smiled playfully. Normally, his communication with Yin Suer would go through Palace Keeper Sijin, but Yin Suer had directly contacted him this time. Jian Yi, there's something that I need to personally tell you. Yin Suer sounded extremely serious. You sound so serious, do you plan to take action now? Jian Wuxuang's expression slightly changed. Yes. I've given my orders. My people will take action 10 days later, and our aim is Yun Shan's faction. Yin Suer said. 10 days? Isn't that too soon? Are you extremely well prepared? Jian Wuxuang frowned. No. Yin Suer shook her head. But we are at a point of no return. What do you mean? Jian Wuxuang was really puzzled this time. Although there was a lot going on in the Crimson Stone Fort right now, and every faction was preparing themselves with all they had. However, Yin Suer obviously had the upper hand, as she had the support of a huge amount of resources. Apart from that, she was greatly burdened. It did not matter if she did not take action, she had to be completely prepared once she took action. However, it seemed irrational for her to proactively take action right now without complete preparation. Couple of days ago, my people received news that the old man, Yun Shan, seemed to have received some news that the power I hold right now is much stronger than his, so he's looking for ways to search for external help. Within these couple of days, Yun Shan has already gained contact with Nanhua Palace. Yin Suer said. Nanhua Palace? Jian Wuxuang's facial expression slightly changed. Nanhua Palace was only behind the Crimson Stone Fort among the pinnacle forces in the Danyang continent. Nanhua Palace Master was even the publicly recognized expert in the Danyang continent. If Yun Shan's faction connected with Nanhua Palace and worked together, Yin Suer's faction would be placed in a passive position. Have they formed an alliance? Jian Wuxuang asked. Not at this moment, but Yun Shan shows obvious signs about it. If I continue to wait, he might really join forces with Nanhua Palace, and I wouldn't be the one handling them later on. They will be the ones working together to wipe me out. Hence, I need to take action now and completely wipe out Yun Shan's faction earlier on. Yin Suer said. How confident are you to go against Yun Shan's faction based on your accumulated strength? Jian Wuxuang asked. 100%. Yin Suer replied neatly. Although Yun Shan had accumulated a lot of strength throughout recent years, I've accumulated more strength than him. Apart from that, I've obtained a huge amount of resources because of you, and I've won over many helpers with these resources. If no other forces interrupt us right now, Yun Shan's faction would not be our opponent if only both our factions go to battle. You're so confident? Jian Wuxuang raised his eyebrows. He had no idea that Yin Suer would be so capable and have secretly accumulated so much power. At the same time, he understood why Yun Shan would think of ways to contact the Nanhua Palace. Yun Shan must have realized that Yin Suer was too powerful and was trying his best to search for helpers, as his faction was not capable of withstanding Yin Suer. He was also driven insane by Yin Suer and went to Nanhua Palace because he had no other way. However, although my faction is completely confident in defeating Yun Shan's faction, there's another large faction in the Crimson Stone Fort, and that is the Blood Thunder King's faction. I'm not capable of facing both parties at the same time, hence. 10 days later, I need your Sword Alliance to help me stop the Blood Thunder King's faction. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Yin Suer said. Although the Blood Thunder King's faction have quite a number of Grand Ultimate Gods, they don't have the support of any peak Grand Ultimate God. With our Sword Alliance's current strength, we can handle them. Jian Wuxuang nodded slightly. However, Blood Thunder King isn't your only threat this time, right? Based on what I know, Nanhua Palace, Life and Death Tower, Divine Demon Sect and the Dongfang clan. These 4 pinnacle forces had been fixated on your Crimson Stone Fort since a long time ago. Especially recent days, our Sword Alliance has been stirring things up throughout these few decades in order to pressure these pinnacle forces. However, these pinnacle forces had been tolerating things, and they obviously do not want to offend our Sword Alliance. Instead, they had been focusing all their attention on your Crimson Stone Fort. Once anything happens on your Crimson Stone Fort, these pinnacle forces will definitely take action right away. These are 4 pinnacle forces. Even if the Divine Demon sect wouldn't take action because they are badly compromised, the 3 other pinnacle forces would still be extremely strong if they work together. How can you withstand them if they grab the opportunity when you are in a fight with the Yunshan faction and both parties are badly wounded? Yin-Suer, who was on the other side of the token, was silent for some time after Jian Wushuang spoke. Moments later, Yin-Suer spoke once again. If the 3 pinnacle forces, Nanhua Palace, Life and Death Tower and Dongfang Clan came attacking when I'm battling for my life with Yunshan, both of us would not be able to withstand them. This is also why I'm not fully prepared. That is why my current plan is to carry out a sudden attack 10 days later, when Yunshan is having a secret meeting with the experts under his leadership. I plan to try my best to defeat all the experts in Yunshan's faction within the shortest period of time with absolute strength. The best way is to leave no time for those pinnacle forces to react. Chapter 2775, Depart. You want to have a quick battle? Jian Wushuang frowned. Is that possible? I have to do the impossible as I do not have other choices. Yin-Suer said in a low voice. Yunshan is already exchanging terms with Nanhua Palace at this moment, and they haven't come to an agreement because none of them wants to make a concession. Once either the Nanhua Palace or Yunshan makes a slight concession, they would form an alliance and I would not have any chances. Although what I'm going to do seems reckless, there's at least some possibility of success. As long as we are speedy enough to defeat Yunshan's faction before the experts from Nanhua Palace, Life and Death Tower and Dongfang Clan arrive, we would manage to withstand them with the help of your Sword Alliance, even if my faction isn't in its peak stage. If we are able to withstand that round of attack, we can think of ways to split up those 3 pinnacle forces next. After all, they have internal conflicts, and we would have lots of opportunities to pinpoint them by then. Jian Wushuang was secretly lamenting when he heard what Yin-Suer said. He was able to see that Yin-Suer had been forced to a point of no return, or she would not have proactively taken action against Yunshan's faction when she was not completely prepared. As for her decision right now, Jian Wushuang had to admit that this might be her last chance even if it was a dangerous one. Jian Wushuang agreed to Yin-Suer's decision when he stood in her shoes. I understand it. Don't worry, Fort Master. My Sword Alliance will use everything we have to help you in 10 days. Jian Wushuang said seriously. Thank you, Mr. Jian Yi. Yin-Suer softened her voice. No matter what the ending of this battle is, you've done everything you should have. Even if my faction lost in the end, I'm only grateful towards Mr. Jian Yi, and there would not be a hint of dissatisfaction. By then, Mr. Jian Yi can think of ways to escape and ignore what happens to my Crimson Stone Fort. I know, I'm not stupid. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. The 2 of them stopped their communication after that. She plans to take action 10 days later? Jian Wushuang sat in the garden by himself as he tapped his finger against the stone table with an extremely serious expression on his face. Yin-Suer's decision to carry out the raid 10 days later was really a forced decision, and the risks were extremely huge. They were not hugely certain even if she had her full support. Jian Wushuang had once made a deal with Crimson Stone Saint, and he would definitely do his best full-hearted since he was entrusted by others on this matter. He also hoped that Yin-Suer managed to obtain what she wanted in this battle. However, he was unable to predict the ending. No matter what, I've tried my best and everything would come down to Yin-Suer's fate to see if we survive this. Jian Wushuang mumbled to himself. He had already reached the limit of what he could do, and he had a clear conscience that he was worthy of the Fengtian scroll given to him by the Crimson Stone Saint. 10 days passed by in the blink of an eye. In a grand hall of the Sword Alliance, Jian Wushuang sat on the grand throne at the highest position, while Xiao Tiexin stood obediently beside him. Beneath the hall, several experts were standing there. The sloppy old man with messy hair, Old Tong, narrowed his eyes as he stood in front of everybody. However, he still hid his divine power, and unless he met a peak grand ultimate god like him, nobody would notice that he had already broken through, even though his ways of hiding his power were not very strong. For example, when Blood Thunder King came visiting previously, Old Tong stood beside, but Blood Thunder King did not realize that Old Tong had already broken through into a peak grand ultimate god. There were 6 other people behind Old Tong. Among these 6 people, there was one older and one younger person apart from Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian, Old Snake, and Ing and Lan Junju. They were also Grand Ultimate Gods and were members of the Elder Group in the Sword Alliance. Couple of decades ago, the entire Danyan continent was shocked when news about the Sword Alliance defeating the Divine Demon sect was spreaded out. The Sword Alliance's prestige had achieved a shocking high within that period of time. Within these couple of decades, the Sword Alliance tried its best in developing and attracted experts with a huge number of resources and cost. These 2 Grand Ultimate Gods were experts who accepted their invitation. Among these 2 people, one of them is a high-level Grand Ultimate God while the other is only a primary-level Grand Ultimate God. The reason they accepted the invitation from the Sword Alliance was not only because of the sufficient pay the Sword Alliance provided. The most important point was that these 2 people had great grudges against the Divine Demon sect. They promised because they felt that they had been avenged when they saw how the Sword Alliance defeated the Divine Demon sect in a face-to-face battle and caused the Divine Demon sect to be badly wounded. The addition of these 2 people had once again enriched the Sword Alliance's higher-level combat power. Right now, these Grand Ultimate Gods followed Jian Wushuang's orders and were waiting in silence. They were able to see that Jian Wushuang was definitely planning something huge for gathering all of them over at this moment. However, Jian Wushuang did not say what they were doing, and they had no idea either. In the highest throne, Jian Wushuang was also waiting there with his eyes closed. After waiting for around half an hour, Insuer had finally sent a message. Jian Yi, we've started our journey, and we will be at Bane City within an hour. Insuer said. Bane City? That is where the battlefield will be. Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, Yunshan is having a discussion with the experts under his leadership in Bane City. We shall carry out a sudden raid once we arrive there, and there will be a large movement by then. The experts of different forces will be immediately alarmed, especially Blood Thunder King. He is one of our Crimson Stone Fort's higher management, and he's very familiar with some of our spatial passages. Once a huge battle happens in Bane City, he would be able to rush over speedily via the spatial passages. Your Sword Alliance needs to think of a way to stop him, Insuer said. Understood. I will start my journey now. Jian Wushuang interrupted the communication and looked towards the Grand Ultimate Gods below him. Old Snake, stay and take care of our base, Jian Wushuang ordered. Yes, Master. Old Snake nodded without any complaints. The others shall leave with me right now. With the wave of Jian Wushuang's hands, Old Tong, Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian, and Ing, Lan Junju and 2 other Grand Ultimate Gods that recently joined the Sword Alliance immediately started their journey under Jian Wushuang's lead. They had been traveling via some wormholes throughout the entire journey and had arrived in a void near to Bane City within a short amount of time. The Bane City is located not far from here, and that place has always been the Crimson Stone Fort's territory. Alliance Master Suhan, what are we doing here? Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian asked. Stop with the questions, as you will know when it's time. Jian Wushuang only smiled indifferently and did not make much explanation. Chapter 2776. The beginning of the great battle. The same time when Jian Wushuang and the others arrived at the Oyu Thankserts of Bane City, many figures were standing in another void. These figures were exuding extremely strong divine power. Their divine power obviously meant that they had achieved the level of Grand Ultimate God. However, the crucial part was that there were more than 20 figures standing in this void, and that meant that there were more than 20 Grand Ultimate Gods. It had to be known that there were many factions in the Crimson Stone Fort, and Blood Thunder King's faction was publicly known for having the most Grand Ultimate Gods. However, they also only had around a dozen of them. Standing in front of these 20 overgrand ultimate gods were the extremely beautiful yet strict Yin Suer. She looked at the huge city in front of her with a cold look in her eyes. It's almost time, let's take action right away. Yin Suer had a serious expression on her face. With the wave of her hand, the 20 overgrand ultimate gods behind her immediately started moving. These 20 overgrand ultimate gods instantly turned into 20 over streams of light, while Yin Suer also went skimming out. They appeared in the void on top of Bane's city within the blink of an eye. Rumble point one after another, huge coercive forces directly came suppressing down. Yun Shan and the others who were hiding in a secret chamber located in Bane's city were instantly alerted. Then, a large number of people directly rose up. Yin Suer! A strict glance was released from the eyes of a short elder with young features and old man's hair. His glance came exploding towards Yin Suer like two lightning bolts. The divine power that belonged to a peak grand ultimate god was also released from his body. This short elder was the person controlling another large faction in the Crimson Stone Fort, Yun Shan. Are you finally taking action? Yun Shan had a cold look in his eyes. Yun Shan, we've been fighting for so many years and we should end it today. Yin Suer's voice could be heard in the entire Bane city. Everybody kill! Bomb! 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 More than 20 overgrand ultimate gods behind Yin Suer immediately took action and went rushing down like extremely hungry beasts. Block their way! Yun Shan also yelled out with a low voice, and around a dozen grand ultimate gods around him also came rushing forward fiercely with overwhelming aura. A total of almost 40 grand ultimate gods from both sides instantaneously started fighting one another. The huge battle completely broke out. It started! Jian Wushuang and the others stood in the void outside of Bane's city. Although they were some distance away, they were still able to clearly see what was happening in the city, and felt the waves of scary hums exploding in the city at the same time. Behind Jian Wushuang, Old Tong, Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian, and Ying and Lan Junzhu also had different expressions on their faces. Crimson Stone Fort, it's a fight between two of their strongest factions. That is the Crimson Stone Fort Master, Yin Suer, while the other is the Crimson Stone Fort's first elder, Yun Shan. Rumors state that these two have been fighting for many years and have gone through all sorts of fights since the falling of the Crimson Stone Saint. Are they finally ending things now? There are so many grand ultimate gods. Didn't they say that these two factions of the Crimson Stone Fort only have around 7 to 8 grand ultimate gods? Even Blood Thunder King, that has the most grand ultimate gods, have around a dozen only. However, why? Why are there so many here? There should be around a total of 40 grand ultimate gods here, right? This is the first time I've seen a battle between so many grand ultimate gods. Old Tong and the others secretly sighed. Grand ultimate gods were definitely the strongest experts in the Danyang continent. Under normal circumstances, one could easily build a first-class force in the Danyang continent with 2 to 3 grand ultimate gods, while pinnacle forces had around 1 dozen of them. There were around 40 of them here. In the Danyang Holy Domain, only the Crimson Stone Fort was capable of this. Even Jian Wushuang had to gasp with admiration that a lean camel was still bigger than a horse. It looks like Yin Suer has taken over the other 4 smaller factions in the Crimson Stone Fort. Those small factions have a couple of grand ultimate gods, and they all listen to her right now. She really has some strong ways, Jian Wushuang mumbled. He had to admit that Yin Suer really had some tricks up her sleeves, or it would be impossible for her to support the Crimson Stone Fort alone for so many years. There were currently a total of 20 over grand ultimate gods under Yin Suer's lead. All of them were much stronger in both volume and quality, even their higher level combat power. In the void located in the middle of Bane's city, Yin Suer was having a combat with Yin Shan, and the two of them were pushing their power to the limit. However, Jian Wushuang could obviously see that Yin Suer definitely had the upper hand in this battle. It could be said that Yin Suer's side had an absolute upper hand in both higher level combat power and the fights between the grand ultimate gods. She definitely has an advantage, and it's quite a huge one. However, it would be difficult to completely defeat Yun Shan's faction or kill Yun Shan in a short period of time based on this advantage alone. The other forces must have received news now that this battle has exploded, and they must be rushing over right now. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. As he was thinking about this, the token given by Blood Thunder King and stored in his interspatial ring immediately reacted. Alliance Master Su Han, Yin Suer has already taken action, please hurry to Bane City. There was a hint of anxiety in Blood Thunder King's voice. Blood Thunder King obviously did not expect Yin Suer to take action so speedily, as she directly found a chance to carry out a sudden raid. Apart from that, she did such a good job in keeping it a secret that no information was leaked previously. I've already received news and am rushing my way over. I will be there momentarily. Jian Wushuang purposely sent a message. Moments later, he took the token up again. Blood Thunder King, I've already rushed over to the void outside Bane City and am in this direction. Jian Wushuang informed Blood Thunder King of his location before glancing at Old Tong. Old Tong, Blood Thunder King is coming in a short while. In order to be safe, hide yourself. You can take action after I've sent you a message, Jian Wushuang said. All right. Old Tong nodded and went skimming towards the surrounding void by himself. Moments later, more than a dozen figures came rushing over. A total of 16 people arrived, and every one of them had strong divine power. They were all in the Grand Ultimate God level, but they were only primary level and high level Grand Ultimate Gods. There were no peak Grand Ultimate Gods among them. Alliance Master Su Han, you travel so speedily. A smile immediately appeared on Blood Thunder King's face when he saw Jian Wushuang. Coincidentally, there's a spatial passage located in the territory belonging to my Sword Alliance that connects to the void nearby to Bane City. That is why I arrived sooner, Jian Wushuang said. I see. Blood Thunder King raised his eyebrows before turning his attention to the Grand Ultimate Gods behind Jian Wushuang. Why aren't Old Tong and Old Snake here? Blood Thunder King asked in surprise. My Sword Alliance has been continuously expanding recently, and we've attracted many strong opponents. I have to keep some power in the Sword Alliance to attend to them during this mission. I hope that you can understand, Jian Wushuang said. Chapter 2777 Took Action. The Sword Alliance is such a big household, I'm sure nothing can be taken lightly. Blood Thunder King smiled without much care. I did not expect Yin Suer to take such speedy actions, and her means are really great. I'm afraid that Yun Shan might fall here in this battle. Jian Wushuang looked at the battlefield far away and slightly nodded. It was true that Yin Suer obviously had the upper hand in this battle between two parties, and it was a great upper hand. Yun Shan's faction seemed to be in the fight under suppression. However, it would still take some time if Yin Suer's side wanted to completely defeat Yun Shan's faction, and she definitely needed to pay a certain price. We shall wait here, and after both factions have been badly wounded from the fight, we shall go out to clean up the messy situation, Blood Thunder King said. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Outside of Bane City, the Sword Alliance controlled by Jian Wushuang and Blood Thunder King's faction stood in the void as they looked on silently. They looked on as Yin Suer and Yun Shan's factions fought. The battle got increasingly intense and crazy. The crazy fight between almost 40 Grand Ultimate Gods caused a shocking amount of movement. Under such a large scale of crazy fight, these Grand Ultimate Gods were unable to completely protect their own lives. Within mere moments, BOMB! The divine body of an elder in green robe was directly penetrated, and his life was instantly ended. Since the battle started, the first fallen Grand Ultimate God had appeared. It's Grand Ultimate God Bingyu from Yun Shan's faction. He's really unlucky to be the first one to die. He's really unlucky as he's only a usual primary level Grand Ultimate God, but he had to face two masters in the same level and was even secretly attacked by a high-level Grand Ultimate God from the fight beside. It seems difficult to stay alive under such circumstances. It's not completely because of luck. There's quite a huge difference between the strength of both sides. The experts under Blood Thunder King's lead were hiding in the void outside Bane City, and they were secretly sighing about the situation. The elder in green robes was the first one to die. It was impossible for him to be the only fallen expert in such an intense and crazy battle. Following that, the experts died in the battle one after another. Some of them were from Yun Shan's faction, and there were also others from Yin Suer's faction. However, due to the difference between their strength, most of the experts who died were from Yun Shan's faction. Soon, there were 10 experts who died in the battle, and among them, 7 of them were from Yun Shan's faction. It had to be understood that the number of Grand Ultimate Gods from Yun Shan's faction were much lesser compared to Yin Suer's faction. Now that they had lost 7 of them, they did not have much Grand Ultimate Gods left, and their disadvantage in the battle grew. Yun Shan's faction can't hold it much longer. There has originally been a huge difference between their combat power. Now that Yun Shan's faction has lost 7 Grand Ultimate Gods while Yin Suer's faction only lost 3, the difference is even much more obvious. Yun Shan is going to be defeated after all. The experts under Blood Thunder King's lead were still discussing among themselves. Blood Thunder King, when shall we take action? Jian Wushuang looked towards Blood Thunder King. Be patient and wait a little longer. Let them fight for a longer period of time. Blood Thunder King's eyes were sparkling. Jian Wushuang was naturally unfazed as Yin Suer was the one with the upper hand right now. After some time, the experts from both parties were already in a terrible situation from the fight, especially those from Yun Shan's faction. Half of the originally more than a dozen Grand Ultimate Gods had fallen, and the remaining Grand Ultimate Gods were also badly wounded. Even Yun Shan himself, bomb. Following a horrendous hum that could be heard throughout the entire battlefield, Yun Shan's figure went bursting outwards in a battered manner. At this moment, Yun Shan's face was extremely pale with blood at the corners of his mouth. His divine power was obviously weakened compared to how he was previously. Yun Shan was obviously heavily wounded. Yun Shan, you are definitely losing this battle. Yin Suer had a great amount of divine power surging through her body. She stood there with her arrogant figure and looked down at everything like a divine goddess. In this 1-to-1 fight between Yin Suer and Yun Shan, it was obvious that Yin Suer was stronger. Yun Shan, who was already badly wounded, stood there as he looked at his surroundings. The Grand Ultimate Gods under his lead had extremely darkened expressions. He definitely lost in this battle, and it was a terrible loss. The strength Yin Suer accumulated had completely surpassed him. Attack! Yin Suer said in a cold voice as she wanted to carry out another attack. The Grand Ultimate Gods behind her had extremely high will to kill in their eyes as they once again took action. As for the Grand Ultimate Gods from Yun Shan's faction, they looked extremely pale, but an unprecedented craziness could be seen in their eyes. Fight them with all you have! Kill! Kill! The people in the battle had gone completely crazy. In the void outside of Bane City, Jian Wushuang and Blood Thunder King, who was standing next to him, saw everything that happened in Bane City's battlefield. It's almost time for us to take action. Blood Thunder King smiled coldly. Are we taking action now? Jian Wushuang glanced at Blood Thunder King, who was beside him. Between these two factions, shall we take action towards Yin Suer's faction first or Yun Shan's faction? Or should we take action against both factions at the same time? We should pulverize an already defeated enemy first. We should wipe out the old man Yun Shan first before taking action against Yin Suer. Blood Thunder King said. Take action against Yun Shan first? Jian Wushuang slightly frowned. Right now, both Yin Suer and Yun Shan's factions had been badly wounded as they suffered huge losses. Among them, Yun Shan was completely routed. If they take action at this moment, they should do it towards Yin Suer first, as the right thing to do was to weaken the combat power of Yin Suer's faction. However, Blood Thunder King chose to take action against Yun Shan first to completely defeat or kill him on the spot, so that he was left with no options out before taking action against Yin Suer. Blood Thunder King was so confident in their side's strength. Let's take action. Blood Thunder King did not explain too much and only said this. Then, the dozen over grand ultimate gods behind him moved at the same time under his personal lead. Jian Wuxuang also did not linger. With a wave of his hand, a gold-armored corpse pupper, a silver-armored corpse puppet, and 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets appeared in front of him at the same time. After that, Jian Wuxuang went skimming speedily towards Bane's city as he led these corpse puppets together with Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xin and the others. In Bane's city, both Yin Suer and Yin Shan's forces were still in a heated fight. Suddenly, a huge amount of figures came skimming over from the surrounding void. There were lots of experts, as Blood Thunder King's faction alone had 16 Grand Ultimate Gods. Together with the 6 Grand Ultimate Gods, including Jian Wuxuang, from Sword Alliance and 4 corpse puppets, there were a total of 26 experts from the Grand Ultimate God level. They directly came attacking in a loud and horrifying manner. Experts from both factions fighting in the battlefield immediately noticed this. That is, Blood Thunder King? You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.